How are you? Oh, Simon, come on, tell Andy how you feel.
Oh God, that's it all.
Tell Andy how you feel.
You think you've been a Jaggers all morning?
He's a bit tender today.
Still drunk. Five, eh? Five.
Yes, start with 5 and same in the...
We're on. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. We are back and ready for a big day 3 today. That's how I test. I'm still not gaining weight. I can still fasten the top button. Morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3, the final day in Luton. What a great turnout. 341. We're now down to that many. Tom Hall, 1.2 million. Trev Reardon, Tim Chung, Charles Akadiri. Some great names. Matt, as we know, is having a fantastic season so far. He's playing ever so well. And if you just look at the bottom there, you can see that the table there. You can see the outer table as well. So if anything happens around there, well, obviously it will bring it to you. But they're the chip counts from all the players, and that is the seating draw.
Yeah, we're in feature table 7. So feature we're going to have Tom Hall, Span, Aaron Kira, Matt Davenport, Trev Reardon, Alexandru Papazian is going to be on the feature table to start the day. We have 13 players left, so potential to get to the FT this session, but maybe into the next session we will see how it goes.
Absolutely. You think there's 13 left? Oh, you'll be done for 4 o'clock. Not a chance, because this is high quality, and the structure with an average stack still of over 45 bigs. It means that these guys can play proper stuff. They can play proper poker, and it is going to be a fantastic watch.
Yeah, really looking forward to it today.
Afternoon, everybody. Tracy Reardon. Good luck, Trev. Is that mum, daughter, grandma? Come on. Good luck, Trev.
Trev going for 2 titles.
2 titles in 1 year.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's been... I can't remember. I think it has been done, but I can't remember.
Ali Malou, maybe? Ali Malou?
Yeah, I think we'll have to go through the history books.
Reading and Walsall back in 2017,
I think we'll have to go
maybe?
through the history books to find 2 winners. Same person winning 2 events in the same calendar year. I know Priyan Demel nearly went back to back, but we had the grand final in between. When he won the last leg and then the first leg.
Yep.
And then the grand final in the middle.
Well, Windsor nearly went back to back, didn't he? He went grand final winner, then second, went first, second, Windsor.
First, second. So good afternoon. We are sat with the players. Afternoon, Carl Bellis. Afternoon, Mr. P-Man. Dave Spowett. Good afternoon. Trebles, Towers Treble. We got the first one in, we didn't get the other 2.
Doesn't matter though. We will be back with trebles, and I will get another one up this year, I reckon.
Absolutely. Of course we will. Of course we will.
We've got 2 tries at the Goliath.
Of course, the 2 Saturdays.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got 2 Saturdays, haven't we?
So Trev, first hand of the day, finds an ace in the cut-off, raising to 30k here. Tom peeling the king 10 off in the small, and Span with the 8-6 in the big. Just using his full 30 seconds there before he folds. One of the shorter stacks, maybe going to have an eye on what's going on the outer table with Span. Probably going to be using some time banks or just tanking the full 30 seconds, hoping to get some ladders. Over to Mum, Gary Clark,
and Rich Belluma is watching in Canada. Amazing. Is it Ontario? Or is it Toronto?
So Tom flopping top pair. Trev choosing to check back his middle pair here on King 4-5. Could definitely bet this board, but Trev with a well-timed check here. And Tom now leading with his top pair, second nut flush draw. And Trev with just the 5 here. Obviously Tom going to have plenty of King X that peels out the small. Some King Jack, King 10, King 9 suited type hands. Also going to have the suited Ace X as well, so hearts possibility. Trev does have a pair. So he's going to come along for the ride. See a river. Which is the Queen of Spades. We're probably going to see a bet here from Tom. I don't think he's going to go too big here, somewhere around third, something like 50, 60k, probably his size and a choice. But he has been doing a lot of this. We've seen this a lot from Tom Hall. It looks like he's going for the old block for around 10%. Oh no, he's not. He's picked up some of the 25k chips. And 44k, yeah, really nice size and choice, like it. With our particular hand here, maybe try and target some 9s through jacks of Trev, maybe some rivered ace queen with a heart in it. It does look very value-y. Trev getting 4 to 1, but does make the correct laydown.
Correct laydown from Trev. So we're in a small town in Ontario.
How are we doing, Mr. P-Man? Afternoon, lads. Come on, Span, spin it up. Gully Math rooting for Span as well. Good afternoon to you. There's so much support for the man. Raise It Kev's in the building as well. He's come down to rail his man whilst playing the seniors.
Afternoon, Mum. Hope you're well, Gail. Hope you are well. Is the clock going to appear at all day events now? Day 2s and day 3s. The shot clocks. I'm not sure about the deep stacks or the 25-25s. I don't think they will be, but the GUKPTs, yes.
Sabria Bass hurt Mitch is still wandering up the M1 from last night's cooler.
Absolutely.
Someone better text him, actually. I haven't heard from him since, so can someone check on Mitch for me, please?
Get Kev on comms. We need a bleep machine.
Good to see plenty of you tuned in bright and early. It's going to be a great day with the players left in the field.
Indeed. We've got down to 13 players.
Well, Span, here we go. Here we go. We've got 10 bigs, we've got the ladies, and Span not going to move all in. He's going to raise up most of his stack here. And Aaron never call in here with the ace 10. Going to have to let this one go.
Potential for a double up. Andy back.
Yeah, I don't think.
Trev calling. Trev could have a decent ace. Pocket 7s, pocket 8s maybe.
Yeah, chips in hand, but looks like they are going to hit the muck. And Alex Papazian here just with ace 4 of hearts.
72k Irish 318. Just over a quarter of his stack.
Yeah, getting 2.5 to 1 on a call here with ace 4 of hearts, and these suited wheel aces have decent equity pre-flop.
He's made the call.
Oh, yeah, he's made the call.
He's made the call. He's made the call.
Nearly turned his nearly turned the hand over.
Spandy's not all in. Nice one, Matt. A lot of players do that, leave themselves a little bit behind.
Yeah, Span, because there's a ladder now every spot, he's probably just left himself a little bit back. See if anyone busts on the out.
He'll also use the clock to his advantage as well.
What's the action to these? Is it just a raise?
Yeah, Span will use the clock to his advantage as well. He knows he's got 30 seconds every hand to every act.
Lovely little flop for us as Span just fading one out here because Aaron folded the ace of clubs. So a one outer to fade, and Span's going to just move all in.
Yeah.
And Alex will have to call getting this price. He's going to use a time bank here. So this is just down to seeing if anyone busts on the out table.
Absolutely, table management, Span. He's got, I think he's 5 time banks for day 2, day 3.
Yes, day 3 players get 5 time banks. They get an extra time bank on day 3, because obviously playing for a lot of money, so going to need to be in the tank a bit more.
Span knows what he's doing. He's just using the clock to his advantage, making sure that nobody gets eliminated, or he wants somebody to get eliminated before. He's only used 1 time bank. He'll do that a lot today, we being a short stack, but if he gets a double up, he might not need to do it. Queens, with the Queen of Diamonds working for him as well. So we're down to 1 out for Alex Papazian.
So here we go. King of Hearts on the turn. Pretty clean. So just fading ace of spades. And it's the 6 of clubs. Span that doubles up early doors. And just while that hand was happening, guys, we are going to move to the outer table while the dealer counts the chips, because just before that, as that hand was in progress, Tamer, who was the short stacker of the day, all in with the ace 10 versus the deuces here. And there's a set on the flop, so we're gonna lose Tamer unless we find running 9 jack, and that will be that. Tamer come out in 13th. First casualty of the day was the short stack. Great run from Tamer, and we are down to 2 tables of 6, 12 players remaining, guys.
So we have a double up and Tamer is out. So that was probably what Andy back.
How are we doing, Apocalypse? Good afternoon.
Not too bad pre-flop, I guess. Not a great flop. Not a great flop, no. Yeah.
The Kings for Tom Hall in the cut-off. We know how he got on with the Kings yesterday, if you were tuned in back end of the street.
Absolutely. It was a big one, and if he does go on to lift the trophy, he will remember the hand.
So Span once more, going to be in the tank for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Just trying to
I know what's coming.
get some ladders.
Span's here to stay now, jacket's coming off.
So Matt Davenport, pocket threes, easy to defend for us in the big blind facing this cut-off open from Tom Hall. Carl Smith says, who's your money on, lads? Well, favourite's going to be Tom Hall with the stack he's got. Don't look past Tim Chung either. Matt Davenport, class player as well. TR's on a bit of form this year with a decent stack as well. Trevor Reardon, wouldn't look past him.
Absolutely.
I'd love to see Span have a little spin up though, and potentially have a run at this. I think there's so
yeah,
many
he's
people.
supported the tour, hasn't he? He's got himself a package for this year as well, so he has been supporting the tour for a couple of since we came back. Got his package online during lockdown.
Yeah, so Tom continuing for 3/4 pot here, choosing the big size on 9-5 deuce. Lots of gut shots out there, straight draws that Matt could possibly have here, so opting for a larger size on the 9-5 deuce 2 diamonds. And Matt makes the call with the pocket threes. And it's a jack on the turn. So Matt checks once more, and then probably going to see another street of value here from Tom Hall. I think we're going to be targeting some 9x, charging some flush draws.
Snap fall from Matt after another bet from Tom. You'll see these collide a lot today. Two great players, Matt, especially if Matt gets a few more chips. He's not short, obviously. He's got 40 bigs, so There's plenty of play in everybody at the table. We know Alex is down to just south of 20 bigs at the moment, but still plenty of play.
And this is what we are playing for, guys. Ticker coming across to the bottom of your screen. 6 figures up top. Going to be a nice payday for one of these remaining 12. And we do have a live stream free roll later today as well, guys. Probably should mention that.
Any predictions for finishing time today? 11. Hey Gas, not sure if it's the internet, but YouTube picture seems out of focus. Let's have a butchers. Let's press live. Yeah, it's definitely you. But there's a toggle. If you go to settings, the round toggly thing, you can change the quality of the stream. You can go to auto 360, or you can have 480, 720 down to automatic 144 or 240. You choose the quality, but if your broadband can sort it out, then you can get yourself a decent picture. It's you, not us.
So you see Tom opening Jack 9 off in the hijack. Can open a lot wider here with the chip lead. A lot of pressure on these guys with ladders and approaching the FT. But Matt never going to be going anywhere here with pocket 8s. Easy decision for him in the small, just the call. And it's heads up between Tom and Matt Davenport here. Let's see a flop.
Flop time is 9-3. Second pair for Tom. Takes the lead in the hand.
It's still may bet small here, Tom Hall. This is a board that's just going to favour us a lot of the time here, being the opener. We do have middle pair as well, so we do have some disguised trips or 2 pair when the turn is a jack or a 9. So potential. You can go really small here, as small as quarter potentially. Goes for 21k, so quarter pot is the sizing of choice for Tom, just under. And Matt here with d8s getting this price, probably going to call once. Tom's still going to have lots of holdings here, all like the broadways, the king queen, jack 10, all this sort of stuff that we are still ahead of, and sometimes he will shut down on some turns.
7 of diamonds hits the turn.
So this is where it's probably just going to go check, check here. Tower. I think Tom may be a bit optimistic to fire our 9 here again. Very hard to get 2 streets from worse now. I think the 8s will fold if we fire, so maybe better to check this one behind. We can also put ourselves in a tricky spot here where we do fire and Matt opts to raise. So just expect to see Tom Hall check this one back most of the time here on the turn. And there is the check. See a river card.
And it's paying 2 pair.
Well, it is 2 pair for Tom Hall, but probably going to be very difficult to get value from Matt Davenport here with his particular hand. Matt does have the 8s blocking the nuts. 10-8 could still be in Tom's range. He's going to open 10-8 suited from the hijack, although 10-8's probably going to double barrel turn, something to take into account. But Tom will now just opt for probably a larger size here, I think now. Tower, this little disguised jack 9 of us, ours, somewhere around like 90, 3/4 pot, probably what I expect to see. It looks pretty chunky.
That's pot size.
That's 105. So around 85-90% up there. And Matt here with the 8s, never going to call this one tower. Just not putting in a quarter of our stack here with 8s, we lose to too much. Well. Oh, he's going to raise. Matt Davenport. Is he going to find the raise here? What a raise it would be as well, because Tom could still just have some
He's all in.
one-pair holdings. Matt Davenport, where's he found this shove? Oh my word. And Tom's got 2 pair here. This could be the end of Matt. I'm guessing Matt's trying to target all the 1-pair holdings here of Tom. Like, Tom can check back some ace-x on the turn and go for value on the river, and Matt's trying to target this, but Tom's even higher up here with 2 pair. And he's gonna be in the tank here, because what will go through Tom's head tower is, we beat value? I don't think we do. Maybe 9-7 might be in there for Matt, but is he going to check rip that? Obviously Matt can still have some ace-3, ace-9, ace-7 defending out the big blind. He might even float a 10-8 as well, wrap round this 9 with backdoors, so 10-8 of hearts, diamonds and spades probably going to be in there. But the question we got to ask ourselves, is Matt Davenport ever going to do this as a bluff, and what are the bluffs, tower? Once Matt calls on an ace-9-3, there's not many you can come up with. And because of that, I think Tom may let this one go. Simply because of the board texture on the flop. It's ace-9-3 rainbow. What on earth is Matt supposed to have here? He can have sets, he can have 2 pair. And what hand is he going to turn into a bluff? Is he going to rip some 9-10, some 8-9, blocking straights and 2 pairs? This is just a 6-6 jam from Matt Davenport early on a big day 3, and Tom Hall in the blender here and lets it go. Matt Davenport, you boss, and shows Tom as well. Pocket 8s. There is a reason this guy is top of the National League. Matt Davenport putting on a show early on.
Wow.
He's not afraid, Tower. He's not afraid of busting.
Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Wowzers. Paul Underwood's already registered for the seniors. Good luck, Paul. Watching in the room already. He's sat watching and waiting for the seniors that starts at 1 o'clock. Hope you're well, Paul. Good luck in the seniors. Afternoon man of straw. And Sharon Hall. Morning, guys. Team Hall watching from hometown in Shrewsbury. Come on, Tom. Is that mum or sister that is watching? Good luck to Tom. I know he lost that one there, but he's still in a good position to have a very deep run with the final 13 players. Because we've lost Tamer. Oh, sorry, we lost Tamer Camel, didn't we?
Yeah, we lost Tamer.
So we're down to 12.
Well, what a hand that was. If that's anything to go by today, I'm looking forward to it. But Pat just pulls the trigger early on. The last thing I was expecting to see there, and what a play it was.
Yep.
Got Tom to fold as high up as 2 pair and makes that jam beautiful there. If Tom's folding that high up his range. Really, really nice from Matt, and maybe thinking as well when he's going through the cogs on the river that we can't really have too many bluffs here once we call on ace-9-3 rainbow. So Tom's definitely going to fold 1 pair and maybe even in 2 pair in this spot, and really, really nice.
Has Tom ever won as GUKPT? Well, he won a summer series back in 2012. That was a 500 back in the day when they were all £1,000 events, GUKPTs, but they had a summer series, and he chopped Blackpool with Tom Middleton and Rich Kelly. They literally got 3-handed and literally went, shall we chop it, lads? Because we could be here hours, and they went yes. So Tom chopped it with Tom Middleton and Rich Kelly. Tom eventually come in second, but that was a proper chop. They literally didn't play a hand.
It's a raise and take there for Matt. How are we doing, Gary Miller? Matt would be walking out the door if I had 2 pair, probably if I had as well.
Yeah.
But knows his opponent as well. Knows he's up against a certain calibre of player that can fold in that spot. And worked a treat for Matt Davenport.
Yeah. Back to Tom. He's finished 4th twice and a 5th. He's finished 2nd. He's finished 5th twice, 4th twice, 2nd, and won a summer series. He's also finished 10th bubbling in Luton this leg last year. The October leg, where he final table bubbled when Dave Doherty went on to win.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
He's a top lad. He's Tom Holt. Sharon's mum. Well, you must be proud because Tom, every time we see him, he is an absolute gentleman. Love speaking to him. He's a top lad. Hope we get to watch him for a few hours yet, Sharon, and enjoy the day.
She'll be watching him all day. I don't think we're going to see Tom bust anytime soon. I think he's a lock for like top 4 at least, with his stack size and his capabilities. So we'll see how the day proceeds, but I think he's going to be here a while. We've not lifted the trophy come the end of the day, as Matt raises to 26 here with the King 7 suited, and Alex here 15 bigs, ace 7 in the small blind, facing an aggressive opponent opening in the cutoff here. May choose to take this one as the short stack in the field. Just a quick glance at the outers, see what's going on, but is going to let this one go. Glad Tom didn't call off back Matt and Span, says Hockey.
What's Span watching?
There might be something going on in the outers. If there is, we will go over. PK
Absolutely.
is out on the floor, so if anything is going on, we will let you know. And there has been an all-in and a call, so we're going to jump over there quickly while this hand takes place on our feature.
One of our GDPRs.
Yeah,
the Jack 9 against Ace 10 of. Is it Tim?
Yeah, so Tim's got Ace 10. Krish has got the Jack 9 of hearts.
Krish needs to hit to survive.
That's no good there. So leading a Jack or a 9. King on the turn, changes nothing. 6 outs for Krish. And it's the 3 of clubs, so another one down, and chips going the way of Tim Chung.
And Span now sees the short stack disappearing, so the tanking might stop now as much as Span, because there's nobody less than 30 bigs now. But playing for chunks, they can play how they want to play. Because these final 11, they're going to put on a show. Krish eliminated the short stack.
Yeah, Rob, Krish was like sub 100k, so that's why Span was tanking. Obviously, we got Alex on this table who's short as well, but now he's on our table. We can, he might speed things up a little. I don't think anyone's too short on the outers out there now.
Afternoon, Johnny. Not played Luton, Mr. JK. When will we see you next? London's the next one for the GUKPT. We'll show you the schedule for London very soon. Alex Papazian going to be raising the button.
How are you doing, Dave? Dave Dockey. Don't think Tom ever has one pair in that spot, because anything he chooses at river size with bets turn, it's Jack 9, Jack Jack, or a bluff, I think. What about some Ace X of like some Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace 10 of diamonds, these type of hands, Dave? Can we not check some of these on the turn and then value bet river for that size? Obviously, you'll be more clued up on these spots when you're this deep in the tournament than myself. I think he might have some like Ace Queen, Ace King, Ace 10 of diamonds, top pair, nut flusher on the turn that could potentially check, but could be wrong. But we are going to jump back into it here because Tom's just shoving here over the button open from Alex. Alex choosing to open the Queen 6 of diamonds here off of his stack size, and Tom in with the punishment straight away, and Alex and Span both folded.
So Johnny's missing London. He's going to be in Vegas, I'm guessing. Poker heaven. What happened to the dude that busted 11th? You just missed it. It was on the outer table.
12th. 12th was Chris.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are on 11. They busted in 12th. Chris had Jack 9, was it, against Ace 10? Didn't hit.
Yeah.
Needed a Jack, needed a 9, and missed it. We got it on camera. PK was there with the cam, and we flicked it into the stream. We're on the outer table. Chris busting out for £4,800.
Trev here with deuces makes it 27. And Tom on the button here versus Trev. Would like to see a potential free bet here. We've got Trev covered with the 2 big stacks at the table. We can put him under a lot of pressure this deep in the tournament. And King Queen, very nice candidate to free bet. Tom just going to call on this occasion, play post with position. And span 10-9.
Nice one, man, a straw. You watch almost every poker stream and tournaments. Jay is one of the best analyst commentators he's heard. He earns his 2 donuts and and a packet of Pringles every day, let me tell you. He does.
2 donuts?
Did you only have 1?
No, I had 3.
3? Whoa! What was that for the overtime?
That was over 2 days though. That was over 2 days, 1.5 per day. So Aaron, who was our chip leader coming into day 2, managed to find a bag for day 3.
To be fair, man, a straw, he does play a lot of cash.
Yeah, I really don't play too many tournaments, man. The only tournaments I ever get to play are the minis. That's literally all I play, and then maybe a G4 under or 25.
Yeah.
Nothing else. I think at the Irish Open this year though.
Yeah, you got an Irish Open flag.
Yeah, a couple of Irish Open flags.
We're expecting a United States flag.
We're hoping for a few States flags when we get out there. I'm looking forward to it. Tournament grind. Never done it before. Just gone somewhere and played tournaments for 3 weeks, but going to be looking forward to it, seeing how we're getting on out there. And Tom here going to fire with the King Queen. Once check to him.
I still think you'll be sat in the Blasio playing the 5-10.
You think?
I do. I think you'll see it and you'll jump in. I just think you'll need to get involved. You'll have 1 session.
Yeah. Okay.
You definitely will have 1 session.
And beautiful turn here for Aaron out the big blind. Was running really hot yesterday. Hoping for that to continue today with a 100 bag up top. And obviously not the best card here to double barrel on for Tom once Aaron does call out the big blind. There's going to be some 8-9, 8-10, 9-10 in there. This 8 is going to connect with his calling range on the flop fairly often, so big fan of the check behind here from Tom. We're just going to be giving up almost always. Yeah, the 6 on the river, and Aaron, quick check from him. Going for the check raise all in. And let's see if Tom takes the bait. Forget the flags. Bring him the bracelet home. Leave the flags to Andy Hills. And a really nice check there from Tom. Not taking the bait. And Aaron takes a small one. Apocalypse, yes that is Alex Papazian. 2 bracelet winners, 2 bracelets, 1 online, 1 live. And as well as that, he has a main event EPT title. So online WSOP bracelet, live WSOP bracelet, and an EPT title to his name. So Alex Papazian is definitely one of the most decorated left. 2 of them sitting next to each other, him and Tom Hall. Millions and millions of earnings between them.
Just makes you think, why Luton? And is he going to be playing London? Or will he be out in Vegas, just like a lot of people?
Dave says, yeah, I mean, shouldn't choose the word ever, but I think at that depth it's really unlikely. Tom is checking Ace King / Ace Queen back, just missing too much value. I think obviously the Ace King Ace Queen is going to bet turn, but I think with diamonds perhaps, well, I know there's only a couple of combos, but I just thought maybe the ace-x of diamonds might be a nice little check back with top pair on the turn once we do pick up backdoor flush draw versus big blind range, but obviously all down to opinion. Never know what's going through Tom Hall's head. I'd love to know what's going through his head. Write it down and keep it for myself, but
Yeah. Pushed her too soon as well. I think it's got a bit fresher in here now. We've had a bit of air. Queen Jack 5, the ladies flop. Queen 8 for Matt. Oi. Afternoon Sam, afternoon Mick the Mod. Apocalypse. Gonna have Chidwick playing these soon. I tell you what, I don't think we've ever seen him. Obviously. Does he reside in the UK anymore? I don't think he does he? He'll be in Vegas for the full 8 weeks of the World Series, that is for sure. Matt and Trev, can't see Trev's holdings at the minute. Afternoon Sam, hope you're well. Charles and Kev heads up, and Nadal for the treble. What happened to the guy that was playing Nadal and he slipped over and he hurt his ankle? Did he actually break his ankle, or is he alright? Yeah, Tim, sometimes we don't know whether it's a card issue or a slight table issue. Sometimes the players don't put them in the box and they keep them in the hands and lifted up too much. But hopefully we'll see Trev's cards now. Simon will pick it up. It is paint. Looks like King Queen.
Yeah, some run out. Yeah. So we'll find a way to bluff you off, Trev. Find a way to bluff you off somehow. Yeah. Some wizards.
There was plenty of if I bet it, he smashes me.
Go Tita.
Torn his ligaments, look like ligament damage. Good job it's not broken. Tim Chung might win, says Joseph. Well, so spun with 9-7. Gets out of the way. Matt with the 4-3.
What is that?
Probably shouldn't tell you.
I don't even know playing it.
If he wins every GKPT from still, maybe
Yeah,
still won't catch you up.
Oh,
Might
you're
be
in
with
front.
the
You're in
Yeah,
front.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Spanned with the ace-10. King, queen for Trev. Three bets to 80,000, Trev. King, queen. Span 55,000 to call. Afternoon, Donna. Afternoon, Mick. Everybody in the chat, good afternoon. Watching the final 11 here in Luton. Tom 1.3, Trev 1.2. Big chip leaders. Matt on 640,000, Aaron 483. Spanned. So we're down to 11. Our short stack is Alex Papazian. Can he come back? Can he come back? If anybody can, he's one of the guys that can.
Some resume. When you
It is.
When you just hand them mob in.
It's like
all
you
the
said the other
results.
day. He says we didn't realise who he was. If you don't recognise a player, you've got to look and find out who they
Exactly.
are. And then with the players that will have played with him, it's just amazing. Payout structure coming across the bottom of the screen. Tim, 341 entries. Prize pool of 375,000. First place 100,000 and a bit of change.
Tom was odds-on favourite this morning, 5-2.
Did you have a punt?
I didn't have
Who
a
would
punt.
you have fancied?
I didn't really look at. I only saw like the top 5 that are posted on the socials, but
What price was Tim?
7-2, I believe. 7-2.
All right, okay. 72, obviously. It's the final 11 of players in form as well, isn't it? Tom, Spand, Matt,
Yeah.
Tim.
Tim.
You know,
Even TR. Even
Trevor.
TR.
Trevor's won one this year. It's when you get the calibre of the field that you've had and the cream rises, it's no coincidence I always say it's a form game, and you ride through the form. You have bad spells at cash. You have great spells at cash.
Yep.
I bet when you have a great spell at cash, you don't want to go to sleep.
Yeah.
You just want to say, stay lads,
Yeah,
stay and
yeah.
play. And that's the way it goes. Obviously cash is a little bit different because cash is relentless all the way through. Tournaments take 3 days and you've still got to get a little bit fortunate. But Tim was 92 this morning. That was a good price.
So Span continuing with the tank in here, and the big blind not going to be defending the 9-3, that's for sure. And out the way, raising take for Trev with the 7-5 of diamonds.
.3, 1.2, double the stack of Matt. Aaron not really being involved, but still there with 40 bigs. I just feel like I want to walk up to Aaron and put his hat on properly.
Maybe he's just got a really long head tail and we don't know, you don't know. He has it like balancing on the top, doesn't he?
So Rajinder Sheena wandering round because I think he's he's a short stack on table 2. He's wandering around, see who's a little bit short, just like the others have been doing. Alex in the cut-off. 126, 10 bigs.
Mill Poppy says, hi Jake, I play a lot of MCTs online, never played live, do you? But do really good in them online. Would it be easy to transform? Yeah, when you play live, if you're an online grinder, you'll be pretty shocked because live generally is a lot softer, especially at these sort of stakes, than it is online. So just get experience at the tables, and I think you'd love it. I think you'd love it. If you're a winning player online, you're definitely going to be winning live at the same stakes.
Is it a time issue regarding live and online? Obviously, online you can open up 20 tables, bust out, open up another one.
That's the thing. Like online, you get to realise expectation a lot faster because your volume is going to be a lot higher. But live, the edge is probably going to be bigger because of the fields in question. But the thing is, if you've never sat there at a live poker table as well, maybe start playing some smaller blinds, get some experience, a little bit of experience. Because I remember my first time playing live, and you're nervous, your hands are shaking. Like when you first sit down at a table, like you get really nervous. The heart rate starts going. It can be quite daunting. But as soon as you play more and more, that's when you'll get used to it. You'll feel more comfortable. And nothing will ever beat live poker, as they say. Live poker will never die.
Absolutely.
So Aaron here choosing bottom of his range to raise up in the big blind, like it. Can raise these trash holdings some of the time when the small blind completes, because we just never got a decision when Span shoves. It's just an easy fold.
Yeah, you definitely need to be aware, as Apocalypse says. It's easy to click buttons and for somebody else to put your blinds in. And then to work out the pot size. It's all done for you online, obviously. But if you've not done it live, you can come and enjoy it. And then obviously if you're doing really good online, then there's a little bit of a bankroll there as well. Top ball, yeah. Live is much better. It's just getting there. It's not easy getting a train to Luton, I'll tell you.
So finds a pair here. Alex Papazian in the hijack with 10 big blinds. Deuces, are they going to be going in? I think they will be. He's going to use a time bank first. just in case there is a bust out on the outer. Get himself a little ladder.
Absolutely.
Does choose to fold on this occasion. Obviously a lot closer than it looks, and that's going to leave room for Tom Hall to open the suited queen in the cut-off, still with a chip lead. Yeah.
Millie Poppy's on his way to Goliath. I'll revert back to this message once I get it. That's what it's all about, Mill Poppy. The interview at the end. Ten high flop, 10-3-4.
Lovely little flop for Tom here. Flopping flush draw, backdoor straight possibilities and overcard. We're going to be happy to c-bet this one fairly high frequency. Goes for half pot, 36 into 72. And you notice a lot of the time with the best players as well, Tal, like their sizings in terms of the pot, they're always spot on, like they're 36 into 72, straight down the middle, half pot. Like not even like a couple of K out, they're always aware of what's in the middle and what their sizing choice is going to be and how much that would account to. Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, it's the pot sizing that's really interesting.
Yeah, so Matt can have a lot of hands here, peeling out the big blinds, some 3x, 4x, lots of straight draws out there, flush draw possibilities. So Tom might be lining up a double barrel here, still with the overcard and flush draw. Start targeting some 4 and 3x as well as folding out some straight draws and the potential to line up a 3 barrel versus a 10. So it fires for 90k now into 140. Gets it through. Nice bluff there from Tom Hall. Very nice pickup.
You know, going back to the hand with Matt and Tom.
Yep.
Why did Matt show his bluff? What do you think the reason was? Would you not keep that secret from one of the best players at the table?
Well, he probably knew he was on the feature, and in half hour's time he's going to see it anyway.
That could have an effect, yeah.
He's going to see it anyway, so maybe just showed him, put him out of his misery there and then. So,
because obviously a lot of players just never show cards ever, do they? And I was just wondering, did he try and get inside Tom a little bit early doors?
Andy Hills made a really good point yesterday when he was in the chat with me about showing cards. It's not just like you showing the cards and the player knowing what you had, it's then the player will then go back in their head through the street, seeing how you played that particular hand and try and figure out why you played it like that and potentially gain some information that they wouldn't have gained otherwise. And information in this game is everything.
One last question. You play £10, $20 tourneys and they go away after. So I think your Sting 1k tourney raise isn't going to get a call from it. It's too soon.
Yeah, basically, Neil Poppy, you just got to get experience and move up the stakes.
Yeah.
Put some work in off the table, look at some ranges, like study some spots, like 30, 40 big blind spots, late position versus big blind, seeing like what boards we should be betting, what size.
Yeah.
And as you move up stakes, the fields are obviously going to get tougher, so you've got to move with the trend. And
but then when there's 8,000 runners in a 10k, do you not think that everybody's going to play proper ABC, amazing?
That's meant to be the softest of all.
It's supposed to be the hand a couple of years ago when the guy was absolute raging and he had his shoes on the table and he was only with Queen 4 or Queen 5 or whatever it was. Yeah. It's a 10k buy-in. You can certainly get some bad play in a 10k buy-in as you can do a £10 game. Sometimes the £10 game is a little bit better because players want it more.
It hasn't been my experience so far.
I wonder if he's back in Vegas. The guy with the shoes.
He's probably barred for life, mate. From the Rio, he might be in Bally's this year.
No, it can't be. You're owned by the same company, you see.
Oh, okay.
So you're a total ban.
Right, okay.
It's a complete carpet ban. You are not allowed in any... Don't get in trouble in Vegas, basically. Because there was an instance a few years ago where the guy was chip leader going into day 4 of an event, got into some fisticuffs or a little bit of an altercation in Carnival Court, which is not even a casino, it's an eating and music arena.
Yeah.
And but it's still owned by Caesars. And he gets into the Rio as chip leader, and he finds out he's been bad for the altercation he's had somewhere else that's nothing poker related. It was unbelievable. Don't get in trouble when you're in Vegas. It's never profitable. But as Gullimav says, you get punters at all stakes. And like Jay says, the 10k is probably the softest field until you get to day 6 or 7 when the cream rises.
Tim just coming over to the table, seeing what's going on. He seems like he's been getting on well on the outer, chipping up nicely.
Trev with the old Queen 3 in the small. Is it small blind, big blind Q? Is this a call from Alex? He definitely is.
It is.
It has to be.
He will probably tank for a bit just in case there's a bust out on the outer, but he's going to call straight away. And Alex Papazian with the best of it, at the player at risk.
Here is a small blind, big blind Q. Trev just thought, well, here we go.
All in a call, table 7.
So ace jack for Alex to get a double. Trev will win the hand 1 in 3 times. Oh, talking to 3s.
So Alex on his way out the door, needs an ace or a jack at the moment. And still
The same.
Alex at risk. Ace or jack needed. And it's the 4 of clubs, so we are going to lose one. Alex Papazian out in 11th for £5,150. Everyone's locked up just under 6k, and we are on the FT bubble.
It's nice to make the final, but you know, it is what it is. You know?
How did the seniors start, by the way? As you can see them all walking in. Average age in the room is now 77. $64. 64.
Is that the average age or the runners?
That could be, yeah, it could be both. It could be exactly both.
Band off this stack, 7-8 of clubs, going to hit the mark. Don't think he's going to be opening this one off of this stack size. Just going to be letting it go. Better to open like an ace-10 off here, as there's still a bit of a blocker effect in there, rather than the 7-8 of clubs. Can't see span continuing here.
So the seniors are going to be sitting down, 64 of us.
Speaking about the main event, I once had a guy in the main tell the table he just wanted to make day 2 to make his wife, who was railing proud. And Dave says he free bet every open he made for the rest of the day. You vulture, Dave Doherty. Absolute vulture.
Brilliant.
Matt opening to 28k, and cut off versus button here. I think going to be leaning more towards free bet, as Trev does choose to free bet the ace jack here, makes it 82. But Tom, king 10 of hearts here in the big blind. Never going to be calling here, that's for sure. But sometimes, once in a while, might put on the old cold 4 shoes. But there's the fold. That out the way as well. Trev shows him the ace jack. Mike Cassan had Alexandre Drew on the book this morning.
At 12s, thought he was stealing money. He only needed a double to be fair, and he was in front. But unfortunately, the best hand doesn't always win. We are on the FT bubble. 10 players are left. Prizes going across the bottom of the screen. Rob Adams says, what was your Rubik's Cube time?
The one for the challenge was 2 minutes on the dot. 2 minutes on the dot. I've got worse by around 100%. It's mad how it just comes back to you though, Tal. When like the cube's in your hand, it just like your fingers just start moving.
PK showed me the top 5 times in the world.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
I know, it's crazy, isn't
Absolutely ridiculous.
The brain
that
power
can,
for that, yeah.
You can use your brain, your eyes and your fingers at the same time in less than 4 seconds. Unbelievable.
Trev Carp open with the 8-6 of clubs. Tom calling in the small blind with the Queen Jack, and once more Span going to be in the tank for a little bit. I think Rajinder is short on the outer table, so potential to wait for him to bust, get ourselves a ladder and make the FT, because we are in the FT bubble now.
Trev with the 8-6, Tom with Queen Jack.
Ten of clubs on the end. So Trev backdooring into the flush. Gonna love to see this river. Unfortunately, Tom not with a hand that he's going to get called by, but may get a bluff here out of Tom Hall potentially. It looks like we are going to get one. And Tom firing for 1-2-4 here. And now Trev is going to be raising this, I think, more often than not. After we backdoor the flush here, Tom can definitely have some 10x here in the small blind that we can target. We're going to be peeling some Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10. Probably going to take this exact line with a 10 as well.
310k. And Tom snaps because he knows exactly what he's doing. Mr. P-Man, so how's the weather with everyone? If anybody in Luton slept through that rain last night, they had a good sleep. Because the rain in Luton last night was horrendous.
Well, we're just going to go to the outer because there's been an all-in and a call.
Whoa!
Rajinder.
FT bubble, man.
Rajinder is the player at risk here.
King 9.
Against Queen 10 of clubs.
It's Queen 10, the all-in triangle perfectly on the cards to show us that Rajinder is all in. He's in front. We know what happened to the last guy that was in front all in.
Well, there's a 10, so now he's behind, needs a king. And only a king going to be doing the trick here for Rajinder. And it's a
not
5 of diamonds.
It is not Rajinder Sheena.
10th for £5,850. And just like that, we are at the FT, guys. Tim Chung, look at him.
Look at this, the chip stacks. They have still don't think we're going to be dealing. That is definitely the FT. We're going to have a table redraw. We'll get a full exact chip count, and we will be back in 15 minutes. We're on the FT, ladies and gentlemen. Tamer in 13th, Krish in 12th, Alex in 11th, and Rajinder has just been eliminated in 10th, which means we're down to the final 9. We'll have a redraw, full chip count, and back in 15 minutes with the final in Luton.
See you then, guys.
See you then.
No ace and no 10.
Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Hey. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, it's been sunshining all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Aberdour. There's Aberdour. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay's not yet, because Jay has a bit of a bad throat, and he says I need to get ready for the weekend, for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done a million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play Enjoy It with my mate Johnny Scott. There he is. It's his fault.
My fault.
But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there is a first. If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Please put a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for Tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they said. Pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his part. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my god, this is the best. Somewhere over there. We're expecting water. What's yardage, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing. Oh my days.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Oh, it could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days. That's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole on Aberdour. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Putting for birdie.
You good for the half?
No way. Oh.
There we go then, pressure on. Hitting a tee shot like that, got to get his 2 now.
Tell you what.
2 is only good for the win.
Come on.
Oh, how unlucky is that?
In for 3.
Good half, good half.
In for 3. Quick recap on the scores. Rubbish, but this man's playing really well. We managed to be 1 over after 4, then I went mad. And this is toughest 4 holes on the course, as you can see in the background there. The views, best views in Scotland. Amazing, absolutely stunning. Been invited to Aberdour. We are 4 over after 8. Not playing too well, but loving every minute. Considering we started bogey par par par. But wandering down. Oh no, this is the 8th. Wandering down the 8th. My ball's nearly on the 4th. Oh, Johnny's not in the bunker, is he? Uh oh. Look at the view. Just look at that. Not making fun of it, just look at that. Amazing. Nice to get invited to this wonderful course at Aberdour. Walking down the 8th. My ball is somewhere down here. A fist bump because he's over the bunker. Right, better good looking. Playing the 8th, Aberdour. Stunning. Update soon.
I got my hole in 2 though.
You did. Front 9 done. Start of the back 9. This is the 10th, 142 yards. Into the fan-ish. Beautiful. Go on, Johnny boy. Oh, you're just leaking right a little bit. Smack bang in the bunker. Sun's out and everything.
Yep, sun's out. Yep, that's as close as we'll get to the sun today. So the last par 3 we documented of Phil, he stuck it stiff and missed the putt.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Just got up 10 mile an hour.
Gusts from the gods. Now if we put a short tracker on that, the red line just dribbles along the tee and goes off the end.
That's why you have 2 balls.
We'll add the short tracker on after in editing.
That's why you have 2 balls. Always have 2 balls in this game.
That's the mulligan.
Absolutely. Not used it yet.
Oh, stay up. Go downhill.
Oh my days.
And that one's way down there.
Cut! Cut! Update.
Top off the tee this time, Phil.
No, it's raining again. I've mended the camera after smashing it to bits after my disastrous par 3. It's down about 20 mile an hour wind and it's actually raining again. And Johnny says it's about time somebody drove this green. It's 273. Oh, let's pull out. Whoop, sorry about that. 273 it is. There he is. 3 wood. 3 wood? Thought you were right. Thought you were going for it. No. He's going for it with a 3 wood. It's raining, and I mean it's pishing. But he says he's going for it. So let's see what happens. He's gone for it. It's just leaking left. How is that on the green?
It's on the left fringe, sorry, it's not on the green.
So there we go. Apparently we've got to go for this one.
Toad 3 wood. So Phil doesn't have a 3 wood apparently,
I don't
so
have a 3 wood, but I have 2 balls.
2 balls and a driver.
To be fair, that's still the same ball. It's just that. Right, come on. The wind and the rain, baby.
Oh, that's on the green. That is on the green. Oh, maybe not. It's trying, it's trying.
Oh, tried.
Just short. Good though, just short.
Oh, sat down, 18th, there it is. Been an amazing day. We've played alright between us in this weather.
Weather's been great.
186 straight down there, but that's the view. I know it's raining and I know it's cloudy and I know it's supposed to be different in the sunshine. So there's a hole down there. There's the coastline, and yes, it's raining, but I'm not really cared with it. Great day. Come on then, young man. What club you got? What club you got? 7? 187?
Yep.
7-9? Right.
Downwind.
Jeez.
It runs like mad.
7-9. Here we go. Last tee shot, Aberdour 2022 championships.
This will run more than Mo Farah does.
Come on.
Last 2 times I played this one, I lost a ball right.
It's literally street dude. Here we go. 18th. Oh, he's drawn it in as well. I tell you what, I know he's.
It was the right club.
It was the right club. I better get me 7 then.
Here we go. Second last shot of the day, Phil.
Oh, dreams are made of them kind of things. Dreams are made. 7-9 apparently.
Well, that's I'll just move the camera left a bit.
Pin high.
Pin high. A few problems with trees.
Well, we didn't even manage to par on the 18th, but you know what? That was outstanding. Aberdour, Johnny Scott. Thank you very much indeed. I shall be checking forecast next time I come, and hopefully we have better weather. But stunningly beautiful. We played all right. Loved coming to Aberdour. We will be back. Oh, stunning. Stunning. He's on the green. Amazing. Hey. Come for a round of golf, he says. This is Johnny Scott. Come for a round of golf, it's been sunshining all week. It's absolutely pissing it down. Aberdour. There's Aberdour. That's the first. I'm going to do a few videos. Unfortunately, Jay's not yet, because Jay has a bit of a bad throat, and he says I need to get ready for the weekend, for the GUKPT. So I'm going to do a few videos. I would have done a million in the sunshine, but it ain't sunshining. So we're going to play Enjoy It with my mate Johnny Scott. There he is. It's his fault.
My fault.
But it's a fantastic invitation, and down there, somewhere down there is a first. If it all goes well, I'll show you where the ball lands.
Play for a ticket for the main event, by the way.
Oh my days. This should be fun. First tee shot lands the green. First tee shot for Tower. Nowhere near the green. Not bad. Pin high. That's what they said. Pin high. Pin high. So, I bogeyed the first. This man got his part. And the second, there's the water, there's the sea, there's the ball, and there is the green. Oh my god, this is the best. Someone over there. We're expecting water.
Hey, so.
What's yardage, Johnny?
155 or something.
155 over the actual sea. Right, go on then. Oh my days. Oh, stunning. Stunning. I should be zooming in. He's on the green. Amazing. Oh my days.
You got a short tracker on this one.
Just on the green.
If you can't spot Tower, he's the one with the green hat on.
Oh, it could be in the hole.
Oh, what a shot! Oh! Where's the zoom? Where's the zoom? How'd you zoom in?
We'll show you how close that is. Oh my days. That's close. There he is. Look at this. Second hole on Madonna. Oh my days. It nearly went in. It literally, nearly went in. Putting for birdie.
You good for the half?
No way. Oh.
There we go then, pressure on. Hitting a tee shot like that, got to get his two now.
Tell you what.
Two's only good for the win.
Come on.
Oh, how unlucky is that?
In for three.
Good half, good half.
In for three. Quick recap on the scores. Rubbish, but this man's playing really well. We managed to be 1 over after 4, then I went mad. And this is toughest 4 holes on the course, as you can see in the background there. The views, best views in Scotland. Amazing, absolutely stunning. Been invited to Aberdour. We are 4 over after 8. Not playing too well, but loving every minute. Considering we started bogey par. But wandering down. Oh no, this is the 8th. Wandering down the 8th. My ball's nearly on the 4th. Oh, Johnny's not in the bunker, is he? Uh-oh. Look at the view. Just look at that. Not being funny, but just look at that. Amazing. Nice to get invited to this wonderful course at Aberdour. We're walking down the 8th. My ball is somewhere down here. A fist bump because he's over the bunker. Right, better good looking. Playing the 8th, Aberdour. Stunning. Update soon.
I got my hole in 2 though.
You did. Front 9 done. Start of the back 9. This is the 10th, 142 yards. Into the fan-ish. Beautiful. Go on, Johnny boy. Oh, we're just leaking right a little bit. Smack bang in the bunker. Sun's out and everything.
Yep, sun's out. Yep, that's as close as we'll get to the sun today. So the last par 3 we documented of Phil, he stuck it stiff and missed the putt.
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
Just got up 10 miles an hour.
Gust from the gods.
Hey!
Now if we put a short tracker on that, the red line just dribbles along the tee and goes off the end.
That's why you have 2 balls.
We'll add the short tracker on after in editing.
That's why you have 2 balls. Always have 2 balls in this game.
That's the mulligan.
Absolutely. Not used it yet.
Oh, stay up. Go downhill.
Oh, oh my days.
And that one's
Cut.
way down there.
Cut! Cut! Update.
Top off the tee this time, Phil.
No, it's raining again. I've mended the camera after smashing it to bits after my disastrous par 3. It's it's down about 20 mile an hour wind and it's actually raining again. Johnny says it's about time somebody drove this green. It's 273. Oh, let's come out. Whoop, sorry about that. 273 it is. There he is. 3 wood. 3 wood? Thought you were right. Thought you were going for it. No. He's going for it with a 3 wood. It's raining, and I mean it's pissing. But he says he's going for it. So let's see what happens. He's gone for it. It's just leaking left. How is that on the green?
It's on the left fringe, sorry, it's not on the green.
So there we go. Apparently we've got to go for this one.
Toad 3 wood. So Phil doesn't have a 3 wood apparently,
I
so
have a 3 wood, but I have 2 balls.
2 balls and a driver.
To be fair, that's still the same ball. It's just that. Right, come on. The wind and the rain, baby.
Oh, that's on the green. That is on the green. Oh, maybe not.
No. No.
It's trying, it's trying.
Oh, tried.
Just short. Good though, just short.
Oh, sat down, 18th, there it is.
Short guys, yeah.
Any boasters, me and Tim?
Yeah.
Shall I go round there?
We're tiptoeing above the head.
I'll go round.
Yeah. Can't go much further.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh yeah. Hi.
Lovely. Thank you, everybody. I don't know where I'm sitting.
Wait for everyone to sit and then you know.
Yeah, you can do that. It certainly is, yes. You all get topped up to 5.
Yeah, yeah.
As you can see, players are making their way back for the final of Luton's GUKPT with £100,000 up top. Trevor Reardon's going to be in scene of 1, Matt Davenport in 2, Andy Back in 3, Tom Hall's going to be in 4, Kevin Allen is in 5, Charles Akadiri in 6. In 7, it's going to be Aaron Carrier, Tim Chung in 8, and Ravi is going to be in seat number 9. We are just about set for the FT. Welcome on board, everybody. If you're just tuning in, Tamer Camel was 13th, Krish was 12th, Alexandru Papazian was 11th, and Rajinder Sheena was in 10th. So we're just about to start the FT. Prize structure scrolling across the bottom, and they've all locked up. I think it's about 6,600. So let's do it. The FT in Luton. We will have a new champion in Luton. We have Trevor Reardon and Kevin Allen. There they go, there's the Chip Counts and Tim Chung. Former champions, Tom Hall's the shot one. So, Andy Back still short stack on 198, Kev Allen on 242, Ravi on 514, Aaron Kira on 519, Matt Davenport 531, Charles Akadiri 623, Tom Hall 1.1, Tim Chung 1.5, going for the big double.
It would be a big double.
The high roller and the main event. See you on the another side event last night?
Yeah, Jason won PLO and the side last night. So he said this morning, actually, I was speaking to him and Bixie, he said it'd be nice if he goes, it would be nice if I won the 2 side events and Tim won the high roller and the main. Then he went to Bixie. What about you, Bixie, this week? Oh, Bixie in the mini main.
Ooh, cutting.
Yeah, very unlucky old Bixie in the mini. Huge pot, lost aces versus jacks. 5-bet ripped. Guillaume called off with the jacks and couldn't play the jack, unfortunately, for the chip lead.
Yeah. So there we go. Trevor Reardon, chip leader. Tim Chung just behind him. We're just about to start the first hand of the final. Happy watching, everybody. Happy chat box. Here's a good chat box, and we will see you all during the day as we're going to be crowning a champion in Luton sometime later on.
Don't worry. Okay. Yeah, that's not 800. We've got 1.3.
We've just been told as well, guys, we've got 2 110 closer tickets to give away tonight.
Hey! We love giving other people's money away. We love it.
So I don't know what game we're going to play, but we will think of something. But stay tuned because there's £210 closer tickets up for grabs.
23.42 says Sam, nailed on. Well, the average stack is 50 bigs. Well, 48 to be precise. 50 bigs average stack. There's a lot of play in this final. A lot of play. Afternoon, Peter. Pete Winehouse watching on Facey.
How are we doing, Pete?
See him in Coventry for Goliath, I'm sure.
Trev has it covered by 55. I've seen that, it's fucking good.
So starting the final table at 2 PM. First flop, ace high, ace 7 jack.
Ravi with the gut shot. I'm not sure what Trev's got here. that has opened under the gun, so going to be a board that expects him to continue on almost always. Ace Jack 7 Rainbow going to be so much better for us than the defender in the big.
Might have the ace of spades. Charles and Kev, 1 and 2. What odds? They'd be pretty high, to be fair.
Yeah, Kev's second bottom in chips, I believe, so he's going to need a spin as well. Still got plenty though. I think he's got around 18 bigs or so. Maybe less than 300 there, it looks like, for Kev actually. That's a Ravi getting just under fourth one on the call here with his gut shot. Not going to continue. Wary about Trev's under the gun opening range, and that pot going the way of Trev Reardon. Takes the second one of the FT.
Kevin and Charles heads up. I think you get about 40s.
Oh, then Nigel, good afternoon. Nigel Brampton tuning in on YouTube.
Trev's looked like he had pair of fives. I think he did show, but went off. Fair enough. Cheers, Danny.
Any bets on the playoff later? Who's playing later, Tower? Is that the Wales? Oh, Wales, Ukraine.
Oh, what time do they kick off? Wales, Ukraine to get into the World Cup.
Tim, 10-9 clubs on the button. And Trevor not defending the ace in the big blind there. Maybe a bit wary about playing out of position with Tim when Tim has him covered. Oh, not anymore after he won the pot before, but it's very close between those two. Look at the stacks. So much play in this FT as always.
Absolutely.
On a GUKPT structure.
Kick-offs at 5, says the bottomless. 5 PM in Wales. Scrolling across the bottom, Magic Cobra.
So Kev all in for 15 bigs here with the pocket nines. And Aaron never going to call A7 here. With 4 players behind him. 15 big shove from Kev plus 2. This should just be hitting the muck as Aaron exposes the ace of clubs. Kev will like to see that. Block some calling range of his all in.
I should get a cab home. Get 5 yellows from you.
It'll be a busy place, well, Cardiff today at the Millennium. Yeah, 9-handed final table, 9-handed tables. GUKPT plays 9-handed day 1s, day 2. They get to about 8 tables out and they play 8-handed, and then a final table of 9. Kev Allen, Jack 10 suited. Raises to 32 with the blinds at 8-16 for the first level of the final. Yeah, we'll get rid of the 10 of 31. I think that's taken off from the... It's off the main. It was just on the prize ticker one. On the main event, what you're looking at now, it's not on at all because we obviously don't need it with 9 players left. But we'll change that. I'll get PK to wipe it off the prize pool one.
Kev opening the Jack 10 of spades and been met with a free bet from Tim in the hijack. I'm just going to let this one go. I'm not sure, Man of Straw just didn't pick up on the RFID, unfortunately. Don't know what Tim had, but probably gonna... Is that Albert?
Oi!
Albert Sapiano in the background. Where has he been?
He is back.
Ali Law. Good morning.
Good morning. We are down to the final table and it has literally just started. We are 3 hands in on the FT.
Charles opening the ace queen of clubs here, clicking it up to 32. It looks like Trev wants to call with his ducks in the cut-off.
Most of the time people say I was a marketing I'd be the worst card sheet like that ever.
Heads up between Trev and Charles, and Trev smashes the life out of it. Bottom set with the deuces. Loves to see that on a big FT. Check from Charles, and Trev probably going to just start firing away here now. Trying to build a pot with bottom set. Disappointed not to see Ali Malou at this FT. If you tune in throughout the rest of the year, I think you'll see him on one at least. One of the most decorated players on the GUKPT since it started, Ali Malou. 3 titles, 8 final tables.
The Malouster.
It's a different day.
Yeah, it's one of the more tougher ones. You've got the likes of Tim Chung, you've got the likes of Matt Davenport, Tom Hall, obviously. Spand, although he doesn't play full time, he is a very, very good player.
He is indeed.
Kev Allen, grand final winner as well. It is definitely a stacked final table we've got here. I know Ravi's a local to Luton as well, and I think he plays a very good game. So probably one of the tougher ones we've had in recent months.
Strong candidate though for that one. Being on match table.
Yeah, I am a strong candidate for that. Thank you for reminding me. Never live it down.
So how come you didn't see the ace of spades when Mitch had aces? Because he saw the king of diamonds in the middle, that's why. Because he saw the king of diamonds.
I had no time. I didn't have time to look for it. I had no time back. I got him earlier. At level like
Let's see
level
what
3.
let's see what the king on the flop looks like. We'll take that.
Used 2 timeouts against him on level 3, and then made a completely non-GTO play.
Yeah, sure.
No fouls round to Tom Hall in the small head blind on blind. We'll be shoving some hands here with Kev's particular stack size. However, 10-3 off, not going to be one of them. So we're going to take a different approach here with a trash holding. Going to just try and pressure Kev here to let his hand go when we're at our bottom of our range here, it's fine, because if we get jammed on, we got no decision, we got an easy fold. And Tom, nice little pick up there with a 10-3 off in the small. Expand our short stack, sub 10. Still got plenty of time though to find his hand and get the chips in the middle.
I use 2 time banks and then he starts talking to me and I just jam. It's totally ridiculous play. Then I had no time banks all day. Well, I was just trying to get some sort of high with it. You know me, I'm a live player, I'm a live.
Like you are.
Online kids, like Tim Chubb.
Yeah, Man of Straw says, has Charles ever won an event before? Charles got some resume, 410,000 in live earnings. Won the UK Championships in Nottingham back in 2018 for 22k. He's got cashes all over the world, well, Spain, America. So no stranger to the felt, Charles.
Cash at a time, mate.
The King 6 Deuce Rainbow is the board after Trev opens here in the low jack. And going to be a nice one for us to continue here as Trev King High, good for our range. Got some nice backdoors as well with the Ace Queen of Clubs here, and obviously can still have the best hand versus big blind defend range. However, Charles with top pair not going to be going anywhere here. Just got an easy call. Take a turn.
I want to see Trevor rise.
Well, we spoke about a double barrel candidate, and this 8 of clubs is one of the better ones here versus big blind range. Can potentially fold out some 6x and deuce x, hands like 3-5, 4-5 suited with backdoors that might have pilled once, but Trev's going to take a freebie and loves to see that on the river. Ace of Hearts rolling off, and Charles got a clear check here now once again. Trev opening low jack, going to have lots of ace x that continue this board and just give up on turn and now make the best hand. So it's value bet time. Probably going to go small here, Trev. I don't think we're going to go too large in this scenario. Try and really extract some value from some King X potentially that Charles can still have. 6x that doesn't believe us. However, it is pretty hard to get paid on this river because Charles will be aware that this ace is so much better for us than it is for himself. How many for the seniors? Over 80 last time I looked, Dave. It was over 80 in that last time I checked. So great turnout for the seniors here in Luton. And Charles in a bit of a tricky spot here. Problem is, he will know whether Trev's got it or not. He's going to fire this card, so really tough decision for Charles here, and looks like he wants to pay. And he does pay, so Trev with the ace queen going to be good. And once more cements the chip lead back in front of Tim Chung. That should take him.
What's the most you've ever lost in one day, Trevor? Divulge.
And I think when Tower gets back from a quick 5, guys, we are going to do our first giveaway of day 3. We've got 2 giveaways today, £210 closer tickets for tomorrow on the Grosvenor client. Already given away a few this weekend, and we are going to give away 2 more today, so stay tuned throughout if you want a chance of winning one of those closer seats.
Yeah, I was playing this. Well, I've got you down, and this is My hero. King of Trap.
Ace Jack of Diamonds for Matt Davenport, so going to be getting involved here, raising this one up. That makes it 33,000. Oh, we have Aaron in the big blind here with King at 6 of spades, so probably going to defend this one, getting just under 4.5 to 1 on a call. It's up to the flop. Of King 6 deuce. Top 2 pair for Aaron. Continues the run good from the last 2 days. I'm probably going to get at least one street of action here from Matt Davenport. Going to be c-betting this board high frequency, especially with 1 diamond on board. As we say, backdoor is important. All about potential cards we can double barrel on the turn. But I've got such a big hand here, like if I'm in Aaron's spot, I'm just going to be flatting this top 2 pair here versus Matt Davenport, who we should be aware is going to be continuing this board very high frequency. So just I'm going to call. Love this from Aaron. Not raising yet.
Gambling's all about responsibility.
2 of clubs on the turn, and just going to be a shutdown now from Matt on this particular turn card. Aaron going to have plenty of flushes defending out the big blind. He'll have more club combinations than us. Also, we're probably not going to fold the King X versus a double barrel, so only really targeting a 6 and then some 3-5, 4-3 suited, so on. And it probably have to be of diamonds as well, because I doubt without the backdoor flush draw they're going to be peeling. And Aaron checks and Matt snap checks behind with the ace jack, and the 2 pair is good. Surprised Aaron didn't lead on the river there. Definitely a spot we could have led for value. Probably wouldn't have got called anyway, so didn't really.
So 23 minutes into the final. Not much has changed. See in the background there, Jason and Bixie rooting for Tim. Jason's won 2 side events. Bixie got very unlucky in one of them. The Aces versus Jacks for a $1 million chip pot. Tim Chung won the high roller this week, who signed C8 and is now going for an unprecedented double in the same week. So who are you all rooting for, guys? Yeah, sometimes I can't work out the percentages at the end of every hand myself, to be fair.
I know it's pretty deep.
But if Rivalry's not got involved and not raised it up, this is just a final table and not the entire tournament.
Really depends how the first 3 hours.
Afternoon, Francis. Francis Oberdon watching on Facey.
7 million for it. FT's 40 bit. Yeah.
Oh, it's an hour.
Really?
I had to go.
Good to see you this week, as always.
Yeah, that's something I thought about that.
Yes, indeed, to the river. This is the final table. We started the day with 13, and we lost in order. Tamer Camel for 4,400, Krish for 4,800 in 12th, Alex Papazan in 11th for 5,150, and the FT bubble was Rajinder Sheena for £5,850, which leaves us with this FT. Vegas this year, yes, we're both going. I'm going on Tuesday for 15 days, and then when I come back, Jay will be off for the last 3 weeks of the World Series.
Yeah, I'll go out on the 25th, so
25th all the way through to the end, and fingers crossed he's still playing on the 18th in the same event.
imagine.
I can't be really looking forward to it.
And Uncle Andrew of Tom's watching now.
Hi, Uncle Andrew, good afternoon. Make sure you make the teas.
It's way bigger table. This is like 350. All of the GUKPTs this season did quite a bit bigger than this.
Yeah, Francis is going the same time as you, Jay.
See you there, Francis.
Absolutely.
No, it's too far.
I've got to come back and make the teas for somebody in London.
Yeah, who's it going to be? Who is it going to be in London?
It is nice. It's very nice, yeah. Cold as fuck. Yeah, all the warmest it's ever been. It's like some of these places it feels like they never not cold. You know what I mean? I know what you mean.
Yes, Ricky, I will be playing the main.
That's, yeah, I'm playing for a couple of satellites as well. Have you looked at the satellite schedule, or is it
There's
anywhere available?
one, yeah, the one, the day after I get there, there's the 5k, which I want to play, so the 5k into the 50k, there's a 5k satellite into the 50k poker players championship, so obviously it's mixed game, it's not Holden, it's a mixed event, but dream of mine to
How
play.
many games?
I think it's 5. I think it's just
a bit like horse.
Yeah, horse. I think it's basically horse. Oh, actually, I think it's 7. I think it's horse plus no limit holdings in there as well, and then one other, maybe triple draw or something like that. But
and you know them all.
Yeah, I don't know like all the mixed games. Like there's like 30 plus. There's all these different variants, but the main ones, So it would be great. That would be a dream of mine to play that tournament, and obviously 50k is a bit too much to pull up for one buy-in. So I'm going to try and win a satellite, get him for cheap potentially.
The 8 game.
No, Josh, I haven't got anything up for sale, unfortunately. They're just jumping back to the action here. It's been checked all the way down to the river, and Matt River in second pair here, and Aaron, which is king height. Yes, Zacabello, I will. I've already said that. I'm just going to jump back here because Matt's going to be in a bit of a spot. He's probably going to call here with ace jack. Can't see him folding this one. Once it goes check on the turn, and we river second pair top kicker, hearts brick out. A lot of different hands Aaron can have here. King 9 off on this occasion.
That makes the correct call.
He seems very on point with his river decisions, Matt Davenport, and once more correct decision there. But yeah, Zacabello, if I do Satty in, I am going to sell a little bit, so obviously profit for myself if I win the a seat in the satellite. I'm probably going to sell
some, it'd probably be 30-40% at face as well. It would be at face. Obviously, I'm not going to sell any markup in a 50k mixed game where I'm definitely a dog in that field, so it would be at face value. But we'll see when we get out there and how we get on. But I'd love to just be sitting there with all the best people I've watched every year in that tournament and actually sitting next to them would really be a dream.
What's the 8 game? Do you know them all? Yeah? What are they? Hold'em?
Limit.
Do you ever play pot limit?
Pot limit's basically, I play in a pot limit DC game, so yeah, it's basically all pot limit. That's the thing, I'm an absolute fish at limit because I've never really played limit games, Tower. That's the thing. I'm so
You
used to
rolled your
playing-
eyes when I said I used to play limit poker.
But it's limit. You got limit hold'em, limit PLO, limit low, limit Omaha high low.
Yeah.
Stud in there as well, stud high low. Deuce to 7 triple draw is in there. What's the other two?
Stud and stud 8.
Raz, yep, Raz is the other one. Stud high low. And then I think no limit will be in there as well. Yeah, no, Dave's put it in for us. There we are. No limit hold'em, PLO, PLO 8, stud 8, Raz, no limit, deuce to 7. And I'd say out of them 8 games, my weakest would probably be Raz because it's the least I've played. So
Is Raz the lowest 5 different cards?
yeah, worst hand.
They have a dealer's choice game in Blackpool,
Yep.
and they play reverse all sorts.
Yeah.
And you're betting with 1 card. It's crazy.
Yeah, Helmuth's meant to be the best Raz player in the world, ain't he?
Is he?
Yeah, apparently that's his best game.
All right.
Helmuth's meant to be a bit of a sicko.
Have you heard of Maltese Cross?
Yes, I've heard of
Well,
Maltese Cross.
in Blackpool they do reverse but Maltese Cross and put the
Okay.
middle card out, and everybody goes wild. I've got the best hand.
So Matt limping on the button here, and Span completing with the Jack 8 action on Tom Hall with the 7-5. Ace 8 deuce, all diamond board. How are we doing, Gary McGaffney?
There goes it.
So all diamond board here. And Span's Jack 8 actually the best here, but Tom Hall looking like he might have a stab at this, and it's going to work. Tom, we're going to get 2 better hands to fold here.
And that works.
If Mitch is watching, we all feel for you, mate. You played great.
Absolutely.
Something might change the table.
Probably the steadiest we've seen him as well, and he actually said, didn't he, he felt good.
To be honest with Josh, asking how to go about buying some action if you do, it would only be available to a certain few people that have always taken a piece over some of the bigger cash games I've played in the years, so yeah, I don't think it will be like publicly available.
I'll let you know if I play $100 comp out in Vegas.
Yeah, if you want a piece of towel,
I might sell 50%.
If you want a piece of
Or
towel,
70.
That's not what he lost it. Was that you had 7-5 of spades? I think I had 7.
I might try and play 500. That's all right.
is there any like little saties into like 500s and stuff?
I don't actually
Maybe
know.
try a little satellite tower.
Yeah.
I can't believe a word out of your mouth.
Yeah, that
You
game's
get
up.
the trip here.
That lasted 15 minutes.
Makes it 34.
No, I can't get back out for the main, unfortunately.
Here we'd have, neither of us would be here for London.
In the comms today, PK and Dave Blacklock. No, I can't make it over for the main, which is why I'm going out on Tuesday. So I'll check the schedules when they are out there. I might tweet something if I do want to play 500 or something like that. We'll see how it goes. Don't check me end of my back. You'll run a mile. it would be gambling like Towers treble. Nice one, Josh. And thank you very much.
Cheers, Josh.
Hey, Jason. Yeah, and I think Bally's have got a daily 250 as well, haven't they? I do think. And obviously, when they used to have the daily 230s in the Rio in 2019, it was 45k up top for a one-day event. I know it was a bit crapshooty because it was a one-day event, but the money up top in the daily 230s that they used to have in the Rio was just insane.
Cheers, Mick. Back to work. Working on a bank holiday weekend Sunday.
Whoa.
Be back on later. Enjoy, Mick. We'll see you later.
Yeah, it's the last one today, isn't it? Last bank holiday, everybody back to normal. It seems to have been an amazing weekend all around the country.
And Tom just showing the ace-8 of diamonds here. Kev short and effective stack size of Charles is around 27 big blinds. 26 bigs.
Don Mahoney on Facebook. Come and play the 400 seniors with me at the Golden Nugget Tower. Worst place to find ourselves if we bust. Absolutely. When is it, Dom? When actually is it? If it's when I'm there, we'll get an Uber or the bus. I usually get the deuce. Get on the bus.
So 7-8 hit off here for Tom. Gonna raise this one up. Like Charles here and now in a kind of handcuff now span sitting there with 6 big blinds. It's don't think we're going to be seeing them get involved too much or get out of line, but Charles here with the ace king is just going to rip here for 26 big blinds as he should. Tom's just going to be opening so wide in this spot, and Charles ripping over the open from Tom Hall, and Tom's going to have to let this one go.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Might get that time in a minute, might have to be eating soon.
I've got a question for you, Tal. Are we on break after this level?
That is something I don't know.
Because we usually go on break after level 22, obviously on day 3, but we had an hour in. Obviously we went to the final, had the break, and then they come back. So on the clock it would say break after level 22, but I don't know if we're going to play through to the next level, which would make more sense as we come back with 56 minutes on the clock for the FT, play a 2-hour session, then break. But we'll see. I'll probably find out. We are going to be going on break in 20 minutes time.
So James just nipped out just to find out if there is a break. Obviously we had a 25-minute break before we hit the FT.
Go on. Just a moment of hesitation now. Probably a good forward.
Oh, just looking as well, as Dominic said, that there's a big event down at the Golden Nugget. There's a $300 mystery bounty while I'm there. Ooh! That's on the 19th. Ooh! Yeah, Spand will be getting it in soon. But it's with the big blind ante in operation, he has orbits. But any 2 nice cards, and they will be in the middle. Afternoon, Yamo. We'll be playing you a lot next year. Find out when the fixtures come out in 2 weeks' time. The mighty Rotherham United on the way to Deepdale again. We'll have to have a day out. I've just found a $300 mystery bounty in the Golden Nugget while I'm there.
Oh,
oh.
There we go. Tim just choosing to flat the ace-5 suited here. Definitely could 3-bet this one, especially versus Charles, who has that stack size that we can really go after with the 2 shorties of Kevin Spand at the table. But Tim just choosing to flat and go post. Obviously we'll mix in a 3-bet some of the time, but it's not going to be always. These players will know their own frequencies and how often they're doing what in each situation. Check on the flop. Tim has picked up will draw here. And they're going to lead. Does actually have the best hand, but it's going to get Charles off the King 10 of clubs. Not much going on for him here. It's bank holiday weekend though, isn't it, Craig? That's what I said. It's
Thursday and Friday with the bank holidays.
Is there one tomorrow?
No.
No.
Thursday, Friday with the bank holidays. Saturday and Sunday was the weekend. Back to work tomorrow.
Ah, okay. There's me thinking it's bank holiday Monday tomorrow as well.
Get the hand rank.
Cut off open, ready.
Can't done that
RTA.
There will be a break after this level. I did just go and find out.
Nice one, excellent.
Only for quick 15 and then we'll be back for a full 2-hour session of the FT.
Advice for Terry Jordan. Terry says, don't have all. Terry will never fold it.
Yeah, Stockport nearly beat us in the FA Cup, you're not wrong. that were championship bound this year.
The Queen 10 of clubs for Tim makes it 32k. Trev going to defend the ace this time in the big blind. Saw earlier on Tim open button and Trev folded the ace 5. We're going to defend the ace 3 on this occasion. Now we're doing Michael Mann on Facebook. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Michael.
You see a Queen 6-6 2-spade board, and Tim mixing in a check back with top pair here with the Queen 10. But now this is probably where we're going to see him start firing, but no, checking once more with the Queen 10, trying to induce something from Trev potentially on the river. And Trev with the ace of spades here, not going to fire, and Tim now has to value bet. Just Trevor's never got a 6 or a queen here, I don't think, once he checks 3 times. Obviously need to think about what we're going to get called by, but if Trev's river to 4 here, it may look like we've got ace high, king high type holding. So Tim firing for 85k into 88. Goes pot size here with just the queen. And that's probably because of the deception factor of checking back twice. Maybe trying to look like he's trying to steal this one from Trev's perspective. Wow, and Trev's going to pay it off with ace high. And that double check working to perfection with the top pair there for Tim. And the Queen 10 of clubs is good.
Zacabello says, is the Mystery Bounty part of a series tower? So much going on, you'd would pop. You'll be running all over the Vegas. Vegas like headless chicken, yeah. Back in the day when the World Series was on, that was it. Everybody stopped for the World Series. Now everybody realises that there's thousands in town. We might as well have a series ourselves. So the Golden Nugget, the Venetian, the Win, the Aria, the MGM is now up the game as well. Everybody seems to be on the case, and there's so much choice. You will need a little plan if you've, especially if you've got like backers or you're selling action. You need a proper plan.
Cheers for that face the void. Trev did repair for, he had ace 5, he had ace 3. Effectively the same though, because Tim's going to check back like some ace 10, ace jack, ace king, so maybe just thought he had like a king higher type holding. But thanks for that. He had ace 5 in the big the time before, I thought he still had it. It was ace 3 for Trev, did catch 2 pair on the end there. Or on the turn, sorry, just watching it back. 3 on the turn. I'm probably going to be free betting this one. Versus a Tim Chung cut-off open here. Expect to see a free bet from Trev. I'm going to call here. Obviously, maybe not wanting to battle with the other big stack at the table here. And that with the ace 10 of diamonds, no need to squeeze here. We just want to call. Span and Kev Allen sitting there very short. Obviously, ladders going to be starting to get a bit more significant on the FT. Jack 6 deuce rainbow is the board. So Tim out flopping both players here with top pair. And we saw him check back top pair last time, but it's going to be mixing it in. I think three-way we're more often going to bet now. Heads up. This may be a nice little one to check again, but all about mixture, making it very difficult for your opponents to figure out where they're at. If you can have any hand in any given situation, that can be a nightmare to play against. So 25k size of choice, just south of quarter from Tim. And Trev here with the ace queen, obviously still can be ahead of a lot of hands that Tim opens for the cut off. This dry board texture is one that he is going to be continuing a lot of hands on, whether he has it or not. And that's why Trev is thinking about calling one off here with the ace queen high. But we're still ahead of like some king queen, king 10, worse ace highs, all these hands that Tim are going to open from this position. And now Matt got an easy fold with the ace 10 of diamonds once Trev comes along. Well, Trev actually raising here with the ace queen. making it 70k. Wasn't expecting to see that. Thought it was just going to be a call. I guess we blocked some ace jack and queen jack as Trev here. And we do have 2 overcasts to the board, so potential to get there the times that Tim continues. But Tim will be continuing here, just in the form of a call. Not going to be doing anything else. Nine of diamonds on the turn. So now is Trev going to continue with the barrels here. And slows down, checks it over to Tim.
Yeah, it is quicker, but from what I've been hearing,
Well, you get to go to that cage.
Check behind from Tim. Oh!
Wow, the Queen of Clubs.
The best river in the deck for Tim Chung. And the 2 chip leaders here.
Wow, that's good. There's a $250,000 in the pot. I think Trev will bet about 175.
Yeah, and dependent on sizing here, whether Tim raises or calls. The thing is, Trev's raise flop, like, he's just not going to have some king 10, 10 8. I don't think, unless it's like king 10. It has to be king 10 of spades, king 10 of clubs, because the king 10 diamonds are going to be barreling turn if they choose to raise that. So not any straights really here for Trev. So we're only really worried about deuces, sixes, but are they not just going to continue barreling turn here as Trev Reardon? Could also have queen jack himself, might have raised some top pair here, but versus this size, Tim's just going to be raising this one for value. Just thinking about what Trev's supposed to have here once he raises flop, checks turn, and now leads this river.
And the raise 275.
Yeah, this could have all been avoided, Tara, if we just free bet the ace queen, not wanting to go post versus Tim Chung out of position. We got a monster hand versus his cut off open, potentially just free bet a pre, take the pot down there. But now we're in a really tough spot. Tim's never raising worse of value. He's not going to raise like a king queen. We can't really have king queen after calling the raise on the flop, but Trev going to use some time banks for this decision, and rightly so. It's a very tough one here. And the thing is as well, what might be going through Trev's head here, the check on the turn from Tim. Like, surely if Tim's got 2 pair plus, he's going to start building the pot because we're 2 big stacks and start firing turns. So a lot of the time Tim's just going to be capped at 1 pair on the turn. So this queen has to improve in the form of 2 pairs. So it's just really queen jack for Tim a lot of the time here, and we block that with a queen in our hand,
Yeah,
and
he's made the call.
he's going to pay it off and sees the bad news. And queen jack is good for Tim Chung, up to 2.2 million, flying at the moment is Tim, on a lot of form. Already won GUKPT title this year, going for another. He has a PLO title on the tour, he has a high roller title on the tour. Some 2022 for Tim. And in about an hour and 10 minutes time, guys, we will release the free roll password. I'm assuming Tower's got it.
I've got it.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Have you got it?
Yeah, I've got it as well.
Damn, I was going to tell you guess, and you were going to try and everything.
And we've got 2 closers tickets to give away, Tower. Any ideas? Any ideas what we're going to do? This is the final table. Co Cremelli on Twitch. Co Cremel. This is the final table.
It is. Oh, and just for Don Mahoney watching on Facebook, the seniors at the Golden Nugget is too late. I won't be there. It's not until the 24th of June, so I won't be there, unfortunately. But we'll sort something out when you get there, young man.
So it folds to Trev on the button. 10-8 off here. Maybe a bit wary of opening this one because of Span's stack size. Like if we open to 32k, Span, what's he got, about 90k there and shoves, we have to call it off. So may just let the 10-8 go for that reason, and there's the fold. Just aware of stack size in the big blind, so better for us to just leave that one and get on with the next hand. And Matt with the ladies.
So if Span's got any kind of hand,
yep,
he's going to be in trouble. If he's got ace 8, ace 7, ace 9, something like that, they could be in. They are in.
Wow.
Span is in.
Ace nine of diamonds. Bit of a cooler blind on blind for this amount of bigs. But Span, the player at risk.
This blind on blind, I feel like my big
Ace nine. The last 6 bigs in the middle. Andy back in seat number 3. Ace one time. They're all rooting for you in the chat box, Span.
Oh, I hope an ace comes.
No help. Got quite a lot of runners though.
6 of diamonds.
Be nice. Well, here's a 7, so 6 now working as well. Ace or 6 needed for Span, and it's a jack of hearts.
Unlucky Andy. Andrew back. Spanned 42 online. Got himself a promo package last year. Finishing in 9th place for £6,650.
Yep, first casualty. But still a decent payday for Span.
Yeah, well done that man. After the cash dejected, you've just won £6,650. We'll know he's played well all week to get to a final in such a tough field.
I'll use it next time. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, he's busted it.
A bit of tea, milk, a little bit of milk.
So we lose one. 4 minutes and 21. You said there's a break after this level?
Yep.
Right, okay.
So we've got 4 minutes.
Is it 15 or 20? Wow. 20. Kev.
I thought Trevor called there with 9-7 off, but I don't think he's realised that Kev Allen's moved
the
all
triangle's
in.
in the middle. So.
Span's in the chat. Of course, Matt has Queen there. Nothing you can do, mate. Cooler blind on blind. You've played excellent to get to this stage, and we'll see you on another FT this year. But there's going to be a ruling needed here.
We can take it back. Is that right?
Is that? I don't know.
No, that's not right.
You can't take it back, surely.
Yeah, it's changed the action as well. I folded and now he can.
Yeah. Just going to double check that. Ant says he can take it back, but
So Kev Allen's moved all in, and Trev hasn't realised.
Trev realises it was his fault.
You have to. What I'm saying is, if they think you call, then they might. The typical rule is you can stack 32 down. That's it.
That may be true, but I may have called.
And at the same time, yeah.
So we're still waiting for a ruling. Ant gave the ruling, but I think we've gone to get Frankie, the tournament director.
I'm not trying to argue the toss.
No, I mean, at the end of the day,
Floor, please. Table 7.
Tom, I'm just glad you spoke up because I can't. Someone has to. That's the right. That's the right thing. Someone has to say something. When someone does that, stand at the rest of you to do it. I can't say.
Where is moved already?
oh, yeah.
No, I've been asked to do it. Yes, to call someone else. So, Claire is moved already? Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Resting program. I think Trev should have to put the chips in the middle that he opened.
Yep. Yeah, Trev can't take it back. Here's old Franco.
Yeah, it has to. And hopefully Frankie does give the right ruling.
Where's my cards go?
Yeah, because of not anymore. So you can't get rid of it. But you're doing the same.
Ah, the problem is that Trev's cards are in the muck. Just a mistake. Human error, that's all, Trev.
It could have been worse because if you said raise, you said raise, then
Yeah.
it's a call. Right?
Yeah. Just unfortunate that the cards have been
hold
mucked.
on to your cards.
Trev's made the error by not seeing the triangle. He's put a min raise in himself. Because the cards have been mucked, then he can't get the 32 back.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
It does, of course it does. Yeah, we've seen big events.
I've done it twice in Ireland.
Did you?
Done it twice because if any Irish Open operators are watching this, you've got green felts and green all-in triangles. It's really literally sometimes you miss it. It's literally, it's so hard to see if you're not looking at it directly. Like out of the corner of your eye, you can see a red all-in triangle.
Yeah,
but in the Irish Open, they had green felts and green triangles.
Yeah.
So you
all-in triangles should be red because it's danger.
Yeah,
it's
danger.
a danger sign.
So finally we come to the correct rule in, and Trev had to put the chips in that he put in the pot and forfeit them over to Kev Allen.
Yeah.
But it's an easy mistake. It was a mistake, just didn't see the all in and thought he was opening there from the cut-off.
Oh, Kev looks down at the books this time.
Yeah.
Trevor will be thinking that Kev Allen's picking on him.
Can he find the flat though? Can Kev find the flat? Yes he can. That's what we like to see. Kev Allen knows here, off of this stack size, this is going to be the approach we want to take with the aces here. We're sub 15, just so much better to flat. There's a lot of hands that Trev's just going to fold when we rip for our stack size. We block a lot of the call-in range, so potential to get the rest post-flop. We see that from Trev, and Kev probably happy to just go with it here. Now tower. Like we've got this extra 55k that we wouldn't have got if we shoved. Extra 3.5 bigs added to our stack.
Well, just course.
Yeah, but he is going to play Trappy, leaving around 0.6, 0.7 SPR. Oh, and it's a jack on the turn, so this could work out perfectly for Kev Allen. Trev with a quick check behind, and if this is a bricky river, which is the 10 of hearts, and it goes check check, and the aces are good. Kev didn't want a value bet, maybe thought Trev could definitely have a 10 in that spot, and Trev choosing to check behind the king jack, and the aces are good for Kev. But shoving that pre, we wouldn't have seen Kev call the ace high for 16 bigs, the king high for 16 bigs. So
is that the last hand?
Earned himself a few more chips there. Kev with the flat with the aces.
Well, that looks like the last hand to me, ladies and gentlemen. That looks like a 20-minute break. We've lost one player, Mr. Spand, Andy back. We will see you in 20
minutes. See you then, guys.
I had ace 10 super. Ace 10 at the I mean, I would have liked the call, so, I mean, maybe I've got that, but obviously I'll have to call you at 200. Correct. Yeah, correct. I mean, I would have happily took the call, obviously. I'll give it a spin. Fuck me, I'm sure.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment1, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Phil.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid, and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat. But still, $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It was quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on you know, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up, and I didn't really know much how to, you know, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, you know, can't take a week off poker. You know, I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came 5th, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale, because, you know, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously cash and tournaments, there's different, you know, levels of I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, you know, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like, also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on, you know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, you know, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like, or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career, because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible, so they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job, so I had to tell them, you know, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans, so obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he like wrote down every sort of all the money I had in every poker site, like had all my bank account details, everything, and he gave me 6 months to see how much, you know, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, you know, at the time I guess I was like 20, 21 years old, and I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, you know, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school, kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for the my first ever World Series at that point. Got smoked there, so that was a bad start because obviously, you know, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, those 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there, really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I like kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until like 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first ending mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it good at Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is?
No, I didn't. Call by accident. Was it called chips in by accident? Oh no.
Jack Queen one. I've got ace queen on the big block, small blind. I nearly 3-betting back. I'd have to make it. I would have won. Mine on the turn, check.
Now you know it. Yeah, he's a tricky player, though.
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
Sure, have they put a call out? Sure, have they put a call out? I'll come back and do it.
Are these anyone?
No, those were just left there this morning, so.
Take them. All these stacks have shrunk now. You've got the 1Ks out, like massively.
Yeah, they are. Remember back in the day, like the World Series, they just have fucking pissed off. I love back in the day when you're building them up. It's fucking amazing. I miss that. Yeah, building pyramids and shit, looking over and picking them up.
I always remember Denman was like deep in some. There was like 3,200. It was like 3,200. It wasn't a strip. It was like casino, like
So players are back. Here we go.
Denman had like
Second session of the final. Andy back spanned the only person missing. Eliminated in 9th.
Yeah, nice 2 hours for everyone now. 2 hours straight through until the next break. And we are having a giveaway this session. Got £110 close-up seat to give away.
What are we going to do?
I think we're going to do Tower Thinks today, as it was my one yesterday.
Oh no!
I've got a question lined up.
Time to embarrass myself again.
Blue Rose intake, first hand of this session.
it's up to us.
No, does he think it's dinner break?
Oh right. Oh shit. Yeah.
In the big line.
Who's missing? Who's missing in 7?
Aaron.
Ah.
He's going to miss his big blind.
Yep.
Frankie, can we call for a player then if he's not sat? The gentleman's not sat, is there a chance we can call for him? Sorry, gentleman's not sat, is he here? Aaron. Yeah. Aaron, yeah. Aaron. Yeah, so we can call for him or something. Thank you.
There's a Tim. Vulture Tower, the big
Tim
blind's
and
not
Tom.
there. The big blind's not there, so under the gun, 7-5 off, why not?
I thought Tom might have had a call there.
Yeah, Tim having him covered, maybe just not wanting to get involved. Tom, ICM implications, obviously. Tom will probably be the most clued up on ranges when the ICM factor is involved. Been here many a time, live and online, big final tables, playing for lots of money. And raise and take there for Tim with the 7-5 off. Wouldn't have seen him open that, I don't think, if Aaron was in the big blind, but Tim thrives on the opportunity to win some free chips. How are you doing, Matt Jones on YouTube? Really enjoying the live stream, guys. Hoping to get back out playing soon.
Be nice to see you at the tables, Matthew. Next event actually is London. There it is. Wednesday the 22nd of June, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday is the midi. Then we've got the mini. Then we've got the high roller, PLO, cash outs, and all the side events going along with it.
It's a really nice festival. Looks like a really good one, Tal, with all those events.
Well, the turbo's on again on the Saturday, and then the PLO high roller, and then the seniors and the 300 to finish.
Got the 10s for Trev, raises to 45. Raise and take, Tim not defending the Queen 7.
Yeah, the second weekend is the high roller of the PLO. Sure, we'll see Gary McGaffney there. Did Cully play this one? I don't think he did.
No, he didn't.
He did not.
He's probably in Vegas, to be honest, Cully, hasn't he?
Yeah, I was surprised that he didn't go with the Jack 10 suited, but like Jay said, maybe he didn't want to tangle with the chip leader.
Yeah. To be honest, Andrew, it's probably down to ICM. Like I said, Tom's going to be a lot more clued up in these spots than I am, like calling ranges versus EP opens, maybe Jack 10 suit, it's just a pip out. But I personally would have peeled, but I'm sure Tom's studied these spots and is aware of the continue range that he should be moving forward with. One of the best, Tom Hall. How are we doing? Dan Wilcox. I'm a new player, so I'm loving watching more experienced players and the hands they play. It's the other thing about this stream, not only do we get to watch the FT, we get to learn a lot as well.
In. Put the small blind under pressure, the big blind under pressure.
Well, we haven't seen Ravi play a hand yet on the FT, have we?
Not one.
He's just been sitting there quietly, Ravi. Card distribution been at the bottom end for him, unfortunately. Not when you want to go card there, the big FT, but as we always say in them situations, you can't do anything but fold, fold, fold. It's the only option we have. Not just going to get reckless, start playing any two.
Just back to London, where was the bounty?
The bounty?
I thought we had a mystery bounty
on the first Saturday.
Ah,
there it is.
There it is. The 25th of June.
3:30
mystery bounty for the first time during the festival. £330 in. And it's there, the 25th of June, a mystery bounty. Thought I'd seen one. All over 1990, said the bounty being taken out. The first Saturday is a mystery bounty, £330 in.
A6 of diamonds for Kev here, off of 18 bigs, just sub out the way. Tim going to be opening so wide here on the button here, Tower.
Yeah.
Once folded to him with the chip lead. King 10 off. Raises to 40. And ace 3 here for Ravi in the small. Probably just happy to let this one go. We'll be aware Tim's opening really wide, but we are going to take a spot for 16 bigs there, prefer at least a suited wheel ace rather than the offsuit. We've still got plenty of time on this structure to find our hand and our spot. Do 7-6 off here for Tim.
What's Tim had in his tee at the break?
Well, no, to be honest, he's got the chip lead now, and this is what we like to see when someone's got all the chips and you've got a few smaller stack sizes here. You're going to be opening a lot wider, but Ravi's finally going to make a stand here with the old ace blocker in there for 16 bigs. and it's going to get through. Be a quick fold from Tim.
Next to the lines and the antes.
Right, in 2 minutes time, guys. Now that a lot of you have tuned back in after the break, we are going to do the first giveaway of the day. £110 closer ticket up for grabs. I'm going to ask Tower the question. He will answer, and then we'll give you till 22 to get your guesses in.
Can you give me a clue?
It's quite an easy one, to be fair. It's not like the Rubik's Cube. I reckon you won't be too far off.
There we go. We're doing a Tower Thinks.
Yeah, so it's actually Ravi that's opened here, guys. Slight graphic error. There we go. Quick correction from our action tracker. Ravi opening the King 10 of Hearts here in the cut-off. And Trev here with the Ace-3 of Clubs. Might be thinking about coming along. It does make the call for 40k. But versus Ravi stack size here, we could potentially 3-bet just over 2.5x. Pressure in his cut-off opening range, meaning that he's not going to be able to flat his 4-bet rip or fold, cut-off versus button, but Trev's just going to take the more passive approach here and call with position. That's going to bring Tom Hall into the pot with the Jack 9 of clubs.
Yes, 8-3, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, so Trev smashes the life out of this one, top and bottom. Ravi still going to continue though. Ace high, better for us as the opener. Definitely some backdoors as well with the King 10 of Hearts. So 35 into 150 from Ravi, so just over 20% pot here. Trev not going anywhere with the Ace-3, just going to call with position. And Tom's out of the way with the Jack 9.
Seven of spades on the turn.
Yeah, it's not a good card for Ravi. Don't pick up any extra equity here. Can be drawing dead against an ace now. So probably this is going to be white flag time. And we're just going to give up on the pot and check over the Trev and fold when he bets, or if he bets, which he will be doing with 2 pair. Check from Ravi. And Trev straight in with a bet. Doesn't need the 30 seconds on the clock, and it should be a quick fold from Ravi, as it is. So we're ready, guys. We are ready to go for the giveaway. So rules, you should all know them by now. It's Tower Thinks. You're looking for Tower's answer, not the correct answer. Closest to Tower's answer will win themselves a £110 closer ticket. He's got a bit of paper to write down the answer on. We're going to give you 10 minutes to get your guesses in by 22. Closest to this man's guess is going to win themselves a £110 closer ticket. No double guesses. If you guess twice, you will be disqualified and you will not be able to win. So nice easy one, Tower, because it's
7.
Because it's the final table.
Don't guess before I tell you to, because I've not wrote it down
yet. He's got to
yet.
think and then write it down. So we'll tell you when to
take at least an hour.
So the question, Tower.
Yes.
There's 8 players remaining on the final table.
Yes.
Combined.
Yes.
On Hendon Mob, what are the live earnings of these 8 players combined?
Hey, my heck. Right, here we go. I'm going to quickly run round. I'll go.
No answers yet, guys.
Right, here we go. Here we go. Are we in dollars? Because he's normally in dollars.
We'll go dollars.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay, right, Towers wrote his
I've had a squiggle. I've had a squiggle
on this piece of paper here. Get your guesses in. Of the 8 players remaining, what is the combined total earnings? You're looking for Tower's answer, not the right answer. Guesses until 22. Get your guesses in, guys. Good luck.
Go, go, go. Woo, woo, woo. Right, yeah, you get them guesses coming quick. I like that. Tower thinks.
The chat box going mad. I forget it's the final. We got hundreds and hundreds watching.
Woo! So, what does Tower think?
What does he think?
What does Tower think the combined earnings of the table are on the end of mob? Ooh-hoo-hoo! And don't forget, I only had 15 seconds to write my answer down. Not try and work it out correctly or what I thought. So don't forget, it's what I think and not what the correct answer is. If you want to Google all the 8 people.
Not always, but that wraps it up. Yeah.
Don't tell me you know the exact answer.
No, I don't. So I'll be honest. Yeah, I do not know the exact answer.
So if somebody wants to actually go through the end of mob and go through the 8 players that are remaining, it's pointless.
So you got till 22 to get the guesses in. Just going to cover this hand because Ravi's probably going to shove here. Oh, actually, maybe not with fairly EP here, but he's still going to take it. Tim opening +1, just seeing the positions. Ravi's still going to move in here, knowing how wide Tim's going to be opening and just setting the dynamic as well. Maybe Tim might have to tighten up as Ravi keeps going for the reshoves here. Just may have to adjust a little and maybe start opening a couple of pips tighter for Tim. But Ravi gets that one through once more.
So, thanks for all your guesses, guys. We've got about 9 minutes. How long do we give them?
I gave them till 22.
22, so 5 minutes to get your guess in. What does Tower think the total earnings of all players are on the final 8 that are at the table on the end of mob? And Jay doesn't know the answer, but it's not the correct answer that matters, it's what I actually think.
Pocket 5s for Tom in the cut off here. Going to be opening. Well, looking at stack sizes here, might even think about limping this one potentially. The pocket 5s, but is going to decide to. What I'm guessing is an effective shove of the stacks behind. That looks fairly chunky. Raises to 240. Yeah, so just an effective shove here from Tom in the cut off. Obviously going to be calling off any all-ins behind and gets Kev out of the way with the King, Queen, Hearts. Charles is going to do the same. Okay, so all these 3 players, 21 big blinds is the biggest stack, so this makes sense from Tom. Could just open rip the 5s here as well. So guys, nearly there. 4 minutes to get your guesses in. Good luck if you are participating in Tower Thinks. £110 closer up for grabs, but if you do miss out on this occasion, we are going to give another one away next session, so will be another chance. PKR Par, the question is, of the 8 players remaining at the FT, what are the combined total live earnings on the Hendon mob? And it's Tower's guess that we are looking for.
Tower thinks and not the exact answer. If anybody wants to tell us the exact answer, feel free.
I can't even see a colour. Like, I can't tell red or black with this one. Yeah.
No pocket sevens for Kev in the cut-off here. In they go. 14 bigs. And Aaron here, ace-8 off, just a bit too low down to be calling. Is in a flip situation, we can see, but going to have to let this one go. Don't think Kev going to be showing ace-7 off, ace-6 off, these type of holdings. Might have some suited wheel aces in there, but expect Aaron to get out of the way with this one. Tim's already on the wine tower, as we can see, sipping the red.
Celebrating another final.
And 2 quick folds, gets that one through.
2 minutes to go. If you fancy a guess what Tower thinks the combined earnings of all the players around the table in dollars. Good afternoon, everybody who's watching, tuning in, watching the live stream of the final here in Luton.
Get what you wish for.
This is the coup.
Hang on a minute.
This is the coup.
I can't believe you said that as a bet.
Last 1 minute
He's out
while
of
we
it.
check,
Tens are in the
and then
bin.
we'll give you the final person to guess.
You ain't getting me, lad.
I think this is going to be the last hand before we reveal the winner. Tim blind on blind here versus Ravi, just sets him in. Tim with a queen jack, Ravi effective stack of sub 20 bigs. So Tim shoving here, and Ravi not going to call this one off with the king 8. Obviously knows that Tim's probably shoving a large proportion of hands here, but I think king 8 off is just going to be a bit too optimistic to be making the call. He's going to use a time bank though here, Ravi. Obviously now we've got a situation where Ravi, Aaron, Charles, Kev Allen are all sitting there on the same sort of stack. So we got the actual answer. PK's just done it for us.
Has he really?
$6,961,780 is the actual answer.
Oops.
So if you got that right, congratulations. You don't win nothing, but congratulations.
Is that it?
That is it.
The last hand?
So, here we are.
Daslow 1.42 million is the last guess. So, the question was, combined earnings of all the players around the table. I went for Tom at... Oh no, 10 seconds. Here we go, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. Josh has just got his guessing. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Josh is the last guess. No more. We're closed. Josh is the last guess. No more. No more anymore. No more anymore. Rush, you're late, and you're wrong. Rush, you're late, and you're wrong. Okay, there we go. There we go. It wasn't that far. I wasn't that. I didn't think these end players were any good. So I went for Tom Hall at about 2 million. Tim Chung for about 1 million. Oh, Tom's got 2.8. So that's nearly 3. And then I went 1 million for Tim, and then I went. Kev's got $500,000, and then I thought the rest are rubbish.
I'll tell you in a second.
So there we go. That's what I thought. I didn't mean rubbish.
Same
you know what I mean?
just happened.
I didn't mean rubbish. You know what I mean.
Right.
But
what was the answer, Tower?
So actually, the Tower put 4. I tried writing the notes,
and then he realised they wouldn't fit.
So I might as well stick mil. So I put 4.75 million.
And this is unreal, Tower. We've got a 5-way tie.
5?
Joe Field, 4.8 million. Phil Coffrard, 4.8 million. Will Robya, 4.8 million. Smudger on Twitch, 4.7 million. And We Hit Tyres on YouTube 4.8 million. So we got a 5-way tie. What I was going to do, because there's 6 sides on the Rubik's Cube, I was going to get you all to guess a colour and roll the Rubik's Cube, but as I was literally looked over there, PK's done this with it. Yeah, that's why I was laughing.
Well, you got 2 minutes to do it then.
Right, I'll quickly do this. We'll concentrate on the final table, but stay tuned. Joe Phil Coffard, Will Rob ya.
We're going to pick you a colour very shortly.
And we hit tyres, and then we're going to ask you all to pick one of 6 colours, and then we will roll the Rubik's Cube, and then we will get on with the giveaway.
No, you might as well leave the camera on and carry on doing it. That's all. That's what you should.
They can't see it though.
Is it 6 or 5? It's a 5-way tie.
Yeah, 5-way tie.
6 sides.
I know. So
if it's my colour, do I win?
No, we'll roll it again. That's what I'm saying. We'll roll it again if it's a different colour. But we'll.
PK, while he was thinking of doing it, PK was doing this with Rubik's Cube.
So we will be giving it away very soon. But all the 5 names I just mentioned, please stay tuned. We're going to ask each of you to pick a colour individually, and then we'll roll the cube.
Yeah.
And whoever gets it right will get the 110. And what I will do as well, the other 4 will throw you a £30 token anyway, so you're guaranteed something.
So we hit tyres. We need a colour. Joe Field, we need to know the colours.
Right, so you got blue, red, pink, white, and green and yellow. So all put a colour in each. If whoever's in first, you get that colour.
Joe, white for me says we hit tyres.
Right, so white's gone. Joe Field's red. Red's gone.
White. Joe Field is red. Green for Smuddia. Green. So we need Will Rob ya and Phil Coulthard to have a guess.
Couple of minutes.
Blue
guys.
for Phil. What we got left? We've got red, white, blue and green gone. We've got orange or yellow.
Or pink.
Orange, yellow or pink. We've got white, red, which is orange.
Yep. Just going to jump back to the action here, guys. While
Trev's got the boots.
Because we've got aces on the FT. We'll turn that off for a second just while I fix this.
Trev's got the boots. And he's raising on the button to 65,000. And that is a winner for Trev. So we need Will. We got pink. We've got pink for Will. So the only... So we've got white, green. So we've got We Fit tyres on white. We've got Joe Field on red. We've got Phil on blue. We've got Will on pink and Smudger on green. And there'll be a roll-off very shortly. Thanks for having a guess, everybody.
We've got another one, if you missed out.
Well, I feel like giving it Catherine Watson. I think she guessed about £100,000 in total. I feel like the booby prize. Watching on Facebook is Catherine. There's some twiddling going on in the background.
I'm done. I ain't done.
So Tim 2.2. Unbelievable.
Right. Have we got all the colours?
I did it. I've done it and done even like I'd be fist pumping and everything. Right, we've got the colours. We've got We Fit tyres on white.
Yep.
Joe on red. Phil on blue. Will on pink and Smudger on green.
Okay.
So
how are we going to? Where are we going to roll this? Because the camera's not going to be able to see it, are they? Have we got like? Trying to think what we could roll it onto the camera. I'm trying to pass a box, PK. We'll roll it on top of the box. If you want to hold the box there. There we are. That is perfect.
6.9 million was the proper earnings.
Right.
6.9 million.
Close my eyes as well, so there's no.
Johnny Scott says, "Well done, Jay. That was 1 minute 59."
Right, you ready?
Ready.
It's the top side as well, guys, not the side facing the camera.
Green.
Who's that?
It is Smudger.
Smudger.
There you go, you can have that.
Smudger is the winner. Back to the final table. Right, Smudger, can you please give me your alias? Joe Field, alias, and everyone else, alias for the £30 token. Smudger's going to get a 110. Joe, Phil, will rob you, and we hit tyres. We're going to give you a £30 token. So if all you guys could just post in the chat your online alias, and if you did miss out on this occasion, we are going to give another one away next session.
Awesome, it's great giving other people's money away. I love it. Well done, Smudger. Just send all your details, please. Everybody who was in the roll off, send us your.
I did have a 7-8.
We'll rob you. Here's a jam sandwich.
Jam sandwich.
Yeah.
And we'll send the notes and we'll get your tokens sent to you from tomorrow. Phil Coulthard is Pipco. Cheers, guys. Thanks for getting involved. 10:20 of the blinds. We are on 8.
Not for me, I've only got one move.
My guess was 4.75 million. I thought Tom only had about 2 million earnings in live, but he had more. He's put me out by $1 million, so that would have been 575, but I'd still been wrong. Rabbit jams his 4-7 to his 6s, gets no action from Tim. And Gas says 1-0 Solihull in the playoff to get into the League 2 after 45 minutes. Grimsby should have had a penalty, but no VAR. Why is there no VAR? It'll obviously be played at Wembley or somewhere.
No. Since I've been here, it's been like 80%.
Yeah, it's fantastic. 48 big blinds average stack for the final table, so 50 bigs average stack at this moment in time. Lines are 10-20. 6.9 million there was in real earnings for these guys. 6.9 mil. And I guess 4.75. Giving them a bit of discredit, these great poker players.
I'm just waiting on Joe Field, and then I've got everyone else in. Just Joe, I'm waiting on his alias.
Joe, send us your alias, please, so we can send you a £30 token. Shotgun Red. I don't know if that's his guess.
No, that's.
Oh right, you're Red. Right, got you.
Yeah, I know. It's just,
do you need a £30 token, Joe? Playing 5Ks nowadays. Do you really need it? Can we not give it someone else?
Vegas, I get a few opportunities.
So Matt Davenport finds the boots on the FT. They've been out a couple of times, the old aces, on this final table. Matt just continuing on the King 3-3 rainbow board here. And Tim not insta-folding here, but there is the fold.
Well, tell us your alias, Joe, and we'll send it on.
It's like cycling. Like going to Barcelona and just chilling, cruising around on a bike. I love doing that. You going next week? I might, probably not.
You go on your own, on the bike?
Yeah. I looked at hotels. Minimum 200 a night. It's cheaper than your Luton one though, so you should probably consider it. Yeah, true. Like Barcelona is more expensive than Luton. Barcelona's more expensive than Vegas. You're gonna find Luton's more expensive than Barcelona. Luton more expensive than London.
And guys, just to let you know, they won't be in straight away. They will all be in your account at some point tomorrow. I've already let Head of Online know I'm going to be sending him a few names and need some tokens, so they will all be in your account tomorrow before the closing starts. Ace 10 for Matt, under the gun +1. Just a quick count of his chips before he decides whether to open or not. I'm just going to raise this one up.
I think it would be rubbish. So I'd be like, minimum 4-star, minimum air conditioning.
Need aircon
near the venue, so
Much appreciated. Great guest tower, great guest. Inside Towers Ed, 5 of you were. Absolutely. Just raise and take there from Matt Davenport. Rather not defending with the ace deuce in the big. Too likely to be in a dominated spot versus the EP open from Matt. Wait.
He was saving £2 on parking by walking 2 miles.
do try to find some cheap electricity and parking spots. But not the extra walking. A little bit. More extra driving to find it.
Of course I can. RFM, they are coming across the bottom of your screen now. The payouts.
2 hours. Strong. I don't like getting ripped off.
Tuck, you just having a second a little scroll up because I've got a little stewards here from
no.
Neil Gykes. Just see if you can find his answer on Facebook.
Neil Jilks. Neil Jilks.
If you go up.
Oh, Neil, orange peel. When will I ever see you again? Hello, Rick. You're still green anyway. Neil, might have to give him a £30 token if I've missed one. I don't mean to miss anything. I'm still scrolling. Still scrolling. Sam, Big Sam was close as well.
6 of clubs on the turn. My tower has a look at that for you, Neil. Going to pick up action here. Tim calling with a king jack with position after Charles c-bet for 30k into 130. Charles choosing just south of third, and now checks this one over to Tim. And as the caller here on the button, Tim, this is going to be a bit better card for us. This 6, and the board's probably a little bit more favourable for us now with the. Tim does fire, and he's going to get the better hand to fold. Quick fold from Charles. Tim takes another one with the worst of it.
No token, unfortunately, Neil. It was green. It was green. Green.
I think the red side might have been facing the camera. That's why he might have got confused.
Yeah. Well done, everybody. Well done, everybody. We're still on 8 on the feature. The final table here in Luton.
It's a good thing. It's an experience, as well.
The seniors is going on.
And that's the sort of thing I like doing, not like when
Neil Jults meant green.
Right, back to the action. Tom just folding the 6s. EP under the gun, and Kev here, ace-3 suited here, off of 14 bigs. He's out the way. Leaves room for Charles to open here with a king jack, making it 40k to go. And Matt in the big blind, Jack 7 suited here, 4.5 to 1 on the call. Happy to defend, I expect. And a board of ace 10 deuce rainbow here. And this is Charles's board that he's just going to want to continue almost always with this particular holding. Equity to the nuts in form of a queen, and we're going to fold out a lot of hands of Matt that defends out the big blind here. But Matt not insta folded here. We do have some nice backdoors. Is he thinking about potential check raise here with the Jack 7 suited? No, out the way. Tom Hall's got about 50 bigs there, but the problem is with all these stacks here, like you got Matt, Ravi, Charles, Aaron, you've got 5 stacks at the table that are fairly short, just sub 25 bigs, and Tom's sitting with 50 bigs there, like doesn't really want to get involved too much, because if we flick the payouts across the bottom of your screen here now, let's see the difference between 3rd place and 8th place, and sitting there 3 of 8 at the moment, Tom Hall. If we can wait for 3-4 opponents to bust, we're going to lock ourselves up a lot of money rather than opening a small pocket pair, potentially getting involved and potentially getting busted by someone that has us covered. So Tom's range is just going to be a lot tighter off of his stack size.
No, I'm saying I've been to Sydney, but only
get mixed reviews.
And Rabbit, ace 10 of clubs, opens to 40k. Into the big blind of Tom Hall. So you see at the moment, Tom's got 8k locks per potential for a 40 bag if we can outlast the 5 short stacks. And we've got double the chips of 4 of 8 and we're 3 of 8. So we're in that situation here as Tom that we're not going to want to get ourselves into too many dicey spots. Has the password for the free roll been given out?
Not yet.
Yeah, we're going to give that out soon, I think. 32k, the difference, 40k and third. There we go. It was 40,000 something. So yeah, worth like a lot of money potentially to just outlast the short stacks. Obviously, dynamic changes. If a couple double, then things get different. But the way the stack sizes are at the moment, the fact that we have double the chips of 4 of 8 and we're 3 of 8, and then you've got Big TR and Tim right at the top of the back. Looking like it could be a late one. It could, Mark.
Absolutely. Quality of the field, 50 bigs average stack. It ain't going to be done at 6.
Plus you're up loads. You're up loads, right? So why are they...
And Mike Pantelli on the route for Jeff. Yeah, I'll get that sorted actually. I mentioned that to Picky. For some reason when we bring up the prize ticker, the player count comes up top right of the screen. I'll see if I can get that removed, guys.
I'll do the same.
Yeah, no, I was getting talked. Now they're like asking for my thing. You know, when they actually were put back.
Let's see if that works. I hope I haven't broke anything. There we are.
How have you done that? I'll tell you what. Go tell PK I'm on holiday.
Learning tower, learning. 7-8 suited here for Tim. Makes it 40.
Xander Arnold. Hiya Xander, how are we doing?
Wasn't that Ray Parlour, the Romford Pele?
The Romford Pele. Kev Allen.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense. Like,
All his family are amazing footballers.
If you're going to police like X, Y, and Z,
8, 4, 6, 2 diamonds.
A nice flop for Tim here in terms of hand, but in terms of range, supposed to be slightly better for the big blind, especially when we open +1 as well. Charles can have some flop straights, 2 pair combinations here, but with our particular hand here, Tim just happy to fire and gets a fold from Charles.
to me, this was like the turn where music kind of went bad. It's what makes it look era. Yeah, thanks.
So 8 left. Spanned, eliminated nearly 2 hours ago. Trevor Reardon in 1, Matt Davenport in 2, Tom Hall in 4. Kevin Allen in 5. Charles Akadiri in 6. Aaron Kira in 7. Tim Chung and Ravi sat in seat number 9. £6,650 for Spanned in 9th.
17 minutes until the blinds go up. You see at the top of your screen there.
Yeah, top screen, 17 minutes, 8 seconds.
We are playing for £100,000, 6 figures up top. Great turnout from everyone for this Luton leg. Wow, Trev. Jack 10 off, free betting the +1 open here. Of Ravi.
We should make the call, Ravi.
Well, off this stack size tower, it's a pretty awkward one here with King, Queen of Spades. Out of position as well. I'd probably fold, to be honest with you. There's Ravi here, and Ravi does fold. So Trev there just maybe using his image a little and free betting the Jack 10 off. And Ravi's actually got a really nice size stack to attack as well, 25 bigs. Like I say, free betting these stack sizes. Good stacks to attack, put them in that area. They're not going to be wanting to peel out of position. It's either usually going to be 4-bet rip or fold, and most of the time we do get the fold. Slight blocker effect as well with the Jack and 10 for a tiny bit of removal, but fair play to Trevor in and there. Six-five spades for Trev under the gun, opens 3 point, just under 3x, 2.75. Trev starting to open up a little here, raising into the big blind of Tim with the ace-jack, who's never folding this one. Just going to call though, no need to free bet here. Obviously you still need to be wary about early position opening range. Tim flops 2 pair on ace king jack here, and Trev going to be c-betting this board with our particular hand here almost always, just trying to take one down here, and goes pot size as well here on the ace king jack rainbow. Close to at least 115 into 140, so size is big here. Won the flop Trev, and Tim's just got an easy call here with the ace jack. See a turn, which is the 4 of spades. Trev,
yeah, you should go check.
Just giving up now.
Yeah, absolutely.
7 of clubs on the river.
Tim will lead.
Yeah, Tim here just hoping that Trev's got like an ace-x that bet flop, check back turn, and potentially get value from that. Even maybe some king, queen, king 10 in there. So Tim will make the assumption that Trev's gonna fire turns any hand that we're behind to, so we don't actually lose to anything other than pocket 7s on the end as Tim. So very nice position to be in for us. And Trevor, as we can see, with 6 high, never putting another penny in. Tim just value bets, quick fold from Trev Reardon. Both Trev and Tim champions in 2022. Tim winning the first leg of the year in London, and Trev winning leg 3 in Manchester. So both of them going for a second title, and we're not even halfway through the season yet.
True, yeah, true. No, but I could see some people getting annoyed by like high pitches. Yeah. So.
I think the free roll's 8 o'clock. It has been for the last couple. Try getting it changed till 6, but I can't open the client, so it's not on the works laptop. So I think it's 8. Try getting it changed to 6, but I still think it's 8 o'clock. I'm going to play the seniors. Have a quick butchers on the app to give you a bit of information. $95. Good turnout. 95 in the seniors.
Raise and take.
And the bounty started with 45. So 145 players playing in the room, and the main event of 8. Very nice indeed.
I'm Gasky. Yes, this is the final table. And free roll does start at 8 o'clock. Can confirm. Should we give the password out for that now, Tao? What we said 4 o'clock actually, it's gone for.
Oh my days, what is the password?
The password,
yes,
for the free roll,
yes,
and perfect timing because Mick the Mod's just arrived back from work. How are you doing, Mick?
That's what we're waiting for.
Yeah, so you can put the password in the commands. The password for today's free roll is TY Luton.
Yeah, you thought you'd have been GUKPT Loot or something like that.
All capitals TY Luton. So thank you, Luton. That is the password. I'll fire it in the chat for the free roll. Good luck if you're playing that at 8 o'clock. TY Luton.
Good luck, everybody. Tickets for the closer. Free roll on later. TY Luton. Closer on tomorrow. £110 token to the winner. And we'll give one more away during the final. Who did everybody bet on this morning? Did anybody have a little flutter? Tom Hall was 5-2 favourite. Tim Chung was 9-2.
I reckon Kev would have had a bit of money on him as well, so he was quite a nice price, I think.
Yeah, he was short stack, wasn't he?
Yeah. Random line between Matt and Tom Hall. Jack 5 off for Matt, walk for Tom Hall. Didn't even look at his hand.
Not too sure if it's uppercase or lowercase, Mick the Mod. Somebody will have to tell us.
I got it sent to me in uppercase, but yeah, it's probably...
We did. There's free roll on Grosvenor Poker on the online client. I think it starts at 8 PM.
Yeah, if you win it, you get £110 closer seat for tomorrow.
That's £250 in tokens to give away. It's all uppercase. Thank you very much. All in capitals. TY Luton. Thank you, Luton.
I think it's a bit like, put it this way, I'm 170 points behind him, and you need to win like a G400 to get 30 points. And you get 20 points a second.
It's very
I'm sorting it out on my phone, says Mick. No rush, Mick. Everyone can ask you, they want the password. TY Luton, all uppercase.
I'm not sure if it's included high roll. Didn't get much points.
So he's only had a fiver on Tim.
Only 65 runners.
Good luck, good luck.
Can you take winnings from Vegas in cash? How much can you fly with home with maximum? Do you know that?
10k.
10k?
Yeah. Don't take any more than 10k in cash with you, or 10k back with you. They don't like it. They ask questions. $10,000 is the most you can carry on you at any one time. You can take more. You just have to declare it and then fill forms in.
No one likes
Stick
that.
to 10k.
Yeah.
Stick to 10k or less.
I've been told as well, best way to do it is get a, well that's what I've done, open up a Monzo account apparently, which is buy into all the tournaments on your card.
Monzo or Revolut.
Yeah, you get the best rate and no charges or anything like no
Monzo or
charges.
Revolut, definitely the best way to go about it. If you have more than $10,000 on you, you do have to fill forms in and it does take time. And everywhere you go in Vegas, you can pay by card. Beep. Pay by card. Beep. Karen Lowry says, if I had 10k in my pocket, I'd have somebody else's trousers on. Oh, nice one, Karen. Good luck when you go and play Blackpool. You're going to play the Blackpool deep stack and you're going to register herself for the Grosvenor and make sure she's got a card when she comes down to Goliath in the end of August.
And Tim going thin. I think that Trevor's just going to continue firing three-way with some Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack on this turn. So going to value bet here with his Queen 10, and Trev's going to pay it off with the 8s, and very nice there from Tim. Nice bit of value from him on the river. And Trevor calls it off with the 8s, and Tim firing 2.7 million chips for Tim Chung. There is 6.4 million chips in play. So Tim now with well over a third of the chips in play for this final table, so going to be big favourite if there was a live book on this. Tim got mauled for folding kings a few weeks ago, then he just double FTs for the haters. Well, he didn't just double FT, he won the high roller, didn't he? It wasn't even just an FT, he scooped it, and like I say, going to be favourite to scoop this one as well. That's the thing, like, you can be a great player, but you're always going to make mistakes. Human beings, like, even the best are prone to a misstep once in a while. It's as simple as that. No matter how good you are, you can't play perfectly all the time. You will make mistakes, it's part of the game, and it's just how you adjust after making the mistakes. So kings for Ravi, the hand he's been waiting for. Miguel, yes, this is the final table. We have 8 players remaining. Ravi makes it 45k, and Trev's in with the 6s. And that ace 10 out the way in the cut-off. And Tom Hall, Jack 4 going to hit the muck. Charles 5-3 off, not defending in the big, so heads up between Ravi and Trev here.
Five Queen 2, 2 downs.
Nice flop for Ravi here, especially versus the calling range and the hijacker Trev. Trev can have plenty of Queen X here. So as Ravi, we're going to check this one over to Trev, not choosing to continue. Might be thinking about the old check raise, all in, and there's the triangle, all in. And a quick fold from Trev with the 6s, so nice check from Ravi, potentially got a little bit of value he wouldn't have got otherwise. Yeah, Tim Gier has been incredible. He has had an unbelievable 2022, Tim Chung. Just some of the results that he's had this year. Chopped the G400 for 27k a couple of weeks ago at the Vic. He won Manchester. He won London first leg of the year for 185,000. Won the high roller earlier on this week for 35. He come third in the 330 GUKPT side event in London. He come 12th in Manchester. That was the day he folded the Kings. So it's been some year for Tim so far, approaching 300k in earnings for the year.
Yeah, spanned Andy back, the only person out on the final table so far. Came 9th for £6,650. His final 6 blinds in the middle. Scrolling across the bottom was the payouts, and 9th was Andy back. Jack 8-5.
Yeah, so Aaron donking into Tim here with the Jack 6 after flopping top pair, and Tim calls with the 5.
Queen on the river. Oh, it's checked.
And Tim just sitting here with ace high. And like I say a lot, when we see it donking, a lot of the time it's just always capped at one pair. So Tim might go for it here, potentially tower. Could see a large sizing from Tim. Really trying to apply some pressure to the one pair holdings of Aaron. And fires for 95k, and Aaron makes the quick call, and Tim just the 5. Aaron's Jack 6 is good. Chose to defend that one in the big blind. I think Aaron is our youngest at the final table. He's only ever had one live cash for just over $1,000. That's Aaron Kerr in seat 7.
Line's just about to go up. Or is it a break?
No, it's
blind.
Blinds up, yep. Got a while to break. I might go on the tea run quickly, Tara, in a second. Go get a cup of tea. Fancy one?
A tea? I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. Ace 2 3 flop. Checkity check. 2 on the turn. First player wins. And Aaron 585,000. Holding his own on this final table. The blinds are up. Lost 1 on the final table so far, and that was Andy Back, the Spand, who might jump into the side event.
All in call, table 7.
All in and a call, table 7. Kevin's all in with ace jack, got a chance to double. He only needs to fade a king. And there we go, flops the ace. No club redraw, where 10 is now the sweat for Kevin Allen. And it's 96.
Let's go,
Kevin Allen
Kev.
doubles.
Who did he double through? I don't even know.
Kevin Allen doubles through Matt.
Through Matt. Let's go, Kev.
Let's go, Kevin. Let's go. First double for a short stack. Kevin Allen, ace jack. Flops the ace, gets a bit scary on the return, but fades the river. So Matt's down to 12 bigs. Charles is on 15 bigs. Kev and Ravi on 20 bigs, and Les are on 23 bigs.
Up the Davenport, what a player, says Nathan on Twitch. I agree. Matt is some specimen of poker player. He can really put you in some gross spots and never afraid to run it in any given situation. We saw an unbelievable bluff, which will probably be a featured hand on our socials in a few days. Matt running it against Tom Hall early on in the day for his tournament life and managed to get Tom to fold a pretty big hand. Nine-7 of diamonds. Tim makes it 50, and a Ravi here. 21 BBs. Ace Jack suited versus this button open of Tim has to go in, doesn't it? Tim's just going to be opening so wide here. We're going to get so many folds. And there's the all-in triangle from Ravi. Tim will just let the 9-7 suited go. Does Tim play online, do we know? Yeah, he does. I think he plays a fair amount online, but I don't know any usernames or anything like that. Yeah, and DF Gaming, do they do any tournaments at Sheffield? Best thing to do, download the Poker Live app, go to location, find Sheffield, and then if you click on the tournaments bit, it'll have all the poker tournaments that are coming up. If there are any, there are some clubs in the UK that there are no tournaments for. Aaron King 10 here, opening in the hijack. And I think Tim will know that Aaron is the most inexperienced player at this final table, and he's just going to attack that straight away. Aaron opening in the hijack here, and Tim just probably not a good hand selection to free bet, but I'm guessing it's more exploit from his perspective. He's going to just free bet this small size, happy to go post versus Aaron in position. Every 4 bets we can just quite comfortably fold. But I think this is just player target in here from Tim. Going to get the better hand to fold because Aaron's not going to be able to peel the King 10 off out of position. Sixes for Kev on the gun out the way.
Trev on the button, Queen Jack off. Happy to open this one. Tom Hall's been quiet. Obviously I mentioned why, because of his stack size and the 5 stacks below him. And just there you see him fold the 9 side and 7 off. You'd never ever see Tom Hall fold 9.
I like how he just passes the blinds as well.
Like, like if we go back to day 2, if someone opens button and Tom Hall's in the big with 9-7 off, he's never folding it in a million years. But he just knows the implications if he gets involved, catches a piece and potentially gets cornered and busts, and how bad that is to bust now before 5 of these stacks, which are sub 25 bigs. I think sub 20 bigs now, because blinds did go up, didn't they, to 10k, 25k.
Yeah.
But that's what you got to do when you're sort of 3rd, 2nd in chips and in a final table, and it's a hefty amount of money towards the top end of the payout structure. You just got to tighten up and hope that some of the shorties collide, or the chip leader, as in Tim, starts busting some of the sub 20 BB stacks. There's so much money to be made by just sitting there and folding. We saw it at the grand final last year when the Mad Turk was literally the 6 of 6, and then went from 6 of 6 to getting heads up with like 6 big blinds or something. He literally just folded his way to heads up, and Andy Mock was knocking everyone out left, right and centre. Turk was singing Dancing Queen, and it was all going off. It was scenes, but just from sitting there sometimes you can make yourself a lot of money by not getting involved.
And to be fair, Turk now knows the second line.
Yeah, he does know the second line. He was singing a different. He was in the table the other day, so he's singing a different song. I was like, I can't remember what you see. He's singing a different song.
Well, the £1 fish song, was it?
So Tom Hall does have a holding that he will be getting involved with here. Aces. 3 bets to 205 versus the cut-off open from Trev, and Trev just letting the ace 10 go.
Afternoon, Victor. Yeah, we are now to the final 8. Start of the day with 13. We're on 8. $95 in the seniors, 45 in the bounty. All going along nicely. Cardinal's busy. Great.
Tom there.
Grimsby have equalised. Grimsby have equalised. The Mariners go wild. Still never understood why Grimsby and Solihull Moors from Birmingham have to travel to London to play in a 70,000 seater stadium with about 15,000 fans. I find it utterly ridiculous. Why don't they find a ground in between somewhere, in between the two, cut the costs down for the non-league teams, because it's only a fortune. Don't charge 50 quid for a ticket, charge 20, and have a full stadium.
How are we doing? Darren Piper, afternoon boys, watching from Crete while the missus is getting ready to go out. God, you'll be with us all night.
Watching in Crete. How's Crete? I'm guessing about 35 degrees.
Lovely. And how are we doing, Dan Spencer? Still annoyed Tom not calling with Jack 9-2 pair for only 30% of his stack earlier. That was the big bluff from Matt Davenport that we saw. You missed that. Socials down the bottom there. Find us on Facebook, Grosvenor Poker, and Twitter the same. That hand probably will be posted in the next few days on Facebook, as well as all our highlight hands do get posted to our socials, so if you do miss anything, the big action hands, you do get a chance to watch them back.
Here's King for Trev, raises 60. Tom with King Queen.
And like a hand that probably going to be continuing in a normal situation as Tom, but as we've mentioned already, he can make money by just sitting there and folding with his particular stack size and the stack sizes around him. And does make the correct decision there with the King Queen anyway, because Trev does have premium holding in the form of Ace King. And over to Aaron in the big blind with the jacks, who's going to 3-bet. And this is going to be getting in. So we're going to have another all in and a call.
We are indeed.
Aaron 3-betting, Trev moves all in, Aaron snaps, and we're off to the races here.
If Aaron holds, the stacks will reverse.
Yeah, been running pretty hot. We saw on the feature table, Aaron, and so has Trev. Guess you got to be running hot to make an FT, no matter who you are. But can he hold here with the jacks? Does have the best of it. And a clean flop, but not wanting to make a set now.
Diamond.
Jack, King or Ace. Needed for Trev. If not, we're going to double up. And we do. Double up for the jacks, so those stacks will just swap. Trev we're down to 530 and Aaron will be up to 1.1 mil.
Yeah, so Aaron on 1.1 mil now. It's a big double for him. That's going to take him second in chips, I believe, Tower. Because Tim with the outright chip lead, and I think Tom's got just sub $1 million.
Hey Chris, watching in Portugal. That's a water sport, looking after the little ones while the missus and bigger brother go down the water slides. Top stream as always. Cheers Chris, have a fantastic holiday. Have a super time at the water park. Can we recreate a song to celebrate a chop pot? Everybody loves a chop pot. The password for the 8 o'clock free roll is TY Luton, all uppercase. TY Luton.
Well, Brad, you're on our sportsbook, mate. There's not a Kev Miller playing, I'm sure you mean Kev Allen. But Brad says three of bets left in, Matt, Kev Miller and Tim. If you bet on a Kev Miller, Brad, you're on the wrong website. There we are, Kev Allen. Good luck for those that do have a bet on. No dinner break today, Josh, on the FT. The players may have a scheduled break at some point to grab some food, but it will only be probably 30 minutes. Usually when we're like 6-5-handers when that occurs, and then it just gives everyone an opportunity to go and get some food. And Aaron going to raise it up here in the small. Has he made it 50? Wow. And versus Tim as well, this is just like Tim will peel 9-3 off here. Tim will peel any 2 with position on Aaron here when Aaron's second in chips and we have him covered. Like this size from Aaron's just not a legitimate sizing. There shouldn't really be any scenario where we're ever going to go 2x here, small blind versus big blind, especially versus Tim Chung, who's just going to be peeling any 2 versus that sizing as well. Our hand 10-7 off, like doesn't really achieve much the 2x open. 2 of clubs on the turn, and now delayed c-bet incoming from Aaron here after flop checked through. And Tim, who's usually one to snap act, hasn't acted yet, so I'm guessing probably going to be continuing in this spot. Tim does make the call. 4 of clubs on the river. And Aaron now just sitting here with 10 high, out of position to Tim Chung. Not the spot we want to be in. I've got to be thinking about Tim's hands. Definitely can have some club draws, although we have a club in our hand. 8x probably happy to check back flop, try and let us catch up. So I think this is a well-timed check here from Aaron. I think if we bet, Tim would have been calling whatever his hand after he calls turn. I think diamond drawers are just going to fire flop a lot of the time, so clubs get there. Like King X and 8x can be in the range of Tim. Like versus Tim, if I'm going to open small blind, I'm probably going 3.5x, Josh. Like, yeah, you want to deter him from calling some hands in position. You don't really want to be going heads up out of position versus a very good opponent post. Like when you start going these small sizings, even 2.5x small blind versus big blind, it just means that our opponents are just going to peel so much wider, and they can profitably peel with position. Like if we want to come in for a steal with a 10-7 blind on blind, like we need to choose a bigger size because 2x is not going to fold out any hand. And Tim there with the overbet gets the job done. Well, pot size 210 into 215.
You used to get one comp drink. I remember that. Oh, no, was that DTD where you get a comp drink?
Still on 8.
Yeah.
You have to pay for this. Yeah, last time I'm pretty sure I did.
Tim, Tom and Aaron sitting pretty. Matt, Charles, Kev needing a bit of help. Charles not being involved too much.
Yeah, because that's just the size, Lee McShane. That's the optimal size what it's meant to be. And that's all it is really, because we're out of position. It's the same with free betting. It's the same sort of chain of thought really. When you're out of position, your size wants to be slightly larger than when you're in position, because obviously it's better to play in position than out. So when you are out of position, whether it be a free bet or a blind on blind raise, you do want to size up a little bit more, usually an extra big or just under, and that's all it's down to. That's why we choose a slightly larger size, usually a big blind extra when we free bet or raise out of position, whereas we choose a slightly smaller size when we are in position. Oh, okay, yep. I understand now. Just if you put that's in front of the Wiley, I would have understood straight away, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, especially when we're second in chips as well. That's the other thing to take into account for Aaron. When we're second in chips now, why are we tangling with Tim? Why are we raising the 10-7 off into his big blind? Like, there's no need for it. It's a disaster. So if it comes like 10-7-4 and Tim somehow got 4s, I know it's so unlikely and it's just hypothetical, and we bust, it is an absolute disaster to bust and just lock up under 10 bag when potentially second in chips and second gets 66k. But I said this yesterday. I did mention this yesterday about Aaron. I hand and mobbed him. He looks like a youngster. His first cash was a couple of months ago in the G400. So I'm guessing he's like 18, 19, maybe 20. And he's pretty new to poker. He's done very well to get this far in a pretty tough field, especially back end of day 2. But I think he's probably a little bit inexperienced compared to the rest of the final table. I could be wrong. I'm just making that assumption though. Like maybe, like if this is his first ever FT, he's not going to be clued up on ICM, he's not going to be clued up on spots versus the chip leader when we're second in chips, how we need to play much tighter. And I think it's just probably down to inexperience, guys, and you can't even knock him for it because we all start somewhere. We were all there once before we start learning more about the game and studying, and experience comes with playing as well, so you can't even knock it for him. It's a great effort from Aaron to actually get this far in the tournament. And he's sitting there still with a chance of winning it, which would only ever be his second live cash, but imagine it for 6 figures, that would be some story.
That certainly would. Certainly would. We're on 8. We have a few short stacks starting to emerge on the final.
Okay, 7. Good fold.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. You say maybe he's not doing everything standard and whatnot, but he's here. He's here. He's got here, and like I said, we all started somewhere. We would have played our first couple of tournaments, and we wouldn't have known like too much about strategy. And sometimes you run good, and you're here, and that's the great thing about poker. If you some run, you still have a chance of winning it, no matter what your skill set. Payouts coming across the bottom of your screen now, MeTube. So ace 10 for Tom, making it 55k under the gun +1, and Kev with the boots again on the FT, and Kev working with 16 bigs here, Tower. And the thing is, like out the big blind is different because we can defend like off of this stack, but the thing is, flatting now is a bit of a different scenario, because are we really going to have any flats off of this 16 big blind stack here as Kev? I don't think we are. So when we do, alarm bells might go off to Tom Hall here, and Kev just chooses to rip for 16 big blinds, and Tom never going to be calling this one off with the ace 10 off here. It should be hitting the muck.
They do indeed. Tom with the 1.1 million yesterday with the Kings versus Aces hand. Mitch Hynam departing in very unfortunate fashion, and Tom's still on 1.1.
Yeah, John Hesp, great example. Used to play £5 pub games, just no idea, never watched a tutorial, well, like a video or done a course on poker or even studied, and then he went and final tabled the WSOP main event, and that is the beauty of this game, and that's why people love it so much, because if it's your day sometimes and you do run well above expectation, you can be there and you can be in a shot of winning a life-changing sum of money. And we've had a fair amount of aces on the FT. You're all right. Trev in the small blind completes, and Matt Davenport here just going to check his option with the 8-9 suited. Kev sticking around, he is indeed, Gully.
Won a grand final in the past, Kevin Allen, 2013 I think it was.
Yeah, I think Trev's missed a spot here. Well, he's going to delay C-bet anyway. But I think on the flop, when it comes ace, king, queen, and Matt's sitting there with 8 bigs after I complete, I think Matt's going to shove all ace X and king X here. So I think we can just lead that flop from 1 big blind, and most of Matt's range is going to fold, but does fire on the 8 turn anyway and does the same trick. I'd love to see Kev Allen do. The thing is, I say I'd love to see, like, there's so many players on this table, like Matt Davenport, one unbelievable bloke off the table, always smiling, always friendly, always says hello. Tom Hall's exactly the same. Yeah. Kev, Tim's a very good power mind now, and obviously love to see him do well. I'm torn between who I'd actually want to win it, because so many great people in the poker community that have made this FT, and even TR, speak to him a bit more now, and really comes across well off the table. But it's always nice when the good guys are running deep, and this is one of the final tables full of the good guys in the poker community, I can tell you that. How many entered total? We had 320.
341.
Oh, 341. Well, that goes back. I said there's 6.4 million chips in play earlier. There's actually 6.8. That's my mistake.
341.
13 day 2 buy-ins. Yeah, Lambert asking about John Hurst. How did someone go home £10 pop goes manage to buy into the WSOP main event? Yeah, he's got lots of businesses, I think, John.
Yeah, he used to have a caravan business in Bridlington and retired. Sold it on. His bucket list said World Series of Poker main event. The year he retired, off he went.
Missouri King here for Trev, raises to 55. And 4P saying he's going to play the Goliath. How's he get on the featured table? It's just luck of the draw, if you're lucky enough to get on it. There is a guaranteed way of getting on it. If you make the FT, you will be on it. That is how you get on the featured table. Make the FT. Yes, we do, Nath. If you go on the client, there's always satellites running, there's steps running, so you don't even have to play straight into the £100 satellite. You can play a fiver into a 30, into a 110, and then for a 1k seat. But if you go on the Grosvenor client, there's satellites running all the time, steps running all the time, so plenty on there, and they're great value as well. Really, really good value satellites on the Grosvenor client. Luck of the draw or sit next to David Hay. That is how you get on the feature table. 30 minutes to go of this session, guys. It's flown by, to be honest, the last hour and a half.
Yeah.
And when we come back, we're going to have another giveaway for you. We're going to switch it. Is it going to be my turn to embarrass myself?
Yeah. You've not done on this one. Line's 10.25. Big blind.
No, we haven't had a knockout since span at 20 past 2. Yeah, 25 past 2 was the last bust out on stream for us. So yeah, been a while. Been 8-handed for a long time now. But there will be a stage when that has to change. Something has to give. Blinds are going to be increasing again in 30 minutes, coming back at 15k, 30k, meaning that there's only about 225 bigs in play.
Kev's got a decision. Ace Jack suited. On the small, bends them. And now we have a call from Charles with 10-5 defending his big. 10-5
and a 5 next to it.
We're going to get a double up here because Tim's got top pair, Charles has got 2 pair.
Charles,
he's got 10 bigs.
Charles is going to shove. Tim will make the call, and then he's just fading a 9 at the moment.
Yep.
Obviously, will be backdoor counterfeit outs, whatever the turn, unless it's a 10 or a 5.
Yep, he looked at the dealer and he says, I'm all in. And Tim says, I call with top pair. Charles is going to lose the hand 1 in 3 times, to be fair.
Yeah, the reason Tim's still got a heap of equity here, Tower,
the bags on.
Is
he expecting it because it's Tim Chum? Is that what he's doing?
It's not just the 5 outs we've got, we've also got backdoor straight, and we're going to have 8 outs on the turn most of the time. Here we go, there's the deuce. So deuce now doing the trick as well. So Queen 9 deuce to fade. Oh, it is a deuce! It is the running counterfeit.
Ouch! Counterfeited on the final table's the worst way to get knocked out, man.
So we do lose Charles Akadiri. Want to run from him, £8,050, and Tim Chum up to the 3 million mark, approaching half the chips in play, and look at the stacks below him.
Wow. Counterfeited to get bust. Oh my days.
Tim running pure. He is running pure. Always say that's the most lethal combination at a poker table when you're up against a good opponent and they're running hot. It is a nightmare to deal with. That's the thing, bottom 2 is actually against top pair can be a pretty susceptible hand. He's just a winner, the geezer. Great form this year. Was harsh on Charles. Kev on the button with the 10-5 out the way. It's a walk for Aaron, although he was big blind only, so no profit on the hand for him. Yeah, Tim's going Vegas this year, Trozani. He is going to be out there. I think same sort of time I'm going.
Yeah, heading towards the main event, aren't they, rather than early stages of the 7 weeks.
I know that Tom will be there, Tim will be there. I'm not sure. Kev Allen will go out to Vegas, won't he? I think Kev will be one.
Yeah,
that will be in Vegas.
Yeah, I think most of the people are heading towards the end of June now. It runs on until the middle of July.
Give me some credit. 8.5 bigs. I don't. Who was that? A guy called Rudolph. I was getting rid of him from the Vegas. His heads up for hours. That's right. His heads up for hours. My man, all my boys messaging me and saying, "You lose heads up to a reindeer, you'll never live it down." I was like, "Fucking hell, lad."
I remember watching that.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah. Fuck me, lads.
So Kev Allen here, King Queen suited, 18 bigs, going to open this one. And Tim with the King 8 off here in the big blind with all the chips. Expect him to defend here, Tower, but looks like he has our ideas. Matt Stack might be what Tim's thinking here. Might be just gonna apply the pressure to Kev, but there's the fold. Just folds in the dominated spot, lets it go. Didn't even defend the King 8. Senses on point. I guess he knows that Kev's got to open tighter because of Matt's stack size. And I guess he knows Kev is aware of that. Kev, accomplished player over the years.
I couldn't slow him down because I was too drunk. Yeah, no, I went over and said something because one of them shouted something or whatever, but there's only so much I can do. I'm trying to concentrate.
Of course, it's not your responsibility.
Yeah, I'm trying to slow, but then next week he just went fucking maximum respect to him. Fucking brilliant.
Yeah, I've seen him go hard in the paint.
Oh, he was so fucking good. I was like, wow.
I see it wasn't a thing. It didn't really exist.
Pocket sixes for Kev. Going to open once more in the cutoff. 20 bigs now for him. Once the first bottle of red wine's been popped, it's curtains for the rest of the field. Always drinking the wine, it seems, on the FT. And Ravi's just got a shove here, Tower. 21 big blinds. Yes, Matt short, but ace king here. We're just going to get so many folds here from Kev Allen. He's going to have to call off really tight, as we do have him slightly covered. And there's the all-in, and Kev will have to fold the sixes once back on him. And there's the quick fold from Kev. How many on the FT are full-time pros do we know? Tom Hall plays for a living. Tim Chung plays for a living. Matt Davenport, I believe, plays for a living. Kev Allen, and I think Ravi does as well, to be honest with you. I think he's a grinder in the Luton area. I think Ravi's profession might be a poker player as well. So
there's only really seat 6 we don't know, isn't there?
Yeah, just Aaron.
Just Aaron.
Tim limping on the button, and Ravi with deuces completes the small, and Trev with fives here in the big. Just going to check his option.
Six, 7, 2, 2 downs. Bottom set for Ravi. We're going to what Tim has.
Yeah, and Ravi just wants to be calling here versus Tim. Tim's going to fire so many hands here on the barn against these two stack sizes with Matt sitting over there, sub 10 bigs. We love to see that.
Absolutely.
As Ravi.
House.
Just praying that we get the second barrel from Tim, but Tim choosing to slow down, and his senses have been on point so far this FT. And if I'm Ravi here, I might check this one. Try and go for the check raise here, or induce a bluff from Tim. Tim can just have a whole host of hands, this King X type. The thing is, like, this King is a card that shouldn't really hit us once we call Tim's bet on the flop, unless we have King X of diamonds specifically. So it's a card which Tim might represent, because it doesn't look like it's ever going to be in our range. So might go for the check raise here some of the time as Ravi, but Ravi just choosing to lead here for 85. Plausibly can rep a lot of bluffs on this 7-6 deuce board, hands like 8-9, 4-5, 8-5 suited, all that he's going to complete out of the small, as well as the front door diamonds. It looks like he is going to get value from the deuces. Well, he's not, because Tim's raised. Makes it 170. Tim with a click here. I reckon Tim's river the king here, Tower. I think Tim has a king in this spot.
He just wants to be calling, Rabbit.
Yeah, I think...
Doesn't want to get tricky just in case.
I think Tim's gone for thin value here with a king, potentially. The thing is, from Ravi's perspective, what boats does Tim have here? Like, what are we behind? 7-6 suited? That's probably it. And Tim just lets it go. I reckon it was a king there from Tim. Went for the thin value raise. Like, you probably can't have too many boats that Ravi, Tim, sorry, limping on the button. He's literally got one combo of 6-7 suited, two combos of king 6 suited, and that's it. Sevens, kings. Obviously, he's going to open all these hands. So, fine to jam there from Ravi, because Tim will still have some 6x that may take the same approach.
Do any dealers play as Victor Abyss? Yeah, quite a few of them play.
Is anyone Matt? Matt, yeah. Nothing.
They're saying about rebluff. Would anyone be sick enough to do it when your name come up? Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we've got 17-18 minutes to go until the break. 7 players left. Started the day with 13 at 12 o'clock. And we're down to 7.
Ace 10 for Aaron, under the gun +1. And makes it 50. No, Tim, leave him alone. Not Queen 4 off. Leave the man alone, Tim. Queen 4 off. He's just pounding on him. The poor lad. And like Aaron's meant to fold here. Whether he will know he's meant to fold, that's a different story. But he's meant to let this one go. Like even Tom here, the ace queen, it's a fold. It becomes a fold. We can't do anything but let this one go. It's Tom. And Aaron has to fold the ace 10. There's just nothing we can do here. because of the implications of the short stacks, and we're sitting there third in chips. Yeah, definitely Gully, could be. I think as soon as Aaron raised a size that isn't really legitimate blind on blind into Tim's big when he goes that 2x size in, I think Tim's just realised now this guy hasn't been playing for too long, and he's just putting the hammer down on him. I feel sorry for Aaron sitting there, but Tim's just basically player targeting here. Guy on his direct right feels like he can push him around. I'd love to see Aaron fight back once, so like just put in like a 4-bet. I know he's not supposed to, and it would be bad, but imagine if he did. Just put a little bit of a stand there when he has enough. And you notice guys like how Tom is notably one of the best in the UK, and he hasn't even done much on this final table. He's had a few raise and takes, but other than that he's just been sitting there quietly, not doing anything special, no fancy play syndrome, just literally sitting there, being patient, waiting for some bust outs. What's the staking scene like here in the UK? Are big players routinely looking for horses to back to help diversify their income? I'm not too sure. Lambert Bath, I know there's different stables in different areas. There's little circles of people that all have little pieces of each other in comps, but I think there's a lot going on out there, but definitely happens.
There's to 50 from Tim. Folding round. Tom's stake was about 1.1 yesterday. It's still around the same now. With ace 4.
Tim under the gun, making it 50k. And Aaron here with the 3-bet. And this is a much better sizing choice from Aaron, credit where it's due, versus the gun open from Tim, 3-bet until 185k. Much better choice of size from him. And Tim with the Jack 10 off. I think he's just going to let this one go. I don't know if he feels like this is strong enough to go post versus Aaron here. But to be honest, as Aaron Tower, I might even just rip this spot with the Ace King suited versus Tim's open, but Tim not peeling versus that size with Jack 10 off, bit of a trash holding under the gun.
2.8 million for Tim Chung. Matt down to 8 bigs.
And just under 15 to go. Barry raises the 50k under the gun with the 9s.
King 10 for Aaron.
So Aaron defending the King 10 of spades.
Jack 4-3, Rainbow. Hiya Cammy. No good this weekend, unfortunately. Good to see you, young man.
How are you doing, Cammy, mate?
Well done in Edinburgh. Great effort.
Continuing for 45k. And Aaron just with King High here. Some nice backdoors out of position versus gun open. Expect this one to just be hitting the muck. How are we doing? Sneaky winner on YouTube. Well, after 10 hours of work, come home to roast beef dinner, all the trimmings, and it's amazing. Now chill time with you guys and some poker. Would you have the free roll password, please? Yes, it's TY Luton, all uppercase.
TY Luton, uppercase.
Yeah, so Gully asking when do you think Tom Hall's going to change his strat and maybe change it up a gear. So you got these three stack sizes, 16 bigs, 16 bigs, 8 bigs. So even when they all bust, or the stack sizes are when they double up, they're around like the 30 big remit again. But why it's 16, 16 and 8 and Tom's sitting there with 40 plus, he's just basically being patient, only playing the very top of his range, because a lot of that revolves around these guys, waiting for them to get their chips in the middle and see what happens. And if they bust, we get a ladder. If they don't, they double, then we adjust accordingly.
Yeah, apparently this weekend, Jay, was bank holiday with Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Bank holiday Thursday and Friday this week. I think I missed it. Wouldn't have been doing much today in Luton with the weather. Gee, I tell you what, this morning, whoosh.
Well, interesting spot here for Ravi with the ace king after Aaron opens the button with pocket fives, Tim Peel in the small, and with Aaron opening 3x here, there's 6 in the middle. That's exactly what I was about to say for Ravi. We're just going to shove the ace king here now. No need to free bet. There's enough in the middle for us to pick up, and the fives and king jack should be snap folding, both of them. Like Aaron's asking for a count here, but like even the fact that he's asking for a count here maybe does show a little bit of inexperience. Like we have to call so tight here, Tower. When Ravi shoves to this amount, we have to, like, we're in the blender with like jacks here. We're absolutely in the blender with jacks. So the fact that he's tanking 20-25 seconds with the fives, maybe not too clued up on how we need to adjust when we're at a final table, given the pay jumps. But Ravi with the ace king there just gets it through. I agree, Emily. I agree completely with you.
Afternoon, Emily. Hope you're well. What have you been up to this weekend?
How are we doing, King Fred? This is the final table.
8 minutes left of the session as well, as we're down
this
to 8
one's
minutes.
flown by. Make sure you return though, guys, when we do get back from the 15-20 minute break. I'm not sure how long it's going to be yet. We've got another £110 closer ticket to give away.
Let's go. Kevin Allen says Aaron Woodcock, I'm watching on Facey. Ace 4-9, 2 diamonds. Tim bets out after the check from Trev. Check full from Trevor. Down to 340k now, Trev. Doubled up Aaron in seat number 7. Yeah, 1.1 mil, and they basically swapped stacks. All in pre.
At least vocal stack, isn't the table? Absolute shambles. I saw it yesterday, or this morning I should say. Watched it back, and obviously we like quick poker. And it's terrible as well for the spectators. People watching that, these guys are streaming it, probably millions of pounds are going into the production for the WSOP.
Tell me what's happened.
Basically, guy playing the 25k heads up. Every street he's tanking like 2 minutes just for no reason. Just sitting there like a statue, like he's one of them things in London that are paid there to like hold a pose and not do anything. And yeah, it just kills the flow of the game. It doesn't become as entertaining for the people watching at home. And there's been a lot of outrage on poker Twitter, let's say, about the Vogelstank tanking.
Where is he from? Where is he from, old Vogelstank?
Well, I messaged Tim on the 766 deuce board when Ravi had the deuces.
Oh yes.
Tim had a6 for trips.
What a fold!
Had a6.
Wow. Because we didn't see the hand.
No, but
that's
Tim,
a crazy fold.
Yeah, but Tim had said he had a6. The hand Ravi had
That man
deuces.
could see through cards.
On the 766 deuce board.
Wow. 5 minutes and counting till not sure if it's 15 or 20-minute break. Just shouting. Oh. He's German, lives in London. There's Vogelstank.
I'm like, oh, go on, I'll have a go. I'll have a little 55 go. That's what when you went for it. I went for it.
Pretty basic question, but as blind levels go up, do you need to widen your range to try and steal more blinds?
You just basically play Victor in terms of big blinds of your stack. Like a normal stage of the tournament, you're going to play your stack size in terms of how many big blinds you've got. You're not really going to start opening just because now the big blind's worth more, because in terms of like chip denomination, you want to be looking at it in terms of big blind, not chip value, if that makes sense. But at this stage, well, Matt, ace-9 there into the muck, but Matt getting very short here, 7 bigs, Ravi opening up to 1.1 million for Ravi. Been a great session for him.
It does.
And Aaron here in the big blind finds ace-king again, and once more 3 bets to 185.
Yeah, cool. That's why I've been jamming.
Yeah. 135 to call for Ravi with 7s.
And this is an interesting spot for Ravi, but personally versus Aaron, I'm just going to let this one go.
I think you will.
I know, he's going to call. But Aaron has potential to put us in a very bad spot in terms of stack size, the times that he wins this pot. But Ravi is going to call with the 7s, does have position, and going to see a flop and go post. Maybe he thinks he's going to have a decent enough post-flop edge as well to make this call. And it's a snap check from Aaron. Usually a snap check when people do that. I'm worried about strength, but no, Jack 5-3. Maybe it was genuine. And Ravi going to fire small here with the 7s. Yeah, trip 6s, Tom Mass. 7-6-6 deuce board. And he had a6. He's got to raise that for value on the river. Has to.
Queen of clubs on the river.
Yeah, we are on a 30-minute delay here. And Ravi's going to win this one with the pocket 7s. And up to 1.4 million. And this is the difference right here, Tower. I just want to talk about this because you've got Aaron, who was up to 1.1 million.
Yeah.
And Tom's been sat between a million and 1.1 million all FT just by not getting involved and stuff. I know it's a bit unfortunate for Aaron there with the ace king suited, but like even potential to flat because of the ICM implications out the big blind. But now we're back down to 550 and coming back under the break, we're going to have sub 20 bigs again as Aaron, and potential to be the next out or 6th place perhaps when we were second in chips about half hour ago, and potential to just fold our way to a bigger payday. Whereas Tom's just been sat there silent, picking up a pot once every couple of orbits, raise and take or raise, call, c-bet, win the pot, and then just folding a lot of hands that would usually be continues in a normal stage of a tournament. But to be honest with you, has been unfortunate, Aaron, in that situation with the ace king. Not much we could do. Obviously flatting may be an option once in a while, but Matt here, we're just going to cover this all in for 140k, so 6 big blinds. He even said to me in the chat, if you go back on stream on the half-hour delay, he said to, I think it was Ravi, what he folded, and so he didn't know that his cards wouldn't show up. Roland, he don't know that his cards weren't reading on the card reader, but he said it on stream as well. He said to Ravi what he folded before he knew half-hour later that the cards weren't showing. What are we beating with a6? Once Ravi free bets river, is Ravi gonna free bet ripper 6 after we click it back? No, Ravi's literally only got boats. He's only got boats, but we're just going to cover this one because Matt's on his way to a double up.
8s against 4s from Tim. Matt Davenport needs to fade a 4, 3, king 3, 6. Just a 4 to fade, and we get Matt Davenport doubling up. And Matt is back in it. Over $500,000 again for Matt Davenport. And I think there's a break. How long is the break? 15 to 20? 20 minutes. Don't know why it's 20 minutes, but it is. It's a 20-minute break. We will see you back for the next session in 20 minutes, which means 5:40. We'll see you then.
See you then, guys. Got a giveaway as well. Don't forget, be there.
Question on its way. Well, I think go on.
See you then.
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I'd played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. As I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met, was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. No, it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool. and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linton. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now. But then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set. And Sam shoved all into me, and in my head, I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff. And I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked. And there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack. And I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, Nido as well. As I'm looking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. Like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered pocket fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, like making #1, we always thought, oh wow, maybe you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroyd.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from #1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well. Like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of, even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't, we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where I'm dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this, chip stack or whatever. And he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And at first he just wanted to make the money, he had a decent stack. And then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmuth style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, oh, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards, and Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM. And my dad was just you know, going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker, because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone would think, yeah, everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So, yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of the Champions as well, and that's his only two Ender mob. Like, that's the only two cashes he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, "Oh, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker." Like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of it when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won one. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament. Like, the tournament was like 100 times the average buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant. It was it's a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times whenever you do pop up or we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed, or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy, because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also, like, I was free rolling anyway, because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis, and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this 20. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, most people, if they got that much money running on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table, and he knew about the bet, and he raised under the gun. And we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the cutoff, and I had to free bet him and start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, you're an idiot. But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game, with like on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get into.
Noodles.
Right, so you managed to double up now, I'm under pressure.
That's right.
605, 675.
5 and 1, yeah.
Here we go again. Oh, and you know what? I ain't got a question yet. We'll be with you in a bit. I need a proper good question so he gets face on again.
We'll do 5-2. We'll say 5-2.
15 minutes to think of a question.
Let everyone get back after the break.
Another £110 tokens to give away very shortly. But we're on the feature. We're on the final. Trevor, Matt, Tom, Kevin, Aaron, Tim and Ravi entertaining us. £110 token to be given away in the next 20 minutes for the closer tomorrow. So there's plenty going on, and we'll give you one of those. But we're back to concentrate on the final table. We're down to 7.
King 10 of hearts for Kev and 11 big blinds here in the cut-off. And just chooses to let that one go. And Aaron with 8s here. Working with 18 bigs exactly. Just happy to open in the small on the button. Tim folds in the small and Ravi folds the big blind. So raise and take for Aaron there, picking up first pot after the break. Yes, War Battle, we are playing down to a winner today. We will be streaming until we crown a champion.
You will see it on the stream.
And Robbie's on the Sunday grind online while all the regs are in Vegas. Rooting for Tom and Tim. Let's go. You say that, all the regs in Vegas. You look at this FT, it's pretty stacked. It really is. You've got 3 former GUKPT champions. You've got National League leader Matt Davenport. And then Tom Hall doesn't have a GUKPT title, but one of the best in the UK. And Matt's all in with 9s for 10 bigs. And Ravi plays well as well. Honestly, don't know too much about Ravi. I think he's local to Luton and does grind around this area, but seems to play a very, very good game. King 9 for Tim in the cut-off, raise and take for him.
The gas, Mr. John Motson for us. Grimsby 2, Solihull Motors 1. Big game today. Grimsby winning 2-1. Not like getting back into League 2. You could have been a Solihull Mowers supporter. Don't know play around corner from where you live.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got St Andrews is right next to me, to be honest with you. 5-1.
It's like focus on do what you want. Makes sense to me.
I've got the question.
You got the question?
I've got it.
Oh, great.
10 minutes. We'll do it at 5-2. Yeah, Jay is living in the centre of Birmingham. We've not seen Richard Kelly for about 3 months now. He might be travelling the world.
It might be in Vegas.
Loves to travel, does Rich Kelly. Not been in Britain, or we've not seen him in a GUKPT for 3 months.
So, 4-5 suited here for Tom. Blind on blind versus Kev. Expect him to complete here. He's going to shove instead. Putting pressure on Kev's stack size. Kev with the Queen 10 off here. Sub 10 big blinds just getting out the way. Really nice dynamic at the table with Kev, Trev and Matt all sub 15. Ravi's actually got a dream seat as well there, just on the sitting on the left of Tim with all the chips. Second in chips. Another gun open from Tim, raises to 60 with the ace jack of clubs. And king queen here for Tom on the button, and knows that he doesn't need to be tangling with Tim, who hasn't covered. So king queen just out of there. And Aaron with the 5-6 going to defend in the big blind. Spam Dangler. The password is TY Luton, all uppercase, no spaces. TY Luton.
A7, 2 all diamonds.
Yeah, just going to be C-bet from Tim and fold from Aaron in with the 6 diamonds here. We're not going to be peeling. Tim going with sub 20% here for a C-bet size. Well, Aaron is going to peel here, Tower. I'm surprised to see that with the 6-5. Got the old reverse implied odds in there, the time that Tim does have a bigger diamond. That's him going to check behind here.
There's on the turn.
On the ace of spades.
And the jack of hearts on the river.
He's not getting paid, but Tim Chung running hot as can be here. We're in the boat. And Aaron just sitting here with 6 height and not going to bluff at this one. Tim fires for 40k here.
Maybe trying to induce from Aaron. Aaron just gets out of the way. It's actually the perfect size of choice there versus Aaron's particular hand. Could sometimes induce when we go that small. Aaron just out of the way with the 6-5.
Easy money for Tom. Big Jab Rasee, the Prince of Shrewsbury. When is he going to get the freedom of Shrewsbury? That's what I want to know.
Like that all final table though.
So giveaway starting in 6 minutes, guys.
Yes.
There's plenty back in already.
It's a
after
great
the
question.
break. Oh, that's all I want to hear. He can't wait. He can't wait to make me look silly.
It's a great question. It is. It's amazing.
Oh God.
I don't know how to think of him.
Yeah, Tim was the winner of the high roller Magico Braga on Twitch.
It will be an amazing double.
Ace King for Ravi. I think this 4th or 5th time he's had Ace King on this FT. Raises to 65.
Yes, please. Yeah. Thank you.
And Queen 8 off here for Tim. Happy to defend here. We can apply plenty of pressure to Ravi down the streets with Ravi's particular stack size and those 4 shorties scattered around the table. Ace 10, 8, 2 diamond board. Top pair for Ravi. Bit of insurance with the King of Diamonds in there as well. And Ravi chooses 35 into 175 here. So 20% exactly from Ravi on the flop. Definitely can have some bigger bets on this board, I think. The Ace 10, 8, 2 diamonds. Ravi's 20% size in this call by Tim.
6 of hearts on the turn.
And yeah, Ravi checking this one back now. It's disgusting if we bet and we get check raised here when Tim's got us covered. So just a bit of pot control here. Not going to get put ourselves in the spot as Ravi and Fire and Tim potentially check raise, so just taking the passive approach here.
Up to 1.5 mil is Ravi.
Sitting there second in chips. I'm pretty sure Ravi, I could be wrong, but really close with Will Davis before Will went,
right, okay.
Yeah, with Will, before Will went to Australia, and Will obviously winning this event back in I think 2017. So pretty sure they were quite close pals. Always used to see them together, trying to replicate.
I wonder if Wavies is watching.
He might be.
They might be on a break actually. Looks like there's some stacks around the tables, so they'll be on a break because the other side event that's on at 4 o'clock, that'll still be running. So still being the turbo, the seniors on a break by the looks, as you can see with the stacks of the tables behind you. Seniors got 95 runners, and it's down to 36, and the bounty got 98. So 200 players playing 2 side events. As we go back to the table, because we have an all-in and a call. Ravi
Ace King
and
again.
Matt is at risk, but he is in front. That's clean.
Yeah, clean as you like. Got the spade working as well. If a spade comes on the turn, taking away some outs of our opponent. And it is the 3 of diamonds, so just 6 outs to fade for us as Matt Davenport to get the double. Fading aces and kings, and it's the 5 of hearts, so Matt Davenport will double up. And Ravi back down to 1.1 million. And I think that puts Matt third in chips, just doubling there. So it goes from last in chips to third in chips. How are we doing, Butch? The free roll password is TY Luton.
TY Luton. Uppercase.
Seems like a lifetime ago when we lost Span, doesn't it, Tower?
Yeah, it does, aye. It does. It was.
Yeah.
It was. We had 2 or 3 double ups from the short stacks. And we've had some great play from the big stacks. Ravi sat there for the first 2 hours and didn't play a hand, and then got himself 3 or 4 nice little pots and moved up to $1 million. Kev, yeah, I did try. I asked the question to put the free roll back at 6 o'clock. If it's still 8 o'clock, there's nothing I can do about it, unfortunately.
So after this hand, guys, we are going to start the giveaway. It's Tower asking me the question this time. We'll explain the rules, give you the rundown after this hand for those that weren't tuned in a couple of hours ago for the last giveaway.
So we'll do it after this hand, and then we'll give you till 5 past. Great question. Oh, shit, I don't know how to come up with.
I'm dreading it.
I really don't know how to come up with.
Tim in the cut-off makes it 60k. Now Matt, a bit more room for manoeuvre with his stack. Going to be defending here with the ace deuce of clubs. King, queen, 9, 2 heart board. The flop here, and Tim just going to fire. Ace deuce of clubs, not the board we want to see as Matt Davenport. Quick fold from him. And Tower's question is coming up. A quick rundown of the rules, guys. 1 guess per player. If you guess twice, disqualification as always. You're looking for my answer, not the correct answer. Tower's going to ask me a question. I'm going to write it down. Closest to whatever I put on this piece of paper wins themselves a £110 closer ticket for tomorrow. What's the question? Great. Swear you make myself look.
Don't start answering yet because you don't know what it is, and don't put any answers in the chat box until he says he's got his answer in. So, Wales are playing Ukraine at the minute.
Yes.
To get into the World Cup.
Yes.
If you jumped in your car, how far is it in miles from Wales to Ukraine? 15 seconds. Harwood thinks. So don't start answering yet because
he's fine. Not, I'm down.
He has done it.
I'm down.
He's in. Go. We'll let you have all them answers right now. It's not what the correct answer is. If you Google it, it doesn't matter. It's what this man thinks in there. Off you go. I've got to check it. Off you go. We'll see you back to the table. If you jumped in your car, Wales to Ukraine, how far?
Oh God, I've seen some of the answers come in.
Ooh. And don't forget, it's not the exact answer, so you no need to Google it, unless Jay knows it exactly.
I have no idea, to be honest with you, Tower.
What is it? 1,818 miles, apparently, PK says. So there you go. But that doesn't matter, because it's what Jay thinks. And if you jumped in your car, it takes 33 hours. So there you go. Some good guesses coming in. Can't believe nobody's put 500. So who have we got? The guesses are coming in. I tell you what, it's great when you've got nearly 700 watching the guesses, and I'm scrolling through.
They're absolutely flying in the guesses. Tower's got some work to do. I'll concentrate on this hand as Tower's trying to get all the guesses down.
Absolutely, one guess only, ladies and gentlemen. If we see a multiple name, we will be barred and banned, kicked out. VAR will rule. Strand Gang says he's drove it and he guessed it wrong. Like I say, it's not the correct answer. We know the correct answer is 1,850 miles or something like that. But it's what Jay thinks.
It's a Tom shoving button here for effective stacks of Kev and Aaron here. And Kev sitting with 6 big blinds and ace-9 is in it goes.
In they go. Gary Miller says 500 just for you, Tower. Thanks, Gary. So the question was, if you jumped in a car, Wales are playing Ukraine at this moment in time to qualify for the World Cup. If you jump in a car, how far would it be to get from Wales to Ukraine? It's what Jay thinks is the answer, not the correct answer. As we've got Kevin Allen all in with ace-9 against ace-6. We have opportunities as well, obviously. Ace-9 for Kevin Allen is good at the moment.
A 7 or 3 would chop this one up.
Yeah.
It's
a
a
deuce. The ace-9 plays.
Kev Allen with the double. And
Very nice.
A little hit to Tom Hallstack there.
270, 480k pot.
And you got until 5 past to get your guesses in, guys.
4 minutes.
Similar, Roland. I didn't do it like that, but I'll explain as always the thought process when I show you my answer.
Yeah, yeah. If it's a London taxi driver, he'll take you around all the sites and all the and all the landmarks. You'll end up about 17,000 miles.
5,500 miles.
5,500 miles. I don't think Jay. Are you that wrong? Wow. Amazing. So it's not the correct answer we're looking for. It's what Jay thinks in driving miles it would be from Wales.
Driving miles, is that different from flying miles?
Probably not. I just said jumped in your car.
Walking miles?
Jumped in your car. Yeah, because you've got to walk to airport.
Oh, okay.
You've got to get to airport. Nearest airport's 200 miles, isn't it? So yeah, you jumped in your car outside your house in Wales. Some great guesses. We've got 2 minutes on the guesses for £110 closer token. Thanks everybody for jumping in and having a quick 5 minutes on the guessing front.
And this, so Tim is going to be getting information fed to him, and last time Aaron done this he had 10-7 off, so Tim just chooses to free bet the 9-3 off here and target Aaron, and goes a really small size because if he has 10-7 off in there he might have a lot more trash. King 3 on this occasion, and Tim's just been pounding on Aaron all final table, and feel sorry for the young man. Not the best seat in the house. But Tim just free betting the 9-3 off here, and this is the problem with opening 2x blind on blind. I talk about it a lot. You don't really want that in there. It's not a legitimate sizing, and against accomplished players they are going to punish you. And Tim there with the 9-3 off, light, very light free bet, as light as they come, but complete exploit. Nothing to do with game theory there. He's just
knows the last time it was the 10-7 off, so maybe a little bit of a sizing tell there, and Tim attacking that. A nice little pick up for Tim, win the 9-3 off. So guys, you have got until 5 past to get your guesses in. We will do this hand and one more.
Yep. Let's have a quick scan down the guesses. There's amazing. There's a number of 15,404. If that's correct, Rebecca, I'll give it you myself. Oh heck. Paul Bennett, 10,000. There's some good guesses coming in. But it's all about what Jay thinks, you see. It's all about what Jay thinks. 1 minute. When I scroll to the bottom, this will be it.
So we're going to play one more hand, guys, and then we will jump into the giveaway.
Absolutely. Last 1 minute to get your guesses in.
Right, so as soon as this hand is over, the last guess in will be the last guess. We'll say who that is in the chat.
If you jumped in your car in Wales, how many miles would it be to Ukraine, as Jay thinks?
Yeah, it has been a clinic from Tim. Playing very well, finding spots that maybe some players wouldn't find, like the 9-3 there. It's just maybe knew what he had last time with the 10-7 off and just thought, you know what, I'm just going to attack this sizing. Aaron raising the pocket threes. And Trev in the big blind with the king 6 out the way. So that's it, guys. We are there.
We'll give you 10 seconds to give yourself. James Hastings at the moment is the last guest. Eisenberg, 2,000 miles is the last guest at the moment. 10-9-8-7-6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ian Swanson, you're the last guest. Jamie McAdams, 1440. You're the last guest. That'll do. The competition is now closed. Meet the Mod has done it. Thank you very much indeed. So the actual answer was 1,850 in miles if you jumped in a car from Wales and you ended up in Ukraine as they're playing football right now. Jay thought that, what was your process?
Well, I ballsed up because basically what I'd done is I knew when I went to Poland it was an 800-mile flight, so I just added 250, well, around 200 miles onto 800 miles because Poland borders Ukraine. So that's how I figured it out. But then I thought, hold on a minute, I've flown from Stansted, and obviously Wales is a bit further, and I went to Krakow, which isn't the east side of Poland. So I made a bit of a mistake there. But that's where I got my answer from, and this is the answer that I come up with.
1,050 is what Jay thought the answer was, and unbelievable, there's 2 people think like he does.
Yeah, 2 people got it spot on.
2 people got it exactly correct at 1,050. So we're going to need PK for a coin. In fact, I've got one today. Got one today.
So between Daddy Jules and Reed E81, both were on Twitch. So whoever gets in first, heads or tails.
It's a Queen's 50p. That's all I've got.
Daddy Jules and Reed E81.
Well done, Daddy Jules. Daddy Jules wants heads.
So if you win Daddy Jules, you get a 110. If you lose, you get a 30. So you have locked up.
So Daddy Jules has heads. Reed 81 has got tails. I'm going to flick it up right now. I'm going to catch it and I'm going to turn it over. And I'm going to hold it and show you. It's the Queen's head. It's heads. Ladies and gentlemen, it is heads. Which means Daddy Jules,
you win. But Reed 81.
Reed for getting it exactly right. You've got a £30 token on its way as well. Well done. Congratulations, Daddy Jules. If you can stick your alias for Grosvenor Poker in the chat, both of you please. Reed 81 is going to get a £30 token, and Daddy Jules is going to get a £110 closer ticket. Well done, one and all.
£80 flip, steep for an afternoon on Twitch, yeah. Either a 30 or a 110. So Jules and Reed, just please let me know your alias.
It's just variances, Daddy Jules. £1,050 was the guess, and 2 people got it exactly correct. So we just need Reed 81 is Reed 81, READ 81.
Lovely, nice and easy.
And the password for the free roll tonight at 8 o'clock is TY Luton.
That's your last chance to win a closer ticket for the weekend. Get yourself in the free roll. So Reed,
nice one, Reed, it
with the £30 token.
No
and
problems.
Jules with the £110 token. Congratulations to all our winners this weekend. Make sure you're back in London. There'll be more giveaways. I won't be there myself, but Tower will be giving away someone else's money.
Big reveal!
Big reveal.
Ho ho ho! He's not coming to London.
Yeah.
We've got a replacement.
Oh, have you? Who have you got?
We've asked one of the best poker players in the entire world if he wants to come and play. He's won about 8 million online. He does horse racing betting for fun. He's played Luton this week. His favourite football team is Sheffield Wednesday.
Trigg.
Yes!
The Trigg.
Rick Trigg. While this lad's bracelet hunting, Rick Trigg has been confirmed to be playing and in the comms box with the Tower. The trigger is going to be with us for London. To be fair, he's not done 5 days work on the trot with no breaks since he left school. So we're a little bit worried about him.
He'll be alright.
Afternoon, Scott. Scott Shelley, how you doing, pal? Hope you're well. The free roll password is TY Luton uppercase. TY Luton. Thank you, Luton. Oh, maybe I should type it in the chat box. You know, it's like TY Luton. There we go.
Brooksy, did you get that horse I sent you? I didn't receive anything from you, Clive. Have you tried
to... He's obviously won.
Yeah, obviously. Cheers, Brooksy. I haven't had. If you've trying to message me on social, Clive, I haven't had social for years. So only my number. I'm sure you got my number.
No, Tim was on 2.8 million at the break. He's just been clipping away as Kev. What events are you planning to play at bracelet hunting?
100% the main. I'm going to play the round of each PLO Hold'em. I think I'm going to play the 5k 6 max, the $1 million bounty. I'm playing a satellite, I think, on the first day I'm there. 5k satellite into the 50k Poker Players Championship, and then just probably a lot of other 1k scattered around, to be honest. Yeah, but I want to play every day, I think, Rob, when I'm out there. I don't think I'm going to have any breaks. I think I'm just going to hammer the MTTs and see how we get on. But I'm really looking forward to Vegas this year. Really cannot wait. Alright, Brooksy, I'll have a flutter. I'll have a flutter, and if it loses, I'll be round knocking on your door Monday. I'll have a little flutter. Thanks for the tip. Look at these stacks. Look at Tim's stack compared to the rest of the table. I won't, Clive, you know me. Cheers for letting me know, mate. I'll have a little bit on.
He never does. Never complains about anything, this lad.
Action on Kev Allen with the jacks and 16 big blinds. So probably just going to be happy to shove this one as Kev. But he's going to choose to open instead. I'm pretty sure, is it Matt? It's like a 10 BB stack somewhere. Oh wow, Tim, run like Tim Chung, guys. Well, a close friend of Tim's, Bixie Yao, was on the mini final table earlier this week with chunks of chips, and she ended up getting in aces versus jacks and did not end up winning the pot. And this is just always going to get in here. Kev has to shove the jacks. Like Tim could even have plenty of free bet bluffs here versus our stack size, and it's just going to be an all in here from Kev Allen, and then he's going to need to find a 2-outer to survive.
Yep, it's all going in.
My way, so I don't know the exact date. If you want a little tip, not just, I'll come back to that in a second, because there's the all-in from Kev, there's the snap call from Tim.
Yep.
And just unfortunate for Kev Allen here, this is a pretty brutal call-up.
It is one of the nicest men you'll ever wish to meet.
Yep.
On and off the tables. Had such a fantastic time at the Irish Open with Kev. Had so many hours with him. And the shuffleboard and just laughing and joking at the bar and you know, just such a nice fella. So Tom says good luck, but Kev knows that he's staring down the barrel. He needs a jack, and a jack only, or he's out the door. And that's it, dead on the turn. Much love to Kev Allen.
Yeah, great run, Kev.
He is an absolute superstar. He shakes the hand of every person at the table, because that's what he's like.
£9,600 for Kev Allen.
He'll just say, it is what it is, and off he goes. Fantastic guy. Super nice man. Kevin Allen finishes 7th for £9,600.
And just before I quickly hop out for 5 minutes. So, best thing to do for the WSOP, Kelly Hollart. Follow him on Twitter, and his pinned tweet is he's made a spreadsheet for every event in Vegas going on during the WSOP, and you can sort it by like what you want to play, what days, what casino.
In every casino?
Yep. And not every casino, but he's adding them as he goes along. Each day there's more and more events.
Wow.
But if you follow Kenny Hollart on Twitter, go to his pinned tweet, and he's got an unbelievable spreadsheet that he's made for all the tournaments at the WSOP this year, the buy-ins, where it's held, the dates, start time, just everything's there that you need to know, and that you can sort it by certain things at the spread. You can sort it by like casino buy-in, so it's great for everyone, whatever you're going out to play there. Kenny Hollart on Twitter, pinned tweet, have a look at that. He's done an unbelievable spreadsheet for everyone.
He wants pay.
He does, Tara, it's an unbelievable spread.
Kevin Allen has just been eliminated. Jay's going to bring back the waters after he has his afternoon Sunday lunch.
Yeah, Hallart spelled H-A-L-L, I think it's...
E-R-T.
Yeah.
Or it could be A-R-T. Hallart. Kenny Hallart. So we're on 6. Jay's just nipped out for his Sunday lunch. He'll be back in 10. Nice one, Michael. It is, you're right. H-A-L-L-A-E-R-T. Played in London just about every leg since we came out of lockdown. Tim Chung just gets the kings this time. Queen 3-8 flop. With both Aaron and Tim. So Kevin Allen, the last man out. What a star. Matt with ace 10, 420,000.
Threes. Sevens is check. I'm not that much of a gap. Yeah, I know. That's the conclusion I came to. I know.
Oh, read 81 with an E. I'll do that. Yeah, read 81. Done it. I'll get Jay to change it. So I think he's sent the message, but we'll get him to change it over. Read 81 with an E. We'll get that sorted out for you. So Tim, 4.1 million chips out of the 6.8 million chips in play. This could be an absolutely unprecedented double in 1 week. And the other 5 guys looking round at the ICM because Tim's got 4.1 million chips. Well, he's already got over $1 million in earnings on the database, and this year alone, he has cashed in some unbelievable events. Second in the G400 in London, winner of the Omaha in the 888 festival, cashed in his side events. at the UKPT. 12th in Manchester. 21st at the G400 in Coventry. Winner of the main event, leg 1 in London. He has had some 2022 and we're only in May. So Tricky Trev has got his last 310,000 in and 10 bigs, and he's running to Tim's Kings. He only has Kings or Aces, does Tim? That's all he has. Shame he's not going ace, because there's always an ace on the flop. Ace 8 or Ace 9, it'd have been safe. But unfortunately for Trevor Reardon, he busts out. What a great effort. Tom Hall just shouts, "Love you, Trev," as everybody does. Trevor Reardon cashes for £12,450. Winner in Manchester 2022. Another final table. The cream rises, we know that, but Tim Chung right there has got 4.5 million chips out of the 6.8 million chips in play, with 5 players left. Wowzers. Well done, Trevor. What a great effort. Top man, Trev Reardon. We'll be going to a 40-minute clock the next time the blinds change. Oh my days. Last 6 hands, aces twice, kings twice and ace queen. I'll put the cam on, see what he looks like when he comes back in. Oh man.
Of course. Like, if the small blind limits, you're supposed to, with 9 big players, you're supposed to check 9s and ace king suit. Am I ever going to do that? Fuck that. Like,
they don't account for someone can be like, I'm bobbing out, and they can't account for, oh, someone's moving 75 buttons in a row, yeah, you want to go all in, like wide or whatever, like, you know.
Well, I can fix it, right?
And his worst hand was 10 jack. And Cole says he won that as well. Oh my days.
True, but I could like adjust the sim now.
So Tim now raising every hand. There's not a lot anybody can do. We're all ICMing it at the minute. That's what it feels like. We have a few shorties around the table and Tim's got the lot. Somebody will have to make a stand eventually. And it is just a full for Tom. Not a lot he can do, but if anybody, any guy's going to go put pressure on with all the chips, it's Tim Chung. Ravi sat there in second, knowing that there's 3 guys there with 16 bigs or less. Unbelievable. He is playing super poker.
Because we're short-handed, the ante goes half. 15.
He's back. Here he comes.
I'm back, but where's Trev?
Right. Would you like to guess? Would you like to guess the last 6 hands of Tim Chung?
No.
No. So 10 jack, he won. Aces.
Yeah.
Ace queen.
Yeah.
Kings. Aces. Kings.
No way. I'm not having it. I've got to go back and watch. I'm not having it. There's no way I'm having this sour. There's the aces. That's when I went for my food.
How was your food?
It was alright, yeah.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay. Tim running very well, I see.
He's only got 4.5 million.
Okay. 4.5 milli.
Jay for Vegas, do you sell a package? Good luck in Vegas, says Bob.
No, Bobby. We've got nothing for sale for Vegas, unfortunately. The only thing I might have for sale, I did mention this earlier, will be if somehow I manage to fluke a seat for the 50k, and I'll probably sell a little bit then, but it's only going to go to people that usually take pieces of me in some of the bigger cash games I play, so that would be reserved for them.
Line's 15:30. It will be a 40-minute clock now when the blinds go up.
What did Trev bust with?
8-9. Just against Kings.
All in pre?
Yeah, he only had 10 bigs. Opened the button, did Timothy.
Oh wow, just Trev taking a stand, he'd had enough.
Nobody else can, it's tough.
Oh, Tim limped the button. Cheers, Dave. That makes a bit more sense.
Back to the action. Ravi's all in for his 1.1 mil. Through the pressure on Tim this time.
Yeah, 10.50 on Shook One. 10.50 was the guess. Two people got it spot on.
They did.
The actual answer was 1850. Only the 800 miles out. Length of the country out, plus more.
And you try working it out because you live next door for holiday.
Yeah, I know, that's the thing. But because you gave me 15 seconds, you started doing your
Yeah.
I didn't even think about Wales. I just thought I've flown from Stansted to Krakow and Ukraine borders it, so I'm going to add a few more miles onto that.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin had jacks into aces.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Tim had the aces. And then Trevor had 9-8 off into king. Tim had the kings. But Ravi here now. If I'm Tim, I'm just going to be going absolute ham on Ravi. I know we just saw Ravi fight back and shove the ace 10 there after Tim raised blind on blind, but so much money to be made for Ravi. Just
I'm
waiting.
going absolute ham.
Yeah.
What earth does that mean?
It's I'm not okay. It's just.
What does that mean?
Don't know where that come from, Tower.
Mark Banning's in the background watching of late night poker fame back in 2000 and 2001 and Poker Night Live.
Cut off with the 7-4, raises to 60. And Tom Hall's always glancing at other stacks at the table, just trying to be aware of stack sizes and what he's playing. Queen 10 off here, sub 15 bigs.
Chef Brad says he's got bets live with Tim but didn't bet on Tom was 2 shorts, and Tim wasn't. So you backed the favourite, but you didn't back the second favourite because he was 2 short.
So Tim opted in for 20% here, and Tom with top pair after defending the Queen 10 out of the big blind.
Ah, Tim was 92. Let you off. Great price. Tim 92. I don't know if he got moved into 72. But,
how are we doing, Joseph? Great stream as always, guys. Tim Chung killing it. Please can you give a shout out to Gordon Sheesby. Good afternoon, Gordon.
How are we doing, Gordon? I hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the poker. We are live in Luton.
So Tom just moves all in with top pair over Tim's C-bet. Snap fold from Tim. Is that Matt Hayes on the rail? Speaking to PK.
I don't know.
Guy I used to play some cash with. It is Matt. Might have to pop out and go and say hello. Is he playing the bounty? Blind on blind here. Tom shoving the king into Aaron's pick. Blind's going to be going up very soon, so stacks are going to get even shallower. And 5 bigs. So just between 8 and 9 here. Effective shove from Tom. And 10-9 off here of Aaron. Expect it to just hit them up. Don't think we're going to be calling off with the 10-9 here. Even 4-8 big blinds, but he's going to use a time bank. And you do get 5 on the day free. And does let this one go.
You don't have to say it. Not a great hand. King high, but sure.
So we're on 5. 2 minutes time, the blinds will be going up. We're on a 40-minute clock, 5-handed. And Mark Banning's looking on. A lot of people in the younger than me, you won't know who Mark Banning is, but he was a presenter of Poker Night Live in the year 2000, and poker just kicked off with I think James Browning was on there. There was all sorts of great poker presenters in the time back in the day when the Premier League started and all that. Mark Banning was on every night.
Tom here with the 7s. Now working with just over 20 big blinds. The blinds are going up in just over a minute's time. Now got Tim to worry about in the big blind. So we're going to use a time bank with the 7s. say Tom now over 20 bigs. You've got Matt Davenport with 12 bigs. You've got Aaron with 8 bigs here. So just outlasting these two players is going to be massive for Tom Hall, and just chooses to fold the 7s on the button, and that's just all down to the ICM implications. And like I say, Tom's probably going to be the most clued up on these spots with ICM accounted for, and decides that the correct play there with the 7s is to just let them go when Tim in the big blind has us covered.
Well, I might have seen Nathan Lee at this event, but not to be. Down to 26 in the seniors from the 95 that played, and the bounty is on 62 from the 111 that played the bounty. 111. Yeah, he's had a couple of glasses of red wine, has Tim.
That's the only table's hope. Keep this going long enough until there's enough wine in Tim's system that he's going to start giving them away. I think that's the only hope for the table at the moment.
Yeah.
So 20k, 40k now.
Yeah, 51. 51.
Tim opens the Queen 4 on the button. Matt going to defend, and this pot's just going to go the way as Tim Chung always. He's going to c-bet one big, and that will fold. 40k c-bet there, not 30k. And look at this tower, it's just incredible. And Ravi is handcuffed. He's literally handcuffed here, Ravi. He's just going to be folding his way to some ladders.
Any reason the feature isn't on the stage anymore? Yeah, the rig's just a little bit too big either side. It literally means you can't have any access if you want to put it on, and it's really, really tight, so a lot more space down the bottom right hand side, and it's worked a lot better. As you can see, people sit there and rail and watch it, whereas on the rail at the top you have to stick your head over the rails and you won't be able to see anything. But it's all space wise, and it was just literally just a little bit too big. We decided to play safe.
Aaron shoves the pocket 7s for just sub 8, 7.5 big blinds. And Tom A6 Heart's not going to be calling this one. It's just mad how much tighter we have to call on a final table when our stack was sub 20. Tom actually 14 bigs himself. Matt now the short stack. I can only pick one winner out of these 5 with the stack sizes in question. There's some rail gathering on the bounty break.
There is indeed. And Niels is not playing, is in the bounty.
Matt on the button, who's shoving the Queen 7 suited here for his 7 big blinds. And Aaron with an ace in the big, but not going to be calling off the ace 3, I don't think. I think he's just going to let this one go. Always talk about this spot, very difficult to have Matt in a dominated spot. It's usually one of the spots where we're either drawing to 3 outs or basically flipping. But even against the hand Matt has, even Queen 7 suited here is close to a coin flip. It's either going to be a situation where we're drawing to either an ace or a 3 with 3 outs against a hand as it's in a dominated spot, or we're going to be flipping most of the time or close to. It's just never going to be a good situation for us with the ace 3. It's better to call here with like a king queen than it is ace 3. Although ace 3 is technically ahead, king queen's going to have some of Matt's hands dominated more often.
Yeah, people that know Ravi, they will not be counting him out, that is for sure. If Ravi's got the game. One of the best friends of Will Davis.
Probably like ace 7, ace 8, ace 7, ace 8 probably, where I'm probably going to draw the line, maybe ace 8 off for that amount of big blinds. Obviously Matt was slightly shorter for us. Yeah, probably ace 8, ace 8 plus, obviously only, there was only a 7 big blind rip from that Davenport. He's going to shove every single ace. Sean Lewis, known Ravi for years, one of the best dealers you could get a DTD, solid player too. I didn't know Ravi was a dealer. Did not know Ravi was a dealer.
Good player.
Very good player.
Good player.
Matt Davenport here, going to be shoving the ace queen. No, Matt's not going to be shoving the ace queen for 9 bigs. I am shocked at that one, Tower.
They're all playing ICM and nothing else.
I get that, but like we've got 1 big blind more than Aaron.
Yeah.
And when next hand we're going to be in the big blind, and then we're going to be shorter than Aaron, and then we're going to go to 5 and 5. So I'm actually haven't got too much explanation for the ace queen. I'd understand the fold if it was like say an open and a free bet, but that's just a jam, I think, Tower. I could be wrong, but I really don't know how we've not shoved ace queen here.
Yep.
I have no real explanation for that one. Yeah, Dave says, yeah, that's just a jam all day. Can't fold ace queen for 8 big blinds there, says Mr. M. Let's see, what does he want to wait for? 10 bigs with ace queen, just put it in, says Carl. Yeah, he did jam the Queen 7 suited 2 hands ago. Strange, very strange stuff occur in that hand. Yeah, this is the payouts, guys, so you can see the ladders at the bottom of your screen. Yeah, maybe he misread stack sizes at the table and thought players were a lot shorter than what they were. And here we go. Matt's now found a spot to get it in a coin flip situation. Tim with the Queen Jack calls this one off.
Yeah, he's in front of the Jack. Oh, that'll do.
7 next door.
That'll do.
Just fade in.
Oh, you see Jack in the window and you think it's all over, but no, it's not.
Well,
Needs to fade a Jack.
Yeah, just a Jack to fade. Wow. It's a 5, and that's why we fold the Ace Queen.
There we go. Matt doubles to 720. Tim back to 4.1 mil.
Always coming 7. So we are 5-handed now, so if we outlast one more player at this table, we're just going to lock another 8.5k for ourselves. So it is actually a pretty hefty ladder, 8.5k, 7 buy-ins.
Right here. Yeah. You might fold as well. You were that. Yeah.
Tim just moves all in here in the cut-off. Don't know what he had, but does get it through. Tom folding the King 10 in the big blind. So in just under half hour's time, guys, we're going to be on another 15-20 minute break. We're not sure what yet, but we'll be heading out on a break. Tim's doubled Matt up, that's about it. Not much else. Might have missed Trev Reardon's bust out. Tim limp button. Trev shoved the 8-9 off in the big and Tim called with kings. And Tom finds the ladies here, blind on blind. And just going to complete here. Hoping to induce something from Aaron. And yes, we are on a 30-minute delay, guys.
We are indeed. Eight, 5, 10, 2 diamonds.
Tom 3/4 pot sizing and Aaron with 9 height. It should just be letting this one go. Fairly wet board texture, so Tom choosing a bigger size. Aaron's out of the way. Ladies good for Tom Hall, didn't get no action from them though.
5 players left. Tim Chung over 4 mil. Out of the 6.8 million that's in play. Ravi second in chips, then Matt and Tom and Aaron need a bit of help.
Ace 4 of clubs for Tom Hall here. It's an interesting one off 13.5 bigs. I think we could see all 3 options here, Tower, and it's the jam from Tom with the Ace 4 of clubs. What he decides. Well, that's interesting. That is actually quite interesting. So he folds the 7s. But he shoves the Ace 4 of clubs. I'm guessing that's just because we've obviously got an immediate blocker with the ace in there and we're suited. But interesting from Tom. Works a treat, gets 2 folds. Is there ever a scenario where Tim deals here, e.g. they agree to give him first place money and ICM the rest?
That would be the only deal ever.
Yeah.
But very, very, very unlikely.
There was a deal in Leeds last year in a 30-30 where someone got more than first place, weren't there?
What?
We were commentating, we spoke about on the stream, I'm sure there was. In the 30-30, someone somehow managed to wangle a deal with more than first place.
Never ever accepting them terms. Our first mystery bounty tournament will be in London at the next leg. Before we get there, it'll be on the Saturday.
What did you think of Once Upon a Time in America? I thought some of the filming in that was incredible. I didn't think it was one of the best.
And Wages Day lets us know that Wales are on their way to the World Cup.
Hey, bring on the Welsh. Does that mean we play? Does that mean we play Wales in World Cup? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Are they in England's group? Are they?
Yes.
Oh, that'd be great. That's 3 points for Wales. What's the mystery bounty?
I'll let you cover that one, Tower.
What is the mystery bounty? It's £150 into the pot, £150 because it's a £300 tournament. £150 in, £150 into the bounty pot. Literally, all the prizes will be on envelopes rather than the players themselves when you knock somebody out. So every time you do knock somebody out, you get a chip that's obviously not relevant to the tournament. And when you knock somebody out, you'll go over to a tombola, you'll spin it round, you'll pull an envelope out, and determines to how many players play the mystery bounty will determine how big the prizes are. There'll be one big prize, there'll be a couple of medium prizes, and the rest will be, say it's £150. I'm guessing the bounties will be 100, 125 maybe, 75, 100s. But there could be a £5,000 bounty in there. So you pull it out every time you knock somebody out.
.20 minutes to go before a quick... Is it 15 minutes or 20 again? 15 this time. We're back to 15-minute breaks. Not
the breaks
anymore.
are 15 minutes, are they? Awesome. It will be from the day one because I'm pretty sure, I'll show you the schedule very shortly, I'm pretty sure it's just a one-day event in the bounty in London. So what will happen is the bounties will start after late reg is finished. So say there's 100 players play it and there's only 70 players left after late reg, then there'll be 70 prizes.
So he's not the clubs here for Tim, raising into the big blind of Aaron, and Aaron going to defend the 8-6 off here. And does flop top pair on 6-5 deuce, 2 spades. But might just lead all in here now to Aaron. He's going to go for half pot and just a quick fold from Tim. Good evening, Apocalypse.
London, quickly while it's on, so a quick scan. There it is, Saturday the 25th of June. The Mystery Bounty, £330 in. It's a one-day event. You get 15,000 chips, £150 into the middle, £150 into the bounty. So when the late reg finishes, however many players are left in, that's how many prizes there'll be, and they'll work it out. I know Geordie Mike, who's normally tournament director, he's on holiday at the minute, but he said it was actually surprisingly easy to work it out. So we'll leave it to them. The people that know.
How many times have you performed the stop and go manoeuvre in your comp J in your illustrious career? I don't think I've had many stop and goes in there, to be fair. To be honest with you, I've been experimenting with some donks a bit more recently when I've been playing some MTTs. Been doing, you go back, watch the stream 3 years ago, first season of here. Big advocate against it, but I'm doing a little bit of work and experimenting with some donks now. Mystery Bounty is going to be at the Vic for our next leg.
Indeed. Saturday the 25th. The buy-in's £330. I don't think it's on the app at the minute. It's on social media. It's on. I'm pretty sure it's on the Grosvenor Poker page on Facebook. PK will have already put it up the full schedule. We've got it here. Obviously, we keep flicking it up every now and again. And the next stop for us is London. Are we streaming cash again at London? Yes, we are on the Wednesday. And then the main event Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And Tim just going after Ravi, as he should be. Ravi being second in chips here. Tim just has to put the hammer down, small blind versus big. I think he's just going to shove so wide when it's folded around to him in the small.
Yeah. And every day in London, we'll be speaking to somebody called Jay Harwood in Vegas. I'm going to chat.
Got unbelievable replacement as well for London. Rick Trigg going to be doing some comms. I'll probably be tuning in, listening to some insights of Trigg Tower. I'll probably be listening to Trigg for a bit, getting some insights. That'll be me in the chat. Means I can win a token, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's it on the button here. Makes it 80k.
Hey, Mr. Jack. How are you? How's things? Have you recovered from the 500 or are you flicking it in again? There were over 7,000. Were there 7,000 runners yesterday? Or something silly?
A lot. You called any more people, any more names, Jack, for choosing a quarter pot size rather than a third? Some trucker from Oklahoma or whatever you said.
Max late regging the 25k. Good luck, young man. Proper good luck in that one. We're rooting for you. If it's a 3-day event, I'll see you on the final table rail.
Yeah, you'll be out there, won't you? Get a family photo in the winner's picture. He came in yesterday when it was just me in there. I think you popped out for 10. He goes, "Where's my northern dad?" 25th for me, Matthew, is when I will be out there. 25th. Tim just open rips 10-8 suited under the gun. I think effective stack at the table is Ravi, around 20 big blinds.
There are the prizes for the 5 that are left. 17,300 for next out, 25.7, 40,800 for third. Over 100,000 for the winner. Can we have a first double winner
in the same season?
And the first high roller stroke main event champion in the same week.
Aces for Aaron. How many times have you seen the boots on this FT?
15 bigs. Where is it? To 8. Is that 100? Or was it 80? There's to 80. Tim calls with Jack 8. This comes Jack 8. There, it might be a double.
It's good to see Aaron actually use the size here that he's been using all tournament. I know we should never open 2x blind on blind small versus big, but he's done it twice already and both times he had trash holding, so to see that he's actually got the aces in here as well. So although it's a sizing we shouldn't use, it's actually pretty balanced in the sizing if he's doing it with his aces and he's doing it with his trash. Fires for 70k, and Tim does have a piece here. Bottom pair backdoor clubs.
So just call. Four of clubs on the turn. And we have the ace of clubs.
And Tim has the jack of clubs.
Yeah, a bit of a safety net with the ace of clubs as well.
170k is the jam from Aaron here. And Tim's going to ask for a count. Just to clarify, it is 170. We're just under 3-1 on a call here, Tim. But this is a board.
Yeah, looks like a max value. Yes, he's got an absolutely max value.
So Jack 8 for Tim, and Aaron with the aces. To the turn, rib up. Is it clean? It looks like an ace. Looks like set. It is a set.
The ace of spades.
So Aaron doubles now. A couple of players doubling through Tim.
Still with 4.2 million though, well over half the chips in play, cruising along, but doubled up Matt Davenport and Aaron. Look at the stacks. Tim with more chips than all other players combined.
Well played, Aaron.
I don't know. We had this conversation yesterday, DF Gaming. Don't know how old Aaron is, but I'm going to say he's between the ages of 18 and 21 because he's only had one cash to his name, and that was last month in the G400 at the Vic. One live cash on the database from Aaron. So I'm going to say he's maybe not even legally allowed out in Vegas yet, but it's just an assumption. I could be wrong, but I reckon he's a youngster. But I am just going on the Hendon mob and his first cash being last month on the database, but could be wrong. May have just taken up poker in his mid-20s or something. Finds jacks on the button. Raise and take. So on break in just under 10 minutes. When we return, guys, it's going to be 3 levels for the session because we are now on a 40-minute clock throughout. Ace jack here for Tom Hall, and raises half of his stack, and Aaron here with the pocket sixes. And Tom's the first player to do this at the final table, raise half their stack and leave half behind. And all this is if now, let's say for example, Aaron moved all in and Tim called, Tom could then actually fold here, potential to ladder, and leave himself half his stack behind. Obviously it's a situation that doesn't occur very often, but the reason we do it is because if there's just mad action behind us, we can still fold and leave ourselves half our chips, assuming that we're just going to be crushed after the action that's taken place. It doesn't happen very often, but that's why players raise half their stack, to leave a little bit of room to fold. Six here for Tim in the cutoff, and once more going to raise, makes it 80. And that shoves with the ace-9 in the small. Over Tim's cutoff open, knowing how wide Tim has been opening. I'm just going to see Tim let this one go.
ask way more than the average person.
Allowed to watch the delayed final table stream while playing on the FT? If so, I'm surprised none of them are, which is why nobody is. Because the answer's no. No, you can't watch the live stream when you're on the feature table. During the tournament you can watch it on the outer tables but not the feature.
Double barrel here from Tim, and the ace jack of Aaron not going to be able to withstand the heat here. Yeah, Ravi's been sitting there watching all the shorties double up, praying for Tim to bust one of them, but Matt's double through Tim, Aaron's double through Tim. Probably 2 or 3 more hands and then it's going to be a quick 15 for us guys, and then we will be back for the remainder of the final table. Matt Davenport, Tom Hall, Aaron Carer, Tim Chung and Ravi are the final 5 here in GUKPT Luton. 341 runners for this one.
Every now and again there's just a glitch in the RFID, which is why the cards aren't shown. King 8 for 10 Tim this time.
And Aaron finally changes the size, blind on blind, chooses 2.5x this time. Still a little bit small, but getting bigger. Ace 9 6 rainbow is the board. Aaron flopping the best of it with top pair and decides to check over to Tim. 4 of spades on the turn. Delayed c-bet from Aaron here now with his top pair after mixing and check on the flop. I think Tim's just going to let the King 8 go here. He's been going after Aaron. He is going to call here once with the King high. Blind on blind will still be the best hand some of the time, and he has seen Aaron raise light on a couple of occasions with a min click. Check, check, and the ace 10 is good.
Tim Mux flips them in. So Aaron up to 755, getting his stack a little bit healthier now with the blinds at 20,000, so nearly 40 bigs.
So a minute and a half on the clock, likely to be the last hand.
So 2040 the blinds, 20,000 the ante, with it being 500. And then a 40-minute clock, and this could be the last hand if we have a little bit of dwelling from Mr. Tom. He's coming in for a raise.
Yeah, it's just the same again. Gonna half commit himself here, give himself room if there's some mad action behind us to then fold and potentially ladder for some extra money in our pocket.
Yep. One more hand.
It's just going to be raise and take. So we are going to get one more hand in this session, guys.
One more hand in this session, ladies and gentlemen. One more hand.
We've got the free roll starting next session as well. 8 o'clock start for that. So if you haven't registered yet, get yourself
TY
in.
Luton. Get in. All uppercase. TY Luton. Oh no! What?
Who won the 6:45 at Musselburgh?
Who
Anyone?
knows? Who cares?
Anyone?
Oh, did you back it?
Yeah, I
did
know
you?
too.
No
We
way.
went on break.
No way! Quick,
I just
Jake.
remembered.
To be fair, not being funny, if it had won, it'd have been in chat box saying, "Did you back it? Did you back it? Did you back it?" Because you know it's lost. He's not replied. It's lost. He's come 8th.
Ah,
there you go.
Not even in the top 4.
There you go. Not even in the top 4. If it had won, it'd have been there. Did you back it?
8th out of 10.
8th out of 10. Great tip. Well done. Thank you very much. Keep them to yourself next time. Bit like Towers treble.
Oh.
Hey, unbelievable techers.
Brooksy, what are you doing to me? I ain't spoke to you in years, and you can pop in the chat, give me a tip, and he goes, it will finish close.
Yeah, to last. It'll finish close. We went all into the call the last hand. Matt is gonna. Oh, we're gonna split it. We're gonna chop it up.
Yeah, this would be ill. Tim's actually
he's got the ace.
Slight,
got the ace of diamonds.
Slight dog here.
3 diamonds on the flop.
Tim with 1 suit, Matt with 2. And that will be that for the session, guys. We are going to be back around 25 to just after.
Do you think he's done it? Do you think it's done?
Should we have a look?
We have a look.
See
We'll
if
see
the
you
break
in
clip's there.
15.
See you in 15,
No
guys.
more tips, you Brooksy. Not ever again. See you in 15.
But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And like, but you know, like still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And you know, my friends were there watching and stuff. So gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that 6 max is probably your best game. 3rd out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5K 6 max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these 3 events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet. 2nd out of 474 in the 6 max 10K. 3 massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now like have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5K 6 max came 3rd, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and just drinking, which, you know, to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking.
I might have been there.
Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually I had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were 3 left. And I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand. So which didn't really bother me because like live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind, and he's called, and I was kind of short step. And it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot, and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak. And I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, and then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another. I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute, and then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand, but obviously it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like, tough tournaments as well. The 10K 6 Max was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match, had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal, you know. It was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling, because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. It was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France. And second again.
Yeah, I worked on that heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well, because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament, because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, like, it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we're still winning the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Loudon had big chips, and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of, there was a mutual agreement almost, but hadn't really clashed yet. But we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot, and let alone, like, I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table, because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like, free off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us. Buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back, I get kings on the big blind. Kings when the guy in the big blind's not even there. And Johnny Loudon raises, and I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy. Not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in. He just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash, and, you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like, obviously I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've min re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K, and they're like 6K more. So I was like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit, and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet, and he tanked for ages, and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that, and I'm down to 10 big blinds, find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And, you know, trying to avoid the cameras or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out the Empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know, I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007, I think it was the one, John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
Annette won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All in Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally. But you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure. And I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So yeah, it was to make a run at it was really cool.
$2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still number 1 online.
Yeah,
how do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number 1 online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, put on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make my.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it's sort of basically. Yeah, and it's like they're all it's a full variant.
No. You haven't been on the feature table before, so it's good to hear show how it works.
No.
What it was, there was 2 cards that I've seen 2 aces of spades in 2 days that have had a protection in exactly the same place. So it's, you know. But, yeah, so, yeah.
So back to it. We're still on 5. Sometime yesterday we lost Andrew back.
Yeah.
We're on 5. Tim Chung, still big chip leader, but they're starting to grind. Yet again, all 5 players.
Trev last bust out hour and 20 minutes ago. So we've been 5-handed for a while now.
Let's do it again.
What is a donk? Asked Pete. So basically, if someone opens and we defend in the big blind or even in the small outer position, and whatever the board is, if we are then the player to lead, that is just referred to as a donk. It's called a donk lead because basically you shouldn't usually be firing into the aggressor because they're going to have all the stronger hands in their range. But there are times you can implement that in today's game. Very hard to be balanced, so I think you need to do a lot of work on donking strategies if you want to implement it into your game. But that's all it is. So if, say for example here, if Ravi opened the button, big blind defended, and then the big blind donked, or bet on the flop rather than checking, that would be a donk. Simple as that. 7-5 of clubs for Tim here, just shoving in the cut-off, and Tom Hall, ace-jack here, tower.
That's it, we're calling.
11 bigs. How wide Tim's been?
We're definitely calling. What have you got, time, mate?
Yeah, it's closer than it looks. I think ace-queen he'd call. Ace-jack, probably still got to be a call here from Tom, but as I always say, Tom Hall will be more clued up in these spots than myself. Plays plenty of online MTTs where... There we go, there's the all-in from Tom Hall, and it's 7-5 of clubs for Tim.
Big chance of getting 600k out of Tim Chung. $70-30, a lot closer than you think. Ace jack against 7-5.
It should be more. There must be some dead outs here. 7-5 would have like 35% equity usually, but I'm guessing there's some dead cards, and there's an ace for Tom. Still needs to fade the wheel though. 3 for Tim. Needed. Well, double gutted now.
A 6 or a 3.
Never easy. And it's the king of spades. So first hand back after the break, Tom Hall gets a double. I'm going to put him second in chips, up to 1.3 million. Text in the chat gives it a woo. I'm guessing he's got some money on Tom in the book. But Tim's still with such a healthy chip lead here.
Yes, this is my last time. No.
Poor Ravi. He's been in that spot Tom was in at the start of the FT where he was just have to fold second in chips because of all the short stacks, but it just seems like everyone's doubling up around him. And Tom here blind on blind with the king 10 in the small. Now we're at 1.2 million chips. We are now second in chips.
Yeah, and now we're applying pressure to the shorties, because that's what Tom can do.
And 4 deuce for Aaron. Not going to be all in with that one. Tom even shows him the king 10.
Yeah, indeed. You're absolutely right, Dave. It's a lot closer than you think. The free roll password is TY Thank You Luton for a great GUKPT. That's what we think. TYLUTON, all uppercase.
And Aaron hasn't given Tim a walk, I don't think yet, but surely with a 9-3 off.
Yeah, he should.
There we go.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant the start of the day.
No. 10-8 of hearts from Matt under the gun. Matt with just sub 12. Probably going to let this one go. Can't open off this stack size, so that we're going to rip the 10-8 suited. Well, he is going to rip the 10-8 suited. In they go from Matt Davenport.
And all around to Ravi. Snap folds as well with ace-5. So they've all had a glass of water and they've all realised they need to do something against the monstrous chip leader. And we need to start building a stack back up. All on 13 bigs, Matt, Aaron and Ravi. Well, give them a double and they'll be second in chips.
Tim moves all in with the ace-8 on the button, and Matt calls with the 8s, and Tim could be doubling another player up. This could be the 5th double. It does have 3 outs, can find an ace, and they're all live, because still sitting with 32% equity
Tim
here.
could be down to 2.7 mil, just like that. And Matt could be up to 1.4 million. Jack, 10, 3 is good for the 8s.
It is, especially with the 8 of hearts in there as well. King does bring
queens,
a Broadway draw for Tim.
Ace or a queen.
And it's a jack. So Matt Davenport now doubling up. And Tim down to 2.8, peaked at 4.6, and now 2.8 million for Tim.
So since the break, Tim has lost to doubled up Tom and doubled up Matt. And before the break, he doubled up Aaron. His line's at 25k now. Sitting pretty, is Matt Davenport.
Yeah, to be honest with you, Tower, though, I think we're going to have this session and then it will finish next session. The last level of this session is going to be 40k, 80k, and then when we return after the break in about 2 hours' time, we'll be coming back to 50k, 100k, which means there's only going to be 68 big blinds in play total. So I think we're going to have this couple of hours and then it will finish in the next couple of hours when we have the next break in 2 hours' time. So I'm going to say going to be finishing this one around 11 o'clock. Insane how Matt, Tim and Tom are always knocking about come the end of tourneys, killers, and they say poker is all about luck.
Absolutely. You are not wrong. Tim June won the high roller this week. Chance to do a unique double.
Boots again on the FT. This time Matt Davenport finds the aces on the button. And now got some chips where we can actually open and don't even have to rip. Working now with way over 20 big blinds, 27 to be precise. Matt's going to use a time bank here. Try and think how to proceed with these aces. Makes it 100, clicks it up, 9-4 off, not going to be any action from that there with the boots.
So the final 5 in Luton. The free roll password is TY Luton, all uppercase.
Things going through Tim's head right now, Tower, after losing, doubling up 4 players. Just got to keep his headset right, keep doing what he's doing. Sometimes it can set the confidence back.
The free roll should just be in the main lobby of Grosvenor Poker. Gas. Should just be in the lobby of the GUKPT. Starts at 8 o'clock. It should just be in the lobby.
So what I was doing 6 years ago to this day, Tower?
Doing the Rubik's Cube.
I bubbled, well, my mum just sent me a picture, come up on her memories on Facebook, bubbled Walsall, GUKPT
No
Walsall.
way.
6 years to this day, yeah? In 2016.
I'd have been there.
Yeah, you were, you were the bubble boy.
Oh, man.
I remember watching the comms back.
Oh, no way, man. Oh.
Walsall, I miss Walsall leg.
Yeah, it's a good leg. It just don't know what happened to it. Don't know why it was off. But unfortunately, Walsall's not on the list at the minute.
Prizes coming across the bottom of your screen. Honey Mate on Twitch.
.6 years ago to the day, to the present day, satelliting into a 50k in Vegas, Jay. Some journey.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, true. It's been a wild ride in the poker scene. It really has.
$100,850 up top. Next out, 17,300.
He's in the danger zone.
And Red King says, where's our favourite place to commentate? So, where's your favourite stop?
Vegas. Oh no. Favourite place to commentate from? Favourite place to...
Mine's always Blackpool. Yeah, Carl's in straight away. Mine's always Blackpool. I love the Blackpool leg. One of my favourites.
Yeah, Blackpool's great, I must admit.
And Adam, mate, just drop me a message on Twitter. We'll definitely go out for some grub one night. I will see you out there, mate.
There's no worse places. They're all great. Helped out with the comms at the Irish Home, so Dublin's obviously a good shout. And we've done the IPO, which is always great to be working in Dublin. Going down a Sinnott's bar into the best sports bar in Dublin town centre. And GUKPT, we don't mind sitting in a room in the back of Luton where nobody can see us.
We're right next to the drinks fridge, which is always good.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we're sat in his boxers, slippers on.
Tim Jack 10 off under the gun, raises to 100, matches flat in the ace 10, and Aaron comes along in the big line with the Queen Jack. Seven, 6, 3. 2 club board. Not much for anyone here. Tim is going to continue, or just south of 30%. Wow, is Aaron going to raise? Is he going to make a stand versus Tim? Off of his 530k stack, he is! Just went for it, he's had enough.
Sweet.
Not being pushed around no more. Did actually have the best hand, bluffing with the best of it, but playing back at Tim, and just chooses to raise the Queen Jack there after defending out the big blind. Good range awareness there. It is meant to be our board once we defend out the big. We are going to have stronger hands than the opener. However, Tim is opening fairly wide. Oi, oi. Let's go, Adam. He's satellited into 25k in the Bahamas in January.
Whoa!
Gonna be some sweat, that. Good luck, Adam.
Wowzers.
That's some great. What do you do, like the steps, Adam? Do you play like a little $100 into a bag, into like a 5 bag, into 25k? Off a free roll? Oh my word! Good luck out there, boy. Love to see you do well. Just a min cash would be unbelievable.
Just a holiday's not bad.
I know. So blind on blind here, Aaron with the ace 5 makes it 150. So changes to 3x now, Tower. So more legitimate size. And Tim just going to free bet Jack Deuce the 350k here. Seeing these two battle a couple of times blind on blind. Now Aaron's just going to have to get out of the way because now we are 3 of 5. I think Ravi's actually the shortest now, Tower, after all these double ups, and I can't see how Aaron's going to pill this one. Wow, he is going to come along for the ride, out of position to Tim with just ace 5 off here.
See, now they've all got chips, we're going to start seeing some poker. We've had 3 hours of waiting for the ICM, nothing's happened, and now they're all starting to double off Tim.
6-6-5, 2 diamond board here, and Aaron with 2 pair, and Tim continuing for 200k. And Aaron with 2 pair, not going to be going anywhere here after we pull the ace 5 off and we get this board. Only thing is, we're now left with 430k. And
does pick up nut flush draw on this Queen of Diamonds turn. Checks over to Tim once more. He's probably going to shut down now on this particular turn card. I think it's going to be, well, he's going to fire again for 200k. Goes just south of 20% here. Maybe just trying to target some, I'm not even sure what we're trying to fold out here for this price. Don't expect Aaron to ever have a 5 here once he calls our free bet, really, unless it's ace-5 suited specifically. Obviously 6x hard to have as well. Tim does fire for 200 and Aaron calls, leaving himself 230k back. This pot is brewing 1.5 milli in the middle. And do you know what? If Aaron somehow gets the showdown here, he's going to have the chip lead tower.
Yep.
If this somehow gets the showdown, which it probably will, is Tim going to set him in for his last 230k? Because it might work. And there we go. There we go. And now Aaron with ace-5, but he's called, left himself 200k back and uses his last time bank chip. So for his tournament life here, Aaron with the ace-5, with the ace of diamonds, in a bit of a spot. We're getting an unbelievable price. It's two things here. We either call when we got the chip lead, if we're correct, or we call when we're wrong, we're out the door. But if we fold, we're only leaving ourselves with 4 big blinds tower. That's the thing.
Yeah.
We're going to leave ourselves with 4 bigs. What is going on?
He's got to be calling. Check call the flop, check call the turn.
Yeah, like it's really strange. Like if we call turn, I guess you have to call river. I'm surprised we're in there once Tim free bets anyway, but this is pretty crazy stuff. And he does make the call, and Tim shows the jack deuce.
And the 5 will double, and Aaron is now chip leader.
2 million.
We have a new chip leader for the first time on the final table.
And Tim down to 1.5 milli. We've not even been back from break half hour yet. And Tim has gone from 4.6 milli to 1.5.
Yep. For the last 3 hours we've been playing ICM poker, and now we're starting to open up. Everybody's doubled up off Tim, and now we have Aaron as chip leader.
Literally, Tim has doubled everyone up except Ravi. He doubled Aaron up once before the break. There's his second one. Yeah, it was a pretty wild hand, guys. Really wild hand. Chat box just asking a few things. Aaron now the chip leader. Let's see if he opens up. Raises to 175. Who in the chat said this was going to be a short one?
Never is.
How are we doing, Mel? Back home after a lovely day, and now for poker. What do we know about Aaron? We don't know much. We know he's got what his first live cash was last month in the G400, only cash on the database. So I think he's a young gun that's just taken up the game, and he's ran pretty well to reach the final table. And here he is, potentially on his way to a 6-figure score as the chip leader.
Absolutely. So the 5 that are left: Matt Davenport, Tom Hall, Aaron Carer, Tim Chung and Ravi. They are the 5 that are left.
H-King for Aaron. Raise and take.
It has, the full recap is that everybody's doubled up through Tim, and now people have started playing poker because they're allowed to, because they've got the chips, and Aaron's turning it on. So Aaron checks as Tom limps. Goes 5-6-2. Comes 5-6-2. Tom checks. Aaron makes it 40,000.
The red wine caught up with Tim.
He just lost every all in. Ten-9 of spades for Matt. All starting to open up now. They've got a few chips. It looks like they've got a lot of chips, but they're still in the 25 big remit. But you can open fold.
That makes it 100k with a 10-9 suited in the cutoff. And Aaron now with the chip lead, ace-8 in the small. I don't think he's going to, but could potentially use our ace blocker here and go after Matt. Tim is going to defend in the big.
Jack, Jack, King.
Tim gets a lovely flop here, flopping trip jacks. And probably one Matt's going to see bet here with just 10 high, dummy and gutter and backdoor spades. And that fires for 60. And Tim with trips here. Just going to be calling, I expect. Don't think we're ever going to want to raise this spot after flopping trips. Keep some bluffs of Matt in. Can get value from King X if he's got one. anyway. Choosing to double barrel, but finds it on the end. Oh my word, it's been a disaster half hour for Tim Chung.
It certainly has been absolutely cruel for Tim. Because Matt's going to be betting.
And Tim's going to have to call. $260 from Matt Davenport. 260 into 370, so 2/3 pot here. And Tim with trip jacks. We've seen Tim make some sick laydowns in the past, but after turn goes check check. I can't see how Tim's going to let this one go. Like, Matt might have some bluffs that contain the ace of clubs. Although Tim may not expect a king to ever choose this size, so maybe thinking that we're either chopping beat or it's a bluff with the jack 9 here.
He's made some amazing folds in his time as Tim on feature tables in the past. This would be another one. And he makes the call to see the bad news from Matt, and Matt is going to get up to
Is Tim fourth in chips now, Tower? I think he is.
Matt is up to 1.7 mil, so Aaron's chip leader on 2.2, Matt and 1.7 and second in chips, and Tim, Tom and Ravi all have around the same, around the million mark. What a turnaround, what a final. Chef Brad, you're going to have to watch it back because there's that much to talk about on the recap. You're literally going to have to watch it back at your leisure whenever you can. It is well worth the watch.
I think we all did when we went on that break. I was just having a chat with someone just outside. I was like, yeah, I think Tim's got it locked up, and he had about 65% of the chips in play.
Not anymore. Aaron chip leader in only his second cash ever live. Aaron has turned it round. We've all been grinding the ICM now. We've all got chips. We're playing proper poker, and Aaron is turning it on a little. Yeah, Razor Cave did come to play the seniors.
You play the GUKPT before. You've not played the game?
Good luck to everyone. In the free roll, it has just started. You're an hour late, Reg, for that, so you can still get in at 9 o'clock. Password is TY Luton, all uppercase. We will be covering the final table though, and now stacks are much more even. I just feel sorry for Ravi Tower, who's sitting there knowing that he had to fold second in chips when he had like 25 bigs and everyone was sub 15 other than Tim, who had over 100, and everyone's just doubled up around him, and Ravi's just been folding, and now he's the short stack.
Amazing tournament.
Yeah, I couldn't see him folding there, Dave. I don't think he had a club actually. I think it was Jack 9 off with the spade. I'm not sure a club was in there. If a club was in there, maybe it'd be a pretty sick check rip.
blocking boats, blocking flushes, blocking the 9-10, but honestly, don't think it was Jack 9 with a club. So Matt finds a premium in the small blind on blind here versus Tom Hall.
Am I just called? Oh no, it's small blind.
Fold from Tom Hall after Matt makes it 185.
Tom with a 6-4 in small. Tom, he's been on a million like forever. It seems to be, I know he hasn't because he's had a double up and he's dropped down and he's doubled up. But he started the day on 1.1 million, he's got a million. Just the blinds are a little bit different. Can somebody get a cup of tea for the lady on the outer table that's been sat there on her own for ages? Bless. Hey Logs, this is it with the final 5. There is a free roll. TY Luton is the password.
Blind's going to be going up in just 5 minutes time, take us into 30k, 60k level, meaning that there's going to be just over 110 big blinds in play. Usually when it's sub 100 bigs in play, that's usually a level when stream finishes on average. But now stacks are a lot more levelled out.
Absolutely. The link is in Grosvenor Poker. It'll be in the lobby. Free roll to play the closer tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries, Dave. I do it all the time. The amount of times I've made mistakes reading cards, just having a look at them on stream is countless. Done it many a time.
That's it. You see, if that's Ravi's missus who's sat on the outer table, she's looking through Selfridges at the minute and
on Louis Vuitton or something.
Yeah,
or Gucci,
Louis Vuitton for the next new handbag. You stay there, husband, and you just carry on winning the money. I'm just spending it for you. Hey, Big Neil. There's been a lot of action. If you want to watch it back tomorrow, tomorrow on Twitch, it'll be there, and YouTube. If it was open, you can rewind it as well. It'll all be on social media. With YouTube, you can watch it, and on Twitch. Plenty gone on, but Tim has just about doubled everybody up around the table. Line's 25.50 for the next hand.
How do you know? Because Mrs. is steaming, sitting on the balcony in Crete, watching the live stream.
You'd have been thinking it'd have been over quite a while ago, because you thought, just tune in for a couple of hours, there's only 9 left at 2 o'clock. And at 8:15 there's still 5 left.
It just shows you the great structure that these tournaments are as well. When you're this deep, like some tournaments you get to an FT and like average is sub 20 bigs, and it does become a bit crapshooty. But on this hour clock and the structure, it is just great.
Enjoy. When you're off to Vegas, young man? Next week? Oh, I might see you.
Enjoy, Balser.
Balser, well done, buddy.
Cheers, mate.
John Barnesfield, one of the most consistent poker players in the last 3 years on the GUKPT circuit, is off to Vegas. You're going to Turkey tomorrow from Crete. Are you going on the boat? Are you going on a boat? Right, a boat trip. I found out in Turkey last week you can get a boat to Rhodes for the day. It costs about 30 quid. Only found out on my last day. Couldn't do it then.
Well, everyone's on holiday. Lawrence is watching from Madrid airport, waiting for a delayed flight.
Oh, you could be there a while, Lawrence. Stay tuned.
Yeah, we'll be here a while, so keep you entertained, Lawrence, we hope. Ace 9 under the gun for Aaron, raises 125k.
Yeah, I've landed up 30,000, 60,000, 30,000.
Adam's in Turkey next week.
Nice.
Not today, thanks. Family holiday to get credits in for Vegas. Soul read.
Awesome.
Ace King for Matt Davenport here on the button. Aces and Ace King have been out in force in this FT. We've seen them so many times. I think it's 60. Tom not. 4 or 5 in the small. And Queen 6 off here for Aaron. Should be hitting the mark. But he has been defending pretty wide, Aaron. Oh, it's not even a... Matt actually limped the button here with the Ace King. I didn't even realise that. And it's going to work a treat because Aaron's flop middle pair here and we got top pair, top kicker as Matt Davenport. So going to get a streak of action. We probably wouldn't have got it if we opened because it wouldn't have expected Aaron to defend the Queen 6. 8 of spades on the turn. And Aaron checks once more and now we have to bet here surely as Matt Davenport.
Which it does, makes it 115.
It's 115 into 180 here, so 2/3 just south of for Matt Davenport. And the way Aaron's been playing, I'm not expecting him to fold a 6 here, Tower. But he does fold a 6. Well timed fold from that man. Caught him 2 streets with third pair and folding third pair versus 1 street better Matt there. A nice little fold there from Aaron. Maybe now he's got chips, he's going to play a tighter style. I'm not sure what the approach will be for that young man.
You can't use euro. You can use euros, but don't take them. English or lira. They love the English.
English?
Yeah, you can take pounds.
What?
And you can change pound notes anywhere. You don't even need to transfer any money or change any money before you go. English or lira. That is it. You don't need anything else. But if you take plenty of pound notes you can change lira in nearly any restaurant, cafe, bar or anywhere, because the exchange rate when you go over there is nearly exactly the same as Revolut. I found that out myself, and I use Revolut a lot. And if you want to fill up your Revolut card, you can actually use a Revolut card in the holes in the wall of the bank. The Hulk bank don't charge. GUKPT Blackpool is the first week in November for 10 days.
H to Tim, shoving over the button open with Aaron here. And Aaron never going to be able to call this one off with Queen 10 off. Aaron tanking tower.
I'll just get out of the way this time. Wales are going to the World Cup for the first time in 62 years.
Wow, 62. I remember when we played them in the Euros back in 2016. Yeah.
That was the first time in about 50 years they're going to them then as well.
Oh, is it? Sorry.
Yes, it is.
We'll show you quick.
It'll be a 1250 wine in total, 1100 plus the juice. So yeah, it'll be 1250 in total.
Queen Jack for Aaron in the cut off with the chip lead here. Expect him to open this. Thinks it's 200k here. Huge sizing, and Ravi gonna just shove here now, tower. And Aaron here could have just opened 2x, saved himself about 1.2 bigs, but chose the like over 3x sizing. That'll get him over 2-1 on the call here with the Queen Jack, but can't see him calling it off for a third of his chips.
He's messing with the blues, which would mean a call. And he's counting out 440,000.
Wow, he has made the call.
He's made the call with Jack Queen.
So Ravi,
massive chance to double. Oh, the wife's up. Oh, she's thinking, oi, oi.
Look at the smile on her face.
Some more Jimmy Choo, she's thinking. Come on.
Seeing the hands, knows he's in front. So Ravi fading jacks.
Oh, the jack with the ace on the flop as well. Wowzers.
So still the same, fading jacks. And does
absolutely fade. Full double for Ravi. Fist pump from the wife.
So everyone's locked up £17,300. A ladder of 8k. We have been five-handed for a while now. We lost TR at 5 to 6. It is now 25 past 8. That is 2.5 hours since Big TR hit the rail tower. But we were five-handed, and the second in chips had 16 big blinds, and we thought, oh, this could be over soon. And then it all just changed when we got back from the break. Tim doubled up Tom Hall first, followed by Matt Davenport. He then lost a big pot versus Matt Davenport, flopping trips, and Matt River in the straight. And then he's just lost a few chips opening and getting shoved on and having to fold. And now one of the shorties in the field, Tim Chunk, but still don't write him off.
I guess he'll just go for Portugal, says Apocalypse. I've no idea, didn't even know Portugal was playing. It can only be Ronaldo.
It's got to be a playoff, isn't it? Wales are playing as well?
No. I don't think so. No, there's only one playoff.
Huh?
It'll be that league thing.
Oh yeah, Nations League. Your favourite tower? There's old Tony Ringe in the seniors in the background. Complete from Tom. Window 9-5. And 5 red diamonds here for Aaron. In the big blind. Wow, I'm going to raise it up, applying pressure to Tom. Like it. I like it a lot as Aaron. Credit where it's due. Bit of aggression there. And look at the stacks now. If we literally turned back the clocks 45 minutes ago, it was a completely different story. Tim had about 110 bigs, and then it was 16 bigs, 16 bigs, 13 bigs, like 8 bigs. It was crazy.
Absolutely anybody's now. You're 100% correct, Gully Math.
Jay, when getting a walk, do you check your cards or just mug? I usually show the table first now. I started doing this thing where I just hold it up to the table and be like, any good? That's usually what I do now.
Love it.
Before I look. I think we all thought we were going to be done by 9 Roland. Tom opens the ace 9 of spades. It doesn't open. Effective shove, putting in half his stack, leaving himself room to fold if Aaron moves all in and Tim calls. Aaron out the way with the king 3 and Tim out the way as well. Don't say that, Roland. Going to be 12 now. I hope not.
Chaps, can you give a shout out to the Winchester mob? 4 of West down to Southampton on Friday night, had a right old time. No losers and 1 bonus win with quad aces for a £500 bonus. Quad queens for a Goliath ticket. Up the Winchester Club. How are we doing? I hope you're watching the live stream. And enjoying the live stream, because this has been topsy-turvy since we came back from the break.
I just do it as standard now, you know. Just trying to get the time pretty much.
Aaron's opening with ace jack.
Tim in the small, unfortunately, card's not showing for us, but looks like he's got a decision, and the triangle's in for Tim Chuck. And Aaron's probably going to have to call this off. When
Oh
it gets
my
back to
days!
him.
Oh my days! I reckon Tim's got the ace of spades. What's he got? Ace queen maybe?
Ravi having Tim covered here, he's going to shove, and this is a snap fold for Aaron.
Absolutely.
This becomes a snap fold now for Aaron. We're not calling.
Not calling 2 all in, that is for sure.
We are certainly not Tower. Not after it goes shove, reshove from Ravi. Especially with Ravi second in chips as well. He's got to be pretty tight here. And Aaron's thinking about it, Tower.
He's asked for a count. Does the count included in the countdown?
Imagine if he calls here and somehow beats an ace.
He's paused when the countdown is, so he's carrying on. So he's got 10 seconds to make these. Oops.
I can't even believe he's even baiting this one, Tower.
No, me neither.
This is just has to go right into the mark. It's not only the fact that we're probably behind, it's the fact we get to ladder and make 8.5k. Say even if Tim wins this pot, we get to make 8.5k a couple of hands later because Ravi's going to be left with 3 big blinds. It would be a disaster to put it in here for Aaron. Good to see him let that one go. Let's see what Tim's got, guys.
Ace, spades, queen, or hearts.
Well, there's been an ace in the muck, we know that. Aaron folding
Ace
an
eight.
ace 8 for Tim, and there's an ace in the muck, so it could be the end of Tim Chung. He was chip leader coming back after the break. With 60% of the chips in play.
Vix is there, Jason's there, who's won 2 events. The high roller champion was chip leader, and everybody was ICMing all day. They weren't playing poker at all. And then all of a sudden,
how's he do it?
Well,
ace on
back
the
in
flop
it.
for Tim. Poor Ravi does still have 2 outs though, and it's a king on the turn. Oh, Ravi finds it. Tim needs an ace, and it's the queen of spades. Tim Chung is out the door. It's gone from 60% of the chips in play to busto.
Wow.
Oh, wow. What a 45 minutes for Tim.
Gee.
Where has that king come from? I was thinking, oh no, Ravi, you've been running bad, and it just continues. And there he finds the king. Ravi was already out his seat, but pings the 2-outer on the turn, and we lose Tim Chung. Tim Chung placing in 5th position for £17,300. Still a great run from Tim, nonetheless. But I know from where he was, he is going to be very disappointed.
We know there's always an ace when you're up against kings, but we never expected the king on the turn.
We didn't, Tower. We didn't.
Never expected the king. We're down to 4.
4 remain.
Oh, wow. Oh, man.
And prize pull across the bottom of your screen there, guys. Just scrolling across, but what a hand that was for you guys.
So now these 4 will be thinking anybody can win this because we shouldn't have been in this position. Michael Mann says the wife's happy. Yep, your man's ship leader. Game on. Wowzers, man. Wowzers.
That's just incredible. It is incredible. How I can't even remember how it all happened. I think Tim's just doubled every single player up, and then he was short and just shoves the ace 8 over the button open there, and it's good night for Tim. And Ravi now with the ladies in the small. New chip leader, guys, and it's that man in seat 9. I just scared the absolute something out of the dog, who was asleep on the sofa, whooping and horroring when the king binked. Didn't mean to wake the dog, mate.
I thought you were out on the town in Southampton winning chunks. Or you just got back and now you're chilling. The Winchester mob. Tim's just gone to pick Mitch up on the M1. That's the line of the week. That's the line of the week. That is funny. So ace jack for Tom.
Tom just moves all in the ace jack now. Ravi with a chip lead should be opening wide up, and Tom gets the shove through.
So now Tom is short stack, still with $1 million. Still with $1 million. Home now with a roasted and a petrified dog. Oh man. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. Another couple of hours we reckon till the end. That's what I'm predicting. I'm predicting 10-15.
I said between 10 and 11, so that's what we're going to go with.
10-15.
So blind on blind here, ace-9 suited, big hand to find blind on blind, and Tom with 16 big blinds hit. Could you see him choose to rip this one tower? He's going to raise instead, by the looks of things. So it makes it 3x, 180k.
And then with the ace-8.
Yeah, this is semi-cooler blind on blind here. Aaron picking up chips, and it's got to go in. Well, this is going in now, Tower, because Aaron can't fold.
Yep.
He cannot fold once he free bets here. And Tom with the ace-9 suited, probably not going to be folding this one blind on blind for this amount of BBs. And there's a triangle from Tom. And now after Aaron getting just under 3-1 in the call here, I can't see how we can fold now, Tower. Why have we've literally put in half the effective stack nearly.
Well, it tanked down last time to the final, took 1 second and then folded.
Well, he's got no time bank chips left, so he's only going to have 30 seconds to make this decision, but surely he has to call now, right? We've put in, what, 45% of the effective stack?
Yeah, he has to call.
He's thinking about this one.
Down to 10. No time banks left. Down to 5. So your hand's dead, son. Oh no, your hand's dead. Oh, now my days. Oh my. Oh. First time we've used a time bank, and I think he was late.
Well, it might save him, Tower.
It might. It's actually going to save his. It's actually going to save his tournament.
Hand has to be dead. Clock hit 0.
Yeah.
He's about a second late.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he was late.
Wow, and it's actually going to save him. Obviously, we're putting half our chips, which half the effective stack. We have to call off, but it's a snap call, and then took 30 seconds, and the clock reached 0, and he had no time bank. So the passive action is taken, which is a fold. But we're going to get floored just to get a ruling on this. But the clock was definitely on 0. He put a triangle in a second after.
Yeah, and he's actually going to see the good news, because it'd have been ace-9 against ace-8, and he's not shown. Yeah. So the hand was dead. The hand was dead. It's right. No time banks, and the dealer counted down from 5 to 0. And before, and well, after the 0 was counted, that was it.
That was a strange one, Tower.
That was a strange one.
The strangest thing about
But he's
that,
done it before.
We put-
He did it with the ace jack.
the strangest thing about that, Tower, we put in 45% of the effective stack. Literally, we're getting nearly 3-1 on a call. And like if we decide in our head that we're going to free bet this spot, we have to call it off.
Yeah.
We put in too many chips already.
Yesterday I had no
And then he saw the good news that he was behind. And could have been out the door. But they do get 5 time banks.
Yeah, what a life for Tom Hall as well. Especially Tom Hall, he's happy with the fold. Tom was probably like, why is he tanking here? I bet in Tom's head he was like, hold on a minute, how can we tank this spot? Can we free bet fold here? And now Aaron just open rips the ace-3, blind on blind, versus Ravi. And Ravi with the king-8 of spades. I think Ravi with position on Aaron should be calling tighter, because I think we're going to have a significant enough edge to not take these spots where they're fairly close here, like blind on blind, king-8 of spades. And yeah, of course, Sabrir is just a bit of inexperience from Aaron, that's all it is. You can tell by the way someone handles their cards and handles their chips that how long they've been playing poker live, and I don't think it's been too long for Aaron, just on that factor alone. Well, on day 3 you do get an extra time bank. You get 5 time banks on day 3. You do get an extra one.
Yeah. They do. They get 5 for day 3, and then you get them all back for the final table. So when there was 13 left today, you started with 5, and then when you get to the final table, everybody starts again with 5. So,
good question, because I think so.
absolutely. His only cash was £1,000. He's a young lad with a bright future. Will this finish today? Yes, it will.
I hope so.
Well, at some point, if we class up past midnight as still today, then yes.
King 9.
Yeah, mine's going up and just under 15 minutes. That takes us into the 48k level, so sub 100 big blinds in play then.
Who knows? Probably be a chop. Very late on one. I had the spades. Very powerful. Sounds like
And DD Dave Docky, I hate being in those spots as Tom because someone else said something, I missed it. Hate being in those spots as Tom because you know the guy's inexperienced, so you don't know if he sat there tanking with ace 8 or ace 10. And cheers, Mike.
Cheers,
Looking
Mike.
forward to Vegas.
Cheers, Mike. I'll let you know when I win my first $50. It'll probably be at craps table.
That is obviously an argument about time banks. Like the poker scene, we always want to get more recreationals into the scene, and obviously the time banks are going to favour the pros over the recreationals because they'll be able to come to the correct decision a lot quicker than a recreational. So it is obviously something to look at, but obviously unnecessary tanking is the reason for it. But like I say, it does favour the pros a lot more than the recreationals. Recreationals may need a bit longer to make important decisions, however the pros in certain spots will know them to a T. So I do say where you're coming from there. I do know where you're coming from, mate. So Aaron going to defend the Jack 5 off here. It's a bit too wide, Tower, but we know he likes to get involved. And does outflop Ravi with middle pair here, Aaron. But the ace on the turn does give Ravi top pair. May even mixing a check some of the time here as Ravi. Wouldn't be surprised to see it, or a small sizing. Don't think we're ever going to go large with our particular hand on this board. And opts for third, just south of 150 into 470. And it's Ravi that's actually fired here, guys. Slight error there from our action tracker. So stacks are going to be out. Ravi should have 2, 3, 5 more, and Aaron should have 2, 3, 5 less.
Yeah. So Aaron's on Emil.
Yeah, the way Grant asking how can we see the cards, there's a chip in each individual card. There's a reader. You see the circles on the table under the felt, and when the cards are on the reader, it will send it to the computer, let you know what the whole cards are. And then we stream it on a 30-minute delay and commentate on those pictures live.
So Ravi's got 300k more, and Aaron's got 300k less. The wrong person got the chips in the last hand, but that'll get rectified if there's an all-in. Because he's got no blues, has he? In fact, his chip stack looks way out, to be fair. Oh no, he's got another stack of...
That makes it 120, and Ravi with the kings again. Blind on blind here, and we've seen this already a lot from Aaron, this 2x open blind on blind, and I've already made a few comments on it, but Aaron is sticking with his sizing.
Ravi says we'll raise it up.
That makes it 410. Oh, it's an outfold. Quick fold from Aaron. And like could flat the kings there sometimes as Ravi, but Ravi saw earlier when Aaron clicked it up with the ace-5 off, he raised 2 big blinds, and Tim 3-bet. Aaron peeled the ace-5 off out of position, so if that was in Ravi's head, I'm always going to be 3-betting the kings there. No need to get trappy thinking our opponent's not going to be folding too often to our 3-bet.
Yeah. I think I could have saved a couple, but
yeah, if I've seen someone peel a 3-bet after they click it blind on blind with ace-5 off, I'm probably just going to 3-bet the kings, because I just think their fold to 3-bet in that situation is going to be so low that we're just going to want to build a pot with our premium holding.
Aaron raises to 120.
Joe, is there any way to know if Aaron sat it in or bought in full? I'm not sure. Don't know.
If he finishes in the top 2, we'll ask him.
Yeah, we will. We'll tell. I'd love to see an interview with him, Tao. I'd like to know more about the man.
So about 110. Yeah, Aaron's stack is about 500k out, unfortunately. But if he ends up being all in, he'll get rectified.
No.
Sorry guys, we've got loads of stuff
Where's
coming
the
in.
feed gone on Facebook?
Yeah, we've got lots of stuff coming in on the chat at the moment, so if we miss any of your questions, just repeat them and we will get to them.
It'll come back, though. It'll come back, Lloyd. It's just that there's a 8-hour.
Let me think.
You're only allowed to live stream for 8 hours on Facebook, so it should come back very shortly.
Michael Kaz, have time banks become a new feature on the tour following player feedback out of interest, boys, or GUKPT just following suit or trends in other tours? I think it's a bit of both, to be fair. I think this is the first time for the main event, so this is like the trial run, if you like.
Yeah.
Day 2 and day 3 they come into play, and I think we're just trialing it for this event, and then we'll see what we're going to proceed with going forward.
I think what generally happens if you see a certain player tanking on the live stream for longer than what you think or expected, everybody's crying out for a time bank. And then obviously something like that happens with Aaron, and everyone's saying, "Why have you got time banks?"
Yeah.
So.
You can't win. You just can't win, Tower. So Ravi on the button here, opening the 5 deuce off as the chip leader, and does outflop the ace 10 of Tom Hall. Flopping bottom pair here. Ravi continuing for 85k. And Tom here on this particular board will at least want like a backdoor flush draw, I think, with our ace 10 of clubs to continue here. I think he's probably veering more towards fold, but he is going to make the call here. Obviously ace 10 high can be good because Ravi's supposed to be opening so wide here. The problem is we can't really withstand much heat of double barrels, but we can just make the best hand on the turn. 10 of spades.
I'm thinking it's tea time. Would you like the last cup of tea before Vegas?
Oh, I'll have the last cup of tea before free-handed.
What?
Before we get free-handed.
Are we not having another drink? Are we not having another drink until we get to the end? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'll have one now, and then I'll have the next one when we get free-handed. That's what I mean. It could take that long.
I'm on it.
Potentially. Andy Hills. Look at Andy Hills. I think he's just looking at. He's like, where's Tim gone? He was like, last break we saw Andy there on the rail, and he was like, Tim had loads of chips, and now he looks really confused of what's happened. So Ravi did choose to double barrel with the 5 deuce, and Tom has called twice here with the ace 10, and Ravi will know, unless we're up against some sort of combo draw here, that we're very unlikely to be good here on the end. And Tom, the sportsman that he is, just shows his hand first. It's actually on Ravi to show first as the last aggressor, but Tom flipped his hand over when Ravi announced what he had, and not wanting that extra information, just class act at the table, knows he's got the best hand, just turns it over straight away and takes the pot. So Tom Hall now up to 1.8 million, and if you got money on Tom this morning, he might just have gone favourite after winning that one. Ravi to 2.1, but this could be anyone's day. Been impressed with Ravi, brilliant discipline performance, says Gully. How we doing, Bobby? You're alright. Hope Jay's better at making tea towers part-time job. And Dave says, do the best of both. Punish excessive tankers by giving them time banks, everyone else at a normal pace. That's not a bad idea, but how do you sort them out from the excessive tankers to the normal players? That's the only problem. And Pokemel, can you confirm my question, guys? Think you missed it. Do you know if I can add money to a £200 deep stack kick ticket to make it a 25-25 ticket? Yes, you can, Mel. Yes, you can. How do you go about doing it? Yep. Okay.
just turn up to play the 25-25, and they'll have lists of your tickets in your account, and then you can just add the money on, and the deep stat ticket will be taken from your account, and you'll be in the 25-25. I'm fine, thank you. Interesting that Grosvenor have the rule of last aggressor, even if River goes check at DTD, it's out of position who has to show first regardless of last aggressor. That is the rule in here. Whatever street it is, it goes all the way back. Whoever was the last aggressor, they will have to show first, unless the opponent shows their hand before and you want to muck your hand, but that is basically how it works, and I think that's the best way to do it. If someone's double barreling, someone double barrels turn, then River goes check, why should the guy in the small blind have to show first? We've called them twice, we want to see their hand, and I think that's the best way to do it. I think last aggressor is the best form of who has to show first, and it's just an opinion. Obviously other people are going to have different opinions on it, but I much prefer the last aggressor rule. Cheers, Bobby. Wishing the old dear well. Hope she gets well soon, mate. See you around soon.
Absolutely. T-Boy's here.
Here he is with the tees.
The T-Boy is here.
What a ride it's been throwing. It's been short stack, chip leader, middling stack, short stack, chip leader, and now it's back to the short stack in a roller coaster of an FT for Aaron. The blinds have just gone up, guys, so this is the last level of the session. 40 minutes on the clock, and then we will head out on another 15-minute break. But when we return after that break, blinds are going to be 50k, 100k, so I can't see it lasting more than another 2 hours after we come back after that break, because we will be playing the 80k, 160k level, the third level of when we are back from after that break, which means there'd only be around 40 bigs in play. So I think it's going to be this session, get to break, and then we'll come back, and that's when we're going to finish.
We don't know Ali Law. We've not had a chance to speak to him. He finishes in the top two, or we get out there and he's still in. We'll ask him. We'll ask the question. But his stack, unfortunately, is about 500k out, but it will get rectified. He has about 620,000 by the looks of that.
Goes for a hearts here for Matt Davenport on the button. Going to be opening for sure. It looks like 165, just over a min click from Matt. 160 on the dot, exactly a min click. And we know Aaron doesn't fold his big blind, like Jack 5 off, Queen 6 off. I saw King Deuce off in there earlier. He defends very, very wide, and in the mix here with the 8-4 of clubs. Tom Hall is not in the hand. Tom Hall has folded. So we've not gone three-way to this flop, so stacks are going to be slightly out again. We'll get them rectified after this hand. And Matt just fires for 80, and a quick fold from Aaron. There we go, sorted out quickly by Simon. Joe says, just retuned in after the dinner break. How's Tim busting? Must have run into a number of hands. Got unlucky. Well, we got back first hand after the break. He ripped 7-5 of clubs in the cut-off for like effective 16 bigs. Tom Hall called with ace-jack and won. Then it was folded around to Tim on the button. He ripped ace-8 off for effective, again around 14-13 bigs. Matt Davenport had pocket eights called and held. He then got called versus Matt Davenport. King Jack Jack flop. Matt had 10-9. Tim had Jack 9, so Tim flopped trips. It come a queen on the river, so Matt made a straight there, so he lost a few chips there. He then lost a big pot versus Aaron, ran a 3-barrel bluff versus him in the 3-bet pot blind on blind, and Aaron had to really call river because he was getting 10-1 on the call because of the sizing throughout, and called it off with what I think was third pair or fourth pair, and was correct. And then Aaron opened button, Tim shoved ace-8 in the small. Ravi woke up with kings in the big blind. It did come an ace on the flop, but Ravi found the 2-outer on the turn, and that was the end of Tim Chung. So there's a little rundown, if you missed it, of how Tim busted.
Kazi Max said he's made 2 of the GT Millions online with 1.9 big blinds, and he's sold 50% of his action after he's made day 2. Is that good business?
Depends where you sold it. Depends
what's the min cash?
How far we are off the money, yeah.
Are you in the money at 1.9 bigs? If you make day 2 online, you're normally in the money, aren't you?
Yeah, Tower's got to do the next recap.
Absolutely, I remembered all that. You're not wrong, Jay doesn't forget anything apart from the tea. Yeah, it's been a weird day, but it's been a fantastic day. Everybody was just not playing because they couldn't, because Tim had all the chips. They were all looking at the next ladder. They couldn't play. Then we get a double up and we start to open up a little bit wider. Then somebody else gets double up and we start to play poker a little bit more. And then the chip leader, who had 4 million out there.
Do you know what? Tim probably had, I'm going to say, it's obviously just a guess off the top of my head, but I reckon 60, 70k maybe worth of equity in the prize pool at that point.
Wow.
Chunks, like lots and lots of money. He had 65% of the chips in play tower. He literally could have folded his way to heads up. Obviously, he was just going for the outright win, but the amount of chips Tim had at that point of the tournament, like you thought he was a lock for second at least, wouldn't you? Yeah. At that point, you think he's got over average stack for heads up, so you'd assume that it'd be a lock for second, but sometimes it just don't go your way. It just doesn't go your way this game, no matter what you do.
Kyle Davis on Facebook. Evening fellas, Viva Gareth Bale. It was a great diving effort from Lomachenko or whatever his name was. He'd have been proud of that. And in the other net, Harry Kane had a dip down there and flicked it in. It'd have been goal of the season. Probably wasn't even going on target from Gareth Bale. Boom, in it went.
Look at Ravi's missus. If that pans the shot, she's there with her hand like that, her chin resting on her hand, smiling at him, thinking about all the handbags and shoes she's going to buy after this event if he can close it out now as the chip leader. But great to see. I do love it when the family comes along to support players on the final table. It's always a really nice touch when you've got someone there behind you. Feels like you're not playing alone.
Can someone please confirm the dates of Goliath for this year?
Even better, Louis. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll show you the whole schedule after this hand, and there we go.
What we're going to do? What are you going to do?
There it is.
What are you going to do? There you go.
25th, we kick off with a GUKPT main, and then that runs through to the Sunday. Goliath kicks off on the Saturday of that weekend, and then we go all the way through until Sunday, the 4th of September. There's a bit of a mix-up with the stream schedule, like we're streaming some final tables, we're doing the ladies event, we're going to do some day ones of the Goliath, the high roller.
One of the days we get a day off.
Yeah, one of the days we do get a day off. Which one is it, Tower? the never of September.
Yeah, the 6th.
But there's the
full
schedule.
25th of August until the 4th of September. Come and join in the fun.
And if you do want to check that out fully, best thing to do, just rewind on your phone and screenshot, or if you want to go the long rate, you can go onto the Grosvenor Poker website.
Yeah, I'll pause it on YouTube and take a picture.
Bale's free kick would have been on the M1 with Tim and Mitch if there wasn't a deflection.
Absolutely, Louis. Absolutely. I always say everybody should wear a name badge if you're in the chat box on a regular basis, because it'd be so much fun. Like I met the gas this week, and he just showed me the Bristol Rovers shirt, and then I had to recap and rethink who supports Bristol Rovers.
So in 30 minutes time, guys, we are going to head out on a break for just 15 minutes, and then we'll be back for what I think will be the final session of the day. If we somehow get to the 100k, 200k level, and we somehow surpass that session, I will be pretty shocked, but we'll see. Anything's possible.
What's the Red Tooth Malta 52 event on the live schedule? I've not seen that.
Jack of Spades on the turn. So both players improve their hand. Matt picking up and down, and Aaron with the nut flush draw, and Matt just sets him in for over pot size here. Aaron actually with the best hand, but not going to be able to call this one off, Tower. I don't think. We're not calling this size bet with just the flush draw here. I know we got no card. Oh, he is going to call it. He is going to call it. And we're going to lose Matt. Well, Matt's going to have $500,000 left here, Tower. What a spot for Aaron. Gets it in with ace high and is good. And Matt will raise the eyebrows there. I don't think he was expecting to be called by a flush draw and be behind. So potential for Aaron to double.
Yeah.
And it's a 5, so makes a pair on the end.
It's not going to be up to 1.5. It's not going to be up to 2 million though. That's the big thing. We need to. It will get rectified when we find out exactly how much he's all in for. He's not on 2 mil. He's about that'll be about a million out maybe.
Whatever it was, the pot was 600k. We know that. So the effective shove. What's that? That's like 675, isn't it? Three blues. Yeah, around 675.
Yeah, Aaron's definitely not on 2.1 mil.
So, yeah. 675, I think the shove was for effective. So 675 into 600, 1.1x pot, just over, one card to come. And Aaron called with the flush draw and was actually in front.
Didn't see exactly what the ollie was for in total. Hopefully Simon grabbed it and the chip count does get sorted out.
Where's the Tower from? Accent sounds familiar. Up north somewhere.
Somewhere up north.
I can see Aaron winning this tower on probably one of the toughest GUKPT final tables we've had in a long time. And I could see this man, who's just come on the scene, hasn't been playing very long, somehow shipping this tournament. Like the way things have gone today, that hand versus Tom Hall when he put the triangle in a second too late and he was dominated. Just little things that have gone Aaron's way, like could potentially be his tournament.
Yeah, we're from Rotherham, Occam's. Rotherham. We're from Rotherham and we like to bother them. Queen 10-6. Latest flop. Ravi chip leader on 2.3 mil. He does like the ace-5. You're not wrong. Aye, Rotherham, that's it. Bobby James, Rotherham.
Is that the same as Birmingham?
It's exactly the same as Birmingham. It is.
Yeah, what a stream this has been though, guys. So many of you tuned in now. Well over 1,000 watching tonight. And it's been a cracking final table. Ace 10 for Aaron now.
Man still can't believe he was behind with the king 10. Ravi 160 to call and he's 2.5 mil. Makes the call.
Yeah, I'm probably going to pill this versus Aaron as well with position king 9 of hearts here. Just happy to go post as Ravi versus a player that we feel like we're going to have a significant enough edge on. That looks like Tom Hall.
Flop time. Ace 10 for Aaron. Ravi is on 2.4 mil with a king 9 and he flops a king. King Jack Jack.
Yeah, and one we can definitely check here as Ravi. We can definitely mix this one into the check range, but he is going to just fire here with his top pair. And Aaron with Broadway draw ace of diamonds. I'm assuming we're checking to call if we're not c-betting this board. I'm assuming we're going to take the check call approach with our Broadway draw and backdoor diamonds, and still obviously the overcard being the ace.
Jack on the turn.
Ravi now might start checking. It's hard to get value from worse here as Ravi. Maybe some like 9s, 8s, 7s might start getting sticky here. But the way Aaron's been playing. It goes tiny 1-3-5 here from Ravi. Maybe targeting some ace high with this size here tower. He's gone 135 into 650 here, so less than 20% pot, sorry, just over 20% pot from Ravi here. So maybe actually targeting some ace high holdings of Aaron here, thinking that Aaron's going to call once here with 3 jacks on the board and king and ace playing, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So really nice sizing choice here from Ravi on a turn that I probably would have checked. So it does get value from the ace 10 and a 7 on the river. Checking once more. Ravi has to go for value here. Probably going to go for a smallish size again, I think, tower. Try and target the hand that we spoke about on the turn. Maybe get Aaron to not believe us here. Some ace high holdings, but the king 9 is good. And Ravi up to 3 million chips now. And
yep.
I think he's got a lot of support on the rail.
He has indeed.
20 minutes to go.
I think Aaron's stack is about 700k. It's not 1.6 million, we know that. I know there's been a bit of a discrepancy somewhere along the line. Apologies for that. Simon does change it. Michael Leonard, Tim is indeed out.
What the heck happened? He lost a lot of all-ins, and he lost a big pot versus Matt Davenport. And then Barton Open, he shoved ace-8 off, ran into kings in the big blind, and that was it for Tim Chung. 17k payday for him. Right, we're now four-handed. Matt Davenport in 2, Tom Hall in 4, Aaron Kira in 6, and Ravi is in 8 with the chip lead. Like Aaron here now, Tower, with Matt and Tom. Like Matt especially, Aaron needs to be fairly tight in this spot. Matt going to be in the big blind next hand, then going to be down to 4 or 5 big blinds here, and just from laddering here as Aaron, we're going to just pocket ourselves 8.5k, and I'm hoping that he realises that. I think we've made the assumption he's pretty new to the live felt and maybe a little less experienced than the other players at the table here, but I'd like to see him just understand that he doesn't want to be getting involved with Ravi too much, and we just want to base our decisions around Matt Davenport's stack size, potential for us to just lock up just under 5 figures again, and just folding the 8 deuce there. Queen Jack for Tom. So I'm going to open here. And the gun, quick fold from Aaron. Ravi's out of the way as well. So Matt Davenport here in the big blind. Option to defend, but just going to let it go. And now Matt's stack is going to be 6 bigs. Yep, 6 big blinds.
Andy B, hope you have both great, but hope you have great trips to the World Series. Thanks for the top stream again. Gonna miss the end of this. Well, Andy, you can re-watch it tomorrow. It'll be on YouTube and Twitch. If you don't want to see who wins it at the end, then just let us know. I'll just watch it, re-watch it, and don't have any spoilers.
And the next trip is Reading, where we're both going to be at. Tower's going to be at the Vic leg 7, but asking where we're both going to be next is going to be leg 8 at Reading South on the 17th to 24th of July.
We have a substitute coming in for the Vic because Jay will be bracelet hunting at the World Series. He's looking forward to going out to Vegas to play in the new Bally's and Paris combined.
Yeah, hoping for a good series. Hopefully I'm not coming back and asking Boovy for a pay rise.
Just to pay the electric
bill. So Matt with 5 bigs now after going through the small, and that's what I said. This is why both Aaron and Tom both got to play pretty tight now until Matt's all in, see what happens. If he's potentially busting, we're going to lock ourselves another 8.5k. So I don't really expect Tom and Aaron to be getting involved too much now that Matt's with 5 bigs there.
All the best, Pete. Don't forget you can re-watch it tomorrow, find out who wins.
It's like Ravi opening here, and oh wow, we must be well high up here. There's Aaron, who's snap shoved.
Yeah, they're just going to work out the stack sizes, I do believe. I think this is the time we find out exactly how much he's all in for.
Oh wow, so Ravi has shoved here. I don't know what the hands are, sorry.
Aaron shoved. Ravi's got ace queen, I know that.
Yeah.
But I have no idea what Aaron's got at the moment. Pocket eights.
690s all in.
We're going to be flipping. So Aaron was actually shorter than I thought, so that makes a bit more sense. He's actually only got 8 bigs, so
yeah.
stack size was out. Can he survive? This guy.
Yes.
Could be his tournament
ATM.
If he survives another one tower. Ace and queen to fade.
Oh no, man!
Lady on the turn, but can still find an 8.
Seen it.
And it's a 7 next door. What a run from that man! Great run from Aaron Kira. 4th place.
Look at that, like a gentleman. The spuds are out for everybody around the table. What a great lad!
He held his own. His own.
Hope he's got a future in the game, and hope we see him again.
Yeah, £25,750. What a payday for the young man there.
He's only had 1 cash before.
Only 1 cash before for $1,100. That's going to be around $35,000 on the Hender mob for him. So 35x in his previous cash.
Absolutely.
And seems like a nice bloke as well. Just the handshakes there, took it well. Good game, lad. So potentially.
And if he ever gets a chance to watch it back, and he'll probably watch it back, and he realises the calibre of the final table.
Yeah, really tough final
held
table.
his own, did well, great cash, finished in 4th.
And that means we've got just under 15 left, guys, of this session.
How's the Dinga Donga doing in the free roll?
So Ravi trying to replicate what his good friend Will Davis done 6 years ago on this feature table. Will now out in Australia. Still plays a bit. Got their own card room, haven't they, Will and Lauren, out in Australia.
They have.
Yeah, nice.
Is it their own, or is it just running it?
I'll run it or run it.
Yeah. In Melbourne. I think it's Melbourne. Or is it Sydney? It might be Melbourne. Somebody can correct me. 2 different places, like a million miles apart.
Matt Lockman, what happened to Tim? Left for 2 hours and had 4 million and went out 5th. How? Start of this session, quick rundown while we've got 20 seconds in between the hands. 7-5 of clubs, shove, cut off, effective 16 bigs, called by ace, jack of Tom Hall. Tom Hall held. Then against Matt Davenport, shoved button, ace 8 off. Matt Davenport called the 8s in the big blind. Matt Davenport held. Then he collided with Matt again for a pretty big pot. Come King Jack Jack. Tim had Jack 9. Matt had 10-9. Queen on the river, giving Matt the straight. Then Tim only had about 1 million chips. Ravi was in the big blind, open from Aaron on the button. Tim shoved the ace 8 off. Ravi woke up with kings in the big. It come and an ace on the flop for Tim. He thought he was there, but a king on the turn for Ravi sent him to the rail, and Tim was our 5th place finisher.
The Dinga Donga. He's been playing the free roll. I says, how are you doing in the free roll, the Dinga Donga? He says, I've just been bussed by Big Billy Bumscud.
And after the Big Billy Bumscud. What a username.
Oh dear, oh my days.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Mike, and then there was a hand, blind on blind. Aaron done his usual min click in the small. Tim decided to free bet the jack deuce. It comes 6-6-5. Aaron had ace 5 with the ace of diamonds. Check called flop, turn, come the queen of diamonds, check called turn, and the river was a brick, but there was 2 million in the pot and he had 200k backs, had to call getting 10-1 with his 5 and was good because Tim had jack deuce off, and then the ace 8 hand happened. But yeah, it was all in the space of about half hour. Come back after the break, 60% of the chips in play, and then half hour later Tim was out the door. It's crazy how quickly it can change.
Answering Zahir's question, most of the players now just put it on deposit or straight into the account, and hardly anybody walks around with any money whatsoever nowadays. Straight onto account. That's where it normally goes. You might take 50 quid out to go and have a beer at the bar or whatever. Ten minutes to go.
So effective all in from Matt Davenport, putting in 3/4 of his stack, or 2/3 to be precise. And Ravi can't do much with a 6-3, but get out of the way.
We're having now with a 4.3 mil. So we're on 3. Rabbit on the bottom. Matt Davenport seat 2 and Tom Hall in seat 3.
That is correct, Michael Kaz. Not only that, cashed a midi as well. I might have even cashed a mini, but and he final towed the high roller as well, didn't he?
Yes.
The high roller. Yeah, Matt's going to be I hate to think how many points in front.
Maybe that also got implications when he's doing the ICM.
That's very true.
When nobody's playing a hand, he can't play a hand because if he's looking at the point situation, he'll know the situation between 7th and 3rd, and that'll have an effect on how he plays. Because an extended lead in this, when you have to cash to get points, it's massive for Matt Davenport. Does anyone shovel worse than King Jack for 99 bigs?
I'm very grateful.
Ali Malou? 100%.
Ali Malou.
Ali Malou. Terry Jordan? Mr. Malou, says Michael Kels.
ICM masterclass here from Tom Hall, to be honest. GG, you are correct, Robbie.
Absolutely.
He's just been sitting there quietly, he hasn't really done too much. Obviously he had to win the Ace Jack versus 7-5 of clubs and held, but other than that, just been laddering.
I'm watching in 720, Jim.
I'm watching in HD, Jim.
I've got mine set to 720.
The little cog. Click on that.
My YouTube is set to 720. The auto is 360 and you got 720. Maybe 1080 should be an option, but 720 is plenty. Just check it out. There you go, Lewis. Lewis, you got 720 as well. Okay, well done. No, it's up to you. 720 is fine for everybody else. Maybe
that's the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah.
Someone comment about that.
There you go.
Can't please everyone.
Oh, we're still enjoying the fun. Does Twitch have a different? Is Twitch a little bit different? Is Twitch 1080?
720.
No, 720 source is the biggest on Twitch as well. Don't know how you change that, to be honest. You'll have to tell me, John. Jim, you have to tell me. You'll have to tell me how we get to 1080. I don't know how to do it. Can you say hello to your lad Mason, please? Says Dean Lipscomb, watching on Facebook. Good evening, Mason.
How are we doing, Mason?
Hope you're good. Hope all is good. And hope you're well as well, Dean. Even on 480, it's clear as a clear thing. That's his penny.
Right, just continuing here.
quick fold from Tom Hall. But the thing I will say, Tower, can you recall, other than a C-bet, one time we've seen Tom Hall like run a bluff, check raise, do anything special? No? I can't either.
No, not at all.
And it's simple as that. It's just playing tight, second, third in chips, all final table, just waiting for players to bust, playing some small pots, picking up little ones here and there, keeping your head above water. But there's been no fancy poker. No like double barrels, triple barrels, no check raises as bluffs. It's literally just been bog standard poker from Tom Hall with a bit of a tighter side to it, and that's what's got him to at least third place payout now.
Winston Walsh says, what happened to Tim? Had to dip out for a bit, and Michael Mann obviously knows me. He says, Jay, it's over to you.
Really? Really? Again? Well, I'll do it really quick this time. 7-5 of clubs, shove, cut off, 16 big blinds, called by Tom Hall, ace, jack. Tom Hall held, then ace 8 off on the button versus Matt Davenport. Davenport at 8s, Davenport held, then he lost a big pot versus Davenport, king, jack, jack, rainbow board. Tim had trips, Davenport had 10-9, queen on the river, made a straight. He then lost one versus Aaron, blind on blind, decided to free bet the jack deuce versus a min click, and then free barreled for like 10th pot on the river. Aaron made the call, was good with third pair, and then he shoved small blind versus button open of Aaron. Ravi had kings in the big, ace on the flop, king on the turn, Tim was out. There we go.
Just what I was about to say. Tell you what, that weren't bad. That weren't bad.
Jim Marlowe, just missed that. What happened to Tim? No, Jim.
Anyway, would you like to see this in 1080 or not? You are muted. Oh, brilliant.
Quicker than the Rubik's Cube. And Dara Kearney says Tom Hall is the best ICM player in the UK due to his sit and go days. Says Wages Day on Twitch.
Oh, right, okay.
I've started having 9.95.
Rap God.
That's it. Adam Neal, we were looking for a replacement soon. You might be able to join him on stage.
Jabracada, not abracadabra. Not abracadabra. Is Tom Hall's online name Abracadabra?
That's magic.
Jabracada is Tom Hall's online alias. That's tickled me, that has. Oh. Abracadabra.
Yeah, very close. Nice one, Dean. And we're glad we can do a shout out for you as well.
Josh said was doing the dishes. What was that, Jay? Tim Bust in 5th place.
Yep.
Tim was out in 5th. I am done for this session explaining that again. I know it's obviously you come back to the stream, you've popped out for 45 minutes, you put it back on, you're like, hold on a minute, Tim had all the chips, where's he gone? You want to ask the question, you want to know.
Yes.
Jabracadabra would work. Evening, Ben. Mentee watching the action. So we should get one more hand in. As the clock strikes down to 45 seconds and then a 15-minute break. Queen 5-2. I think this is going to be the last hand of the sesh, so we'll have 15 minutes. This is the last hand of the session. We'll have 15 minutes, which means we'll be back at 21:50 for the rest of this.
We will see you then. We're in the
just like that, abracadabra, the lights came on.
We'll see you in 15 minutes, guys. Back for what I believe will be the final session of the day. Could be wrong, but I reckon no more than 2 hours, and this will be finished with the chips in play.
Stay where you are. Back in 15 minutes.
See you then.
I didn't think you'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he was straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days' time. I was like, oh shit.
I've got to do this.
At the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change and something that I really needed, because it was getting, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable, and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah.
Awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now, for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10k prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them. But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments a week. Not too, it's not too out of the ordinary, but winning 3 on different sites, a lot of time you get the first 2, like Poker Stars, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there, and then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because like week to week the grind can become a bit monotonous. But say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday, I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I got hooked on winning them, and you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like something I strived to do, and I wanted to be the leader. And once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me, so I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm two-thirds of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online, not too bad.
We'll get there. 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's weird because it's much harder these days because people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites, and back then there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US, I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK or travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, that's good. I know. Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but it's fine.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were number 1 was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that number 1 slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. I'd have to, what I'd have to do is win one of the huge tournaments where it's 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you get a lot of points for that. So you could if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, realistically, been there, done that. But yeah.
being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the #1 spot is because you went on and won a WPT. The LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over 1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning Heads Up. To be honest, I was like, you know, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing Heads Up, so I was like, if I lose this one, he's gonna have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. You know, I've been that guy who's sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, "Oh, I'm better than them." Why that? You know, just like the guy you don't want to be, really. And I started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative, so she sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson. And he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time. And he flew to Vancouver on a whim, didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that, you know, I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, nah, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it and met with him a few times and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in the space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely. And I still work with him to this day, you know, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but it's so, at the time I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, you know, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, you know. So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen. So pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had Jack 3 of hearts in my eyes, so I missed the flush draw on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight. So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had Jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so like, obviously, and in my head, you know, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have, against this guy, I would have bet a bit bigger because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So, you know, that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like, you know, the stacks were that close. And somehow I ended up coming back and won a 3-way all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that I was like, I have to win heads up after, you know, being 1 card away from being eliminated, and now this time I have to win, and I did. So it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017 we get the bracelet, the 3K6 max
finally, yeah,
just short of 1,000 entries. And it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, especially because like the last few years, like the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for the British people, and so yeah, it was nice to sort of. I was telling everyone I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and layer up a few spots and yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that normally you wake up from and it's like you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table against the other big stat, the other best player at the table. I had top set in a 3-bet pot against him and he had top 2 pair for all the chips, so that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player, and then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, and I was just like, oh my god, am I ever gonna win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was it was really, really cool, and just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah,
when you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you and you're all looking up at the screen and you're waiting for the final card to come and then they just mobbed you. Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
So we got 203 on the Triple Crown. The EPT has eluded you. Are we going to chase it? Will we when we come back to the live poker and the EPT comes back? And is it something you want to get the live Triple Crown, or is it just happens if I happen to be there?
Probably just happens if it happens, because like the thing is, I only really play. There's not even many like. That's definitely the hardest one of the 3 to win. If you just need a WPT or a World Series bracelet, there's so many events you can play, and even the WPTs, a lot of them are re-entry. So you can buy yourself a stack and stuff like that. But the EPTs are freeze out or 1 re-entry, some of them now. But there's only 4 or 5 of them.
Second to that level, points wise, yeah. Are you playing next week? Yeah. Is the differences in the points between the G100, the 25 and the cheap stuff?
There is a slight
the bigger
depends on the field size.
Right.
It goes up slightly.
Yeah.
It's not like it's double the value, it's not double the points.
Yeah.
You're coming to Birmingham next week? Oh, okay. Right, good luck, guys. Did you? For what? 500, is it? So that's probably like 500 EV or something. What life? Holy shit. 500? 500's a lot of money. 500 buys so much good shit. What have you got there? 900? 90?
Jack died yesterday, I told you. He didn't.
That's like the water and the other key.
7?
Shall we do it again?
I think we got a tower.
Shall we do it again? So we'll quickly recap what just happened last session. What happened to Tim? Boom! Boom! Oh man! The final 3. We started today at 12 o'clock with 13.
Now
10 hours later, we're on 3. Just the best of the best of the ICM poker. Then we started playing poker. Then we lost one. Then we lost another one. And now Ravi is big chip leader, and Matt and Tom short stacks again. So we're at it again. This might be the final session, but fingers crossed you all stay with us, because it has been a phenomenal day. And I know the poker was totally different when nobody had any chips and Tim had all the chips. But now the final 3, now Tim has been knocked out with Matt, with Tom and with Ravi. We're here.
Actually, I mean, a really good hand. I'm just very tight.
I am Nige. Oh, Sheffield's finest.
Everything that Aaron did was totally like, I was just like, what
So Ravi
like this?
with 50 bigs. Tom with 9, Matt with 7. Ravi
Just like Tim finds a way.
is big favourite to win this one now.
Every time they play, literally. And then he goes down again, and then just like, it's been
Evening, Gary.
interesting.
False Ravi in the small blind here. And 6-3.
So Ravi's up to 5.1 out of 6.8 million chips in play. We've been here before. Tim Chung had 5 mil when there was 6.8 chips in, 8 million chips in play. And unfortunately bust.
It's Darth in the background walking past.
In the King's hand, I was fully expecting an ace on the flop. I just wasn't expecting a king.
After he said he had an ace.
Yeah, I still. Yeah.
Me and Tim swapped 10 and he just dusted. I was like, oh, got one of these that no, massive.
Yeah.
The 2 players, but somehow we found the block.
So we're on a 40-minute clock. The blinds are now 150, 100.
Risk it for a biscuit. Hey guys, loving the stream. I really think Jay should really record an audio book on what happened to Tim. Get a little 60-second EP out, little rap song.
Dear. How are we doing, Em? Good to have you. How did you do the other night? We tuned into the stream. How did you do the other night? Was it profitable for yourself? Always love to tune in and see how you're doing.
Tom defends the King 7 here, and Ravi just going to continue with the 10s. Tom just going to have to get out of the way, leading himself with 4 bigs. So 4 bigs for Tom Hall. That's going to have to go in very soon. This could be over in a heartbeat, guys, because 4 bigs and 7 bigs now versus 50 plus of Ravi. When's the next deep stack, boys? We will show you.
Deep stacks there next week. 9th till the 12th of June next weekend. Berrynew Road in Manchester, Hill Street in Birmingham, Reading South and Glasgow Merchant City. Deep stacks in Glasgow and Blackpool before we live stream in the Vic again. What did you need to do for Vegas for COVID, and do you need a visa? Roro. You need an Esther. We'll come back to that if we get a call, or if we don't get a call.
Yeah, probably has to call here, Ravi. It's pretty close, but 10-8. We've already got 1 big in. It's another 3.5 bigs.
Yeah. So Tom is at risk, but he has the best of it.
No.
He likes to see a dominated 10. King 10 for Tom, 10-8 for Ravi. Big chance to double up for Tom Hall. That's clean. Jacks for a sweat maybe. 7 for a sweat. Fading an 8. And does Tom Hall doubles.
So back to the Vegas tower. What do you need?
You need an Esther. It's actually just gone up. It's $21 now. It was 14.
How long do you have to get that?
Yeah, you can get it anytime you want to.
Anytime's like
anytime you want
before,
to.
2 days before.
I'd do it now.
Okay.
Don't do it 2 days before because it can take up to 24 hours to get clearance.
Okay.
Do it. It comes onto your passport. It lasts 2 years to the date. So if you're saving a day, it's pointless because it's $20. So do it as soon as you get home.
Yep.
Get your Esther onto your passport. You don't need to download anything because it's automatically on your passport. You need a PCR test or is it an antigen test 24 hours before you fly, and then you have to upload your results to a Fit to Fly app. I'm going by Virgin, so you need a Fit to Fly on Virgin. You upload your certificate that says you don't have COVID. They check it at the airport, and away you go. On the way back, you can do what you want because nobody cares. But if you are going out, pointless saving the extra few days just for the Esther because you'll have forgotten 2 years' time when it runs out and you'll just renew it again. And for the sake of $20, it's why save 3 days. But the PCR has to be done no more than 24 hours. I don't know if it's 24 hours or just the day before because it's not timed wise. So just the day before you fly. Yeah, Tim doubled everybody up on the table and lost a couple of hands as well. And Tim Chung went out. Matt's jammed the small. Tom's asked for a count with a Queen 7.
So 10 bigs for Matt and Tom. And Ravi with the lot. Tara, is a lateral flow the same as a recorded one, says Cameron?
No, it has to be a genuine recorded PCR or an antigen test, which you can order online, or you can go to dedicated PCR testing centres and they will get you the certificate within 2 hours.
No, Bangoose, make sure you pass your COVID. Don't be like me and test positive on the day of your flight.
Is that Chris?
Probably is. Oh, Chris Calvert.
Is that Chris? Can you test, if it is Chris, can you test negative, Chris, in the next few days and then get yourself out?
Ravi gets a walk.
I guess just like overhearing what people
25th, Roro, is when I am off.
I think this is when me and Tim were talking about. Two people messaged me in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, Samantha Millman, breathe, do it. I've got mine with Medic Spot tomorrow.
So take Tom on the button. And working with 9 bigs here. So effective shove. I'm going to get that one through.
Yeah, Zacabello, Matt Davenport is way out in front on the leaderboard at the minute, and he's had 2 cashes. Is it 2 cashes already? Or this is 2? The final table of the HR.
Yep. Yeah, I think this is the second.
Yeah, I think the Etogen test was something like 22 quid. Eventually, you won't need one, but at this moment in time, you still do. Can you exchange online tickets for live at your local card room? No. No, you can't, David. You can swap online tickets with other people and pass them on or sell them on, whichever you want to do, but you can't have an online ticket and go and play live with it.
Yeah, I'll be playing it, Benjo. I will be playing the main event. Ace king for Matt on the button, 7 bigs, just going to shove. Not much else we're going to do here as Matt Davenport. 7 big blinds. So, seems to be the norm now for these players, raising half their stack, although Matt would be putting it in even in a three-way situation, I think. Just effective all in from him, putting half of his chips in the middle. No and no, Keyman. I will not, but I'm not selling any action. There's nothing for sale.
Are you playing the $1,700 mystery bounty?
I'm playing the $1 million one. I'm playing the $1 million bounty comp on the starter dry. It's 1100. 1100. Is it not 1100? Could be 1700.
There's mystery bounties anywhere. There's a mystery bounty in the Golden Nugget for $300. But there's 9-day ones. You can, granted, they're three per day, but it's still like a 6-day comp. I'll play the day one of the bounty and forget I've made day 2.
Yeah.
There are daily deep stacks in Bally's and the parish, $250. Poker Atlas is the best thing you can check up on. If you want to check everything Las Vegas, Poker Atlas. It gives you comps by time in Las Vegas.
225 here from Ravi. That's up there with 7 for it hearts. All in from Tom. Snap call from Ravi. Ace 10 for Tom. What's Ravi got? He snapped.
He's
Is
got
that Queens?
Ace Queen.
There's paint there. Ace Queen of Spades.
We could be losing one. We could be down to 2.
Yeah, but Tom's played fantastically. Still hope here.
He's only for 1.1 million. That's what he had 10 hours ago. He had 1.1 million 10 hours ago.
He's standing up there, Tom, now, so can't be a good flop for him. For some reason, the camera's not going over.
It
is a good flop for him.
He's hit the 10 of diamonds.
So Jack and Queen to fade, and it's a 4 of clubs. I thought Tom had come like 3 spades or something when Tom stood up like that. 4 of clubs on the end. Tom Hall doubling up. Saw him find the 2-outer versus Mitch Hynam yesterday. Back end of day 2 with the Kings versus the Aces, finding the 3-outer there to double up, and he had 4 big blinds coming back after the break, up to 23 bigs now.
Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
Got to balance your standing up range when dominated. He thinks of everything. And Dave says Tom doesn't normally run like this deep in big comps. He's probably just shocked. Ravi's misses checking returns policy on the Jimmy Choos. I'll tell you what, if Ravi finishes third, then this has just been the most mental final table I think I've ever come across.
Get to 5 mil.
Yeah.
Get to 5 mil at your peril.
Yeah, that's literally it. Do not get to 5 mil in this comp. Between 4.5 and 5 mil, that's when it all starts going wrong. But that would probably be if Ravi somehow. Obviously, Tom's doubled up twice through him. But Matt's still short there. Ravi's still in a nice little spot here with 33 bigs. Because that's all I'll be getting, won't I? People coming in the chat. What happened to Ravi? What happened to Ravi? We're not doing that again. Ace Queen for Tom on the button. Finds a hand.
A C4! Oh no! Stoneball bowled over $50,000 worth of packages in the last month. When will it end? When you stop playing? Unlucky to see folk with all these satellites and the lights off. Jack 6-3 flop. Second pair for Rabbit. So Ravi on 3.4 mil. He was up to 5.1 and then doubled up Tom twice. So Tom's got 2.2 mil.
Get some teas towering.
Teas?
Yeah.
Oh, kick up. Last one. Do we think this is the last tee?
Probably not. I said the last one would be the last tee. It depends. It depends.
around a million. That's around a million. Yeah.
900.
So all in, ace 10 holding here, and queen 9 no good on that flop. 5 on the turn, does pick up a 7 as an out, so Matt fading queen 9 and 7, and it's a 6, so another double up in this three-handed situation. 2 for Tom Hall already, but that one going the way of Matt Davenport and Ravi down to 2.8 million, and things have just, look at this now. It was 50 bigs to Ravi, 9 to Tom, 7 to Matt coming back after the break. These breaks are just changing everything at the final table, and now Ravi pulled in back amongst it. This is a mad final table. This is probably the most weirdest FT I've ever had the privilege of commentating on. So, off we go again. Pocket 8s for Matt here in the small. And Roland says, told you boys 12 o'clock a long time ago. And Matt with the 8s in the small. Matt just choosing to complete, and Tom getting the option to check the 10 deuce here. 4, 6, 10, 2 club board. Matt going to continue here with just one overcard, but going to get the bad news pretty quickly. Seven of hearts on the turn. So Matt does pick up double gutter here with the pocket 8s, but checks it over to Tom. He probably feels like his top pair is best now once we get the check from Matt Davenport, and this is a fairly wet board texture, so I expect to see Tom to fire here more often than not. So 260 is the size of choice, and Matt has the call here. Going to be a check call with a pocket 8s. And it is the ace of spades on the river here. And it goes check, check, and the 10 deuce is going to be good for Tom Hall, and up to 2.7 million. And the man who has put on, as someone put in the chat earlier, an ICM masterclass, has got the chip lead, I believe, or at least very close to it. I think Ravi has around the same sort of stack. How are we doing, Gary Clark? The king 8 here for Matt on the button with 14 big blinds. Looks like he's happy to open this one, even off of 14 bigs. Ten, 8, 4, 2 hots. So middle pair for Matt. So probably just going to continue here. Ravi has got a gut shot here, so dependent on sizing, may continue and may not in this particular spot. Ravi does call with the gutter ball versus this particular sizing, getting a nice price. 4 diamonds on the turn. Makes it a 2 flush draw board. And Queen of Spades on the turn. On the river, sorry. Long days. So probably could bluff at this one, as Ravi sitting here with 7 high. No, we're not going to be able to showdown. Obviously a lot of draws have missed, so maybe thinks that we're not going to get too much credibility here.
Tea's here.
Did you go milk the cow?
Tea, but, do you know what? No milk. No milk. We had no milkman. No milkman.
No milkman.
There literally was no milkman. I had to go running for milk. Right, I promised myself last tea, then I'm on water, and I think this tea.
You don't have sugar in your tea anyway, Chad. It's not that bad.
No, that's true.
It's not like you have 8 sugars in it, like Frankie. So Matt makes the hero.
What
there
did I miss?
With the king 8. Sorry, as you come back in, we were at a river decision and I completely missed what was going on. Ravi fired for 375, did bluff the 7 high, and Matt found the hero with just an 8. And Matt Davenport now up to 2.2, and Ravi's the short stack.
Wowzers, wowzers. What did I miss? How did Tim go out? What did I miss? What did I miss? Oh, no milk. There was no milk. We had to go into the kitchen to find the fridge where the milk's kept. Couldn't find any.
Sorry about that, guys. Missing the river action. Towers.
My fault.
Milk fiasco.
Milk gate. Fourth, Aaron Kara. I tell you what, great game from Aaron. That was brilliant. Tim Chung was 5th. Trev Reardon, well done, Trevor. Another great cash from Trev Reardon. Kevin Allen, again, another final table for Kevin. Charles Akadiri, didn't really see him on the feature at all, and then all of a sudden he's on the final table. And then the Spand, Andy Back, was eliminated in first out on the feature. He had 10 bigs, and unfortunately didn't get the double that he wanted. No, absolutely great day. What a grind. What a grind it's been.
It's crazy, Dave. Like, I think it's just the bot. You get over 4.5 million chips, that's it. It's game over. It is game over. Ravi literally come back after the break with 51 bigs. Tom Hall had 7 big blinds. Matt had 9 big blinds. And then after the first hand, Tom Hall had 4 big blinds. And Matt still had 9 big blinds. And then it's just all changed again. And now Ravi's somehow the short stack. It's just the most mental final table I think I've ever covered. Just what happened to Tim earlier, and now potentially the same thing could happen to Ravi. Go from having it won in the grasp of our hands from the title, and next thing you know, we're 3 of 3. But I say that, still obviously 1 double, give him the chip lead again, and still with 17 bigs, so plenty to work with.
was. I hope Aaron watches it back as well, because he'll realise how tough the table was and the calibre of players he was playing against. It's first time we've seen him. He's only had one cash in his on his database, so we're guessing he's a newbie. But to cash on one of the toughest GUKPTs we've had, it's a great achievement. And as Michael Leonard says, fair play to Aaron.
So Tom hitting a bit of wrong good at this back end, exactly where you need it. Flopping top pair here after defending out the big. 8 on the turn. Tom's now going to lead. This is just understanding of ranges and how when this 8 pairs, it's a card that Ravi is going to check back fairly high frequency. So Tom taking that away from him and choosing to lead instead, trying to get value from our 10, start denying equity to hands that would fold to our lead, which would still have around like 13-14% like the overcards. If Ravi has something like ace jack, ace king, ace queen, king queen here, still going to have a little piece of equity against us. So just leading here doesn't let them check that behind and realise it for free. And we can also credibly represent some bluffs with backdoor diamonds coming in, so we can have some hands like 6-7 of diamonds, some 9-6 of diamonds, jack-9 of diamonds, queen-jack of diamonds, all these type of holdings here, which we might lead as a bluff. Ravi does fold with an unknown holding. Tom Hall takes that one.
And here's a big dilemma not having no milk for your tea. Huge. Who's in the free roll? Anybody? Who won it? How many's still left in it if you're still playing? Let us know. Somebody gives us a holler if you're in the top 5 chip counts. Right, Davenport, Jack 8. David Cagnasso says me. Good luck, David. 3rd of 3 of 13. Awesome, good luck. Definitely not. Was there any deals made? No, not at all. Not at all. No talks of any deals whatsoever. There's been no breaks. There's been no stoppage of the clock. There's been nothing like that. So, no talks of anything at this moment in time. Seven, 6, 7. There's the flop. 2 pair for Tom. Yes, they are allowed to deal. They are allowed to deal. Preferably around the table, so they can chat numbers. And preferably not during a hand or anything like that, or at a sensible time like coming up to a break or at the start of the next session. But yeah, deals can be checked and worked out if they want to do it. Emily says, are you and Jay allowed to ask the players if they want to deal as it was our last cup of tea? I ought to go out and shout them. No milk left, lads, you've got a deal soon. What is he, about 190 to still left in the pot? There's definitely no talk. Now they've all got chips as well. They're all levels, you devils. Tom is 3.1 mil. Ravi was on 5 mil, he's now down to 1.3. This could be a shove. It is. It is a shove from Ravi. And it should be 2 quick folds. So 3.1 mil for Tom. So Ravi jams and no action from Matt or Tom. Blinds, we're going up very shortly. The clock's in red. Above them, 2:42 left. Anthony Ellens, you've got it right. Tell them we want a mini fridge with us up with, and we will bring us home milk then.
In 2 minutes' time, guys, we're going to be playing the 60k, 120k level, which we haven't played in a while.
No, we haven't.
I think leg 1 at London this year was the last time we reached this stage.
Jack, Jack, 3 flop.
I'm blind on blind here. Matt with the king of diamonds just going to lead. Try and take this down now for 1 big. And Tom with the 10, 6 of hearts. Can't really do much.
Tom 1.7 up. Matt 1.3 down. And the chip stacks as they stand at this moment in time. Tom 3 mil, Matt 2.1 and Ravi on 1.7.
Thought I'd be at the bar now, Tower. Thought Ravi, nine bigs and 7 bigs after the break. I thought it would become pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
And Tom doubling twice, Matt doubling once.
Yeah, have we seen this before?
Yeah,
somewhere?
we still are. Yeah, we have seen it somewhere. I think it might have been earlier on today.
Oh, here we change. Mark's coming in. Alice off the feature. Great to have the table run by great dealers, really is. How did Tower get on in the seniors? I didn't play the seniors, I've been here all day. What's my favourite suit? The one that fits. Oh no, diamonds. I like diamonds. I like King Queen of Diamonds. I don't know why.
You got something going on with that hand. You always mention it.
Yeah, I lost my biggest pot ever and the biggest comp ever with King Queen of Diamonds, and I should never have played it.
Ravi 15 big blinds here in the small with the Queen Jack. Let's see him rip this one.
Ace-4 for Matt. Ravi jams with the Queen Jack. What does Matt do in this situation?
This is an awkward one.
If it was Ace-5, would it make it different?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. But Matt does just fold, and Ravi. Like it's them situations. It's so hard to have Ravi in a dominated spot there, and the times that we're in front, we were only going to have like 60%. Not much equity advantage on our opponent's hand. It's better to call with hands that can have our opponent in a dominated spot, like King Queen, King Jack suited there, perhaps, where we can have Ravi dominated. Ravi gets a few chips
He's
back.
not done anything wrong, has he? I know he had 5.1 million chips, and now he's down to 1.5. But he's not really done anything wrong, has he?
No, not really, Tower. He had that bluff with the 7-5 versus versus Matt Davenport, and Matt picked it off. He got unlucky versus Tom Hall. Could have busted Tom Hall and been heads. He could have been heads up versus Matt with 9 big blinds if Tom Hall didn't hit the 3 out of 10.
Yeah, the 10. Yeah, absolutely right. And he had to call the first all-in because it was like 3 big blinds extra, wasn't it?
The 10-8, yeah, had to.
I made him eat one too.
Jack 8 for Matt here on the button. The blinds are now up, so 60k, 120k. Matt playing around 18 bigs and just chooses to let it go. Tom Hall with a 9s here in the small blind. Huge hand, free-handed. And Ravi, now the blinds have gone up, I think he's got sub 15 tower, about 1.6 milli, 13, 14 bigs, so should just be a jam here from Tom with the 9s. I'm not going to jam, I'm going to choose the raise here versus Ravi's effective stack, and does the same trick. Ravi just gets out of the way. Nice big 3.5 exercise. And was that from Tom?
Hey, Paul Worsley watching on YouTube. He says, yeah, that's how we saw it. Don't think Ravi's done anything wrong, just got unlucky twice.
Yeah, the 10-8 he has to call.
Yeah.
When he's already got a big in and Tom's shoving for 4, plus his ante in the middle as well. Then the ace queen, ace 10, not much to say about that. He got unlucky, he couldn't fade the 3 out up. The queen 9 versus the ace 10 and Matt Davenport, he was the player making the move and Matt woke up with it. So it's just a lot of unfortunate circumstances for Ravi after he's come back after the break, but sitting there about 40 minutes ago, just sitting down after the break looking at his chip stack thinking, God, this could be done soon with the stacks he was up against. But things change so quickly in poker and never write anyone off. Tom Hall here, queen 8 of hearts on the button. Just chooses to shove this one tower. Effective stack is Matt Davenport. And
oh, Ravi. 11 bigs.
No, I don't think so, tower.
You not think?
I don't think
Oh,
so.
I think the 4s are in here.
Oh, he is in.
Yeah,
He is in with the 4s. He is in with the pair. Like, it's always a case where either flip it, like we're basically calling for a flip, and Ravi's just, I'm guessing, happy to take a flip here versus Tom Hall and fading queens and 8s, and we could be heads up. Tom Hall versus Matt Davenport, and
we could be down to 2. Said he was calling. Did you hear that? 10 to 7. 4's still in front. Ravi.
Pretty clean. Gets cleaner.
Yeah, the diamonds is playing as well. The 4s for Ravi, going to be doubling up.
10 for a counterfeit.
Oh, counterfeit again! Not again! Twice in the same competition!
No way! And Queen High is going to play for Tom Hall. It's the curse of the chip leader.
Days, man.
Curse of over half the chips in play. How the hell does it happen? This is the most mental final table ever, isn't it?
We had a huge counterfeit yesterday. Well played, Ravi. The wife's just shut the Jimmy Choo's book away. She can't get any more now. She's off to Primark tomorrow. Forget them Jimmy Choos.
£40,000 still. Great run from Ravi, taking home 40,800.
Unbelievable. What's happening there? Here we go. Are they having a break?
Having a little 5-minute break before heads up.
Oh, let's have a quick. Here we go. PK is going to be setting up the FT ready for the interviews, but we're heads up. We're normally going 3 and 7.
Yeah, Matt will go in seat 3 and Tom will go in 7. But we might 5 minutes. We'll stay and talk for 5 until we get this going. It's been some final table, like the dynamic, how Tim had the chip over half the chips in play and then come 5th, and then Ravi free-handed had over half the chips in the play and then come 3rd. And I think Matt Davenport's favourite here from what we've seen in the FT so far, Tower.
What a week for Matt, by the way.
Just like...
What a week for Matt Davenport.
Oh, if someone puts in the chat what happened to Ravi, I'm not answering it.
Don't know, don't actually know what's happening, what the break is, what the pause is at this moment in time. I don't really know what's happening. Wait up, Frankie's here. What's happening here? Oh no, Frankie's just doing the coming to see whose heads up. Frankie's just having a look to see whose heads up. What are they chatting there? A quick listen.
So looking at the screen,
floor on table 7.
Maybe having a little look at the prize pool. Are these two going to think about doing a deal? Well, there's a handshake.
We have to play something. We can't just
We need to leave something to play for if they deal Tower.
If they carry on playing, they have to leave 10% to play for. If they don't play another hand, we finish it, do the ICM, and whoever's chip leader gets the trophy, is what's being said around the table. If you carry on playing, it has to be 10%. Right up, chip chop.
Chip chop. I haven't had another chip chop in a few years.
That's Andy Christopher now.
That was quite good for you, Tower. Chip shop. So we will.
They're going to confirm the numbers. It looks like they're not leaving 10%. Do you want to quickly run what happened to Ravi? So we're having a look.
This has been crazy FT. Like we go back 45 minutes. Ravi sitting there with 5 million. Tom 7 bigs. Matt 9 bigs. What has gone on in this FT? It's been the most insane ever. And I think there is going to be a deal, Tower. So you better get disappearing.
It looks like it. I think I might have to go. It looks like they're chopping it completely and not having anything to play for and giving the chip leader the trophy, which I don't even know the chip leader. It looks like Tom, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm off. Back in 2.
And when we get the figures for you guys, we'll let you know what these guys have locked up. Just going to get clarification of stacks. Plug it in the calculator.
It does round to a round number.
So thanks to everyone, because I think we're just getting through that the two have agreed not to play it out, and they're just going to chop it with the ICM figures. So when the figures come through, we'll let you know what they're chopping it for. Thanks to everyone that has tuned in throughout. Stay tuned though, because Towers just head out to the floor and we're going to have some interviews from the players still. As always, trophy presentation, everything will be the same for the roundup. But we're just clarifying how much each player is going to lock here in terms of ICM. So Frankie just showing them the numbers, if they agree, and then that will be done for the day. And Matt says yes, Tom says yes, they shake their hands, and I can confirm that Matt Davenport is taking £76,785 and Tom Hall is taking £90,965 and will go down as our champion. So Tower's there now with the boys, and very shortly we are going to be going out to Tower for the trophy presentation and interviews. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in over the last 5 days. We started with the cash game, then we had the high roller, then the main event after that, but it's been a fabulous event. Turnout's been great considering how many are in Vegas. Still exceeded all expectations. 341 entries, whittled down to 13 coming back today, and now we are finished. And Tom Hall is our champion, but we are going to go over to the Tower so he can interview our runner-up, who is Matt Davenport. Matt Davenport, who is top of the National League, and he's going to be way out in front now. Look at this guy, what is he doing out there? Let's go over.
Mr. Matt Davenport, what a week!
Oh, so it's unreal, man. I can't. I don't know what to say. I'm running so good, honestly.
What a week! We know you're top of the leaderboard in the MPL.
Yeah.
We know you're travelling around, as you should in a promotion like it is.
Yeah.
But to cash 3 times, and this is one of the toughest fields, I think, from start to finish.
It really has been. I was shocked, honestly. I thought with so many sickos out in Vegas, I thought it'd be a softer one, but it's been, and the final table has been, it was just unreal. It's the sickest.
It was a grind, wasn't it? Because obviously with Tim with all the chips, your guys are all sat there, and you think, no, how do we play this?
It's just, that's one of the most insane things we've seen in poker. The fact the situation that Tim was in, and you know, it's just incredible.
2 people got to 5 million in chips and didn't take the trophy.
Yeah.
It was the curse of the 5 million in chips. That's what it was. Right at the end, are you really happy now you've sat down and discussed a deal with Tom?
I mean, you know, Tom's a sicko. I'm honoured that he'd take a chop with me because he's just such a sicko. So
that's great, thing to say.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say.
It has been a grind. It has been an eventful watch. It has been a super watch. And 3 cashes in 1 week, and cementing the leaderboard at this moment in time. Matt Davenport, second place we know, but that was fantastic. Matt, fantastic, well done. Second place, Matt Davenport.
Cheers.
Come on then, champ. Are you ready to go? Bags on and everything. We could stand here for an hour and a half running through that final table. That was insane.
It was such a fucking grind for the first 4 hours or something. I just couldn't get anything to go well. And before the FT as well, it didn't go so great, but it just seemed like a gradual slope down. And then a couple things started going my way, a couple people busted, all the all-ins, everyone just kept doubling up. I think
you started the day on 1.1 mil, and about 10 hours later you still have 1.1 mil.
Yeah, I know. Right,
how do you... Because you're great at the ICM and you sat there, are you looking at Tim's stack and thinking, if I've got to look at this ICM for the way everybody else is playing it, and does it obviously change the way the table ran for an hour or two?
Yeah. So the majority of the tournament, I was in 3rd in chips at the final table, so I was pretty handcuffed. I was just going to let Tim run the show, basically. I made a few big folds, but the dynamic shifted a lot throughout the final table, which is what made it so interesting. Like the chip leader changed, the stacks changed. There was always a lot of shorties. The shorties would double or win some chips, and suddenly there'd be room to play again. 3-handed, we had a few situations where we came back from the break with both of us had dust. Like 800 and a million, and then before we know it, we're even chips, and we can actually play flops again. It's just been really interesting. But in terms of ICM, just letting Tim run the show when he had the chip lead, just trying to dodge and dive, dodge and weave even, and just dodge these you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Ravi goes out. you sit down, you think, well, that's it. We'll just do an ICM, and very, very happy.
Very happy. Yeah. I respect Matt a lot, and my respect for Matt has grown today as well. Like he pulled off a sick one on me earlier, and I'm very happy to chop with Matt.
All the family's been watching. Everybody's been watching. You'll have messages all day, but now they're going to watch you lift the trophy. So I'm just going to get Frankie over. If Frankie can just get the trophy. Can we have a round of applause and a big cheer for the champion in Luton, Mr. Tom Hall? He was choking, and it means a lot. We've chopped one before. We've won a summer series, but now we've got a big one.
I've given one away, you remember? Remember Midi? We were three-handed, and Midi was like, I want the trophy, and suddenly I just got the bright idea. I would like the trophy as well.
There's loads of people respect you in the game, and now you've got a trophy to yourself. GUKPT champion will never be taken away. It's been an absolute grind. Jay, please finish us off.
I love you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Tower. So that's it, guys. It's a wrap. Tom Hall and Matt Davenport chop in, but Tom as the eventual champion. 90,660. What were those dance moves, by the way? But anyway, £90,965 to Tom Hall, and Matt Davenport was 76,785.
They weren't left in, were they?
Yeah, they were. They were. We all saw you. We all saw you having a boogie.
That was before anybody started. I didn't realise you'd leave me in.
But that's it. Great event.
Unbelievable. And as Matt said as well, 341. What a field for people. We know there's hundreds in Vegas already.
Yeah.
We know there's hundreds out there, and yet the field was just fantastic, and the final table was brilliant. We all thought Tim was going to walk over with the trophy, and that would be the first time anybody does the high roller and the main double ever in the same week. We thought that was going to happen. Ravi got to 5 million chips. We thought it was going to be over in 10 minutes. Ravi went out.
It's just crazy.
And then they literally gave each other a hug and chopped it, and we got Tom with the trophy. It was absolutely a fitting end, to be fair. I must admit, a fitting end, because two wonderfully nice guys have just chopped it. But Tom Hall and all of Tom's family who's been watching, I'm so pleased for you, because he is a super, super nice guy. And I mean that, because he really is. He just sits there, he gets it quietly. And yet, a lot of the day today, he's not been able to play his normal game of poker. But I think you've actually enjoyed watching that, haven't you?
That's the sign of it's a sign of a great player, Tal. Someone who's able to adjust and realise the situation. You can't play the same poker all the time, and that's the sign of a really good player. Someone that can adjust and understand the situation and change their game based on it. So it's been a really fun watch. I feel like I've learnt a bit as well watching Tom play. So we've enjoyed it. We have enjoyed it.
So that's it. We're going to be in London in 4 weeks' time. Without this fella, because he's going bracelet hunting.
Big thank you to everyone as well. Wishing me good luck.
Good luck, kidder. Good luck. Fingers crossed. You're shouting us over, and you're going to say, "Nana, get on a jet, because I'm on for FT."
I will try my best.
We will have Rick Trigg in the comms for London. But thanks to everybody in the chat box. You've been amazing. Honestly, you've been fantastic, and it makes the job so much easier having you lot in the chat. Loved every minute for it. Well, all we can say is thanks and God bless, and we'll see you in London without the big lad.
I'll be back in Reading.
I'm sure we'll just about survive, and we'll see you very, very soon. All the best, guys, and we'll see you soon. From the Tower of the team,
cheers all.
Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. See you later, guys.
Good night, guys.
Take it easy.
Cheers.